The Last Wedding. The Amish Bonnet Sisters, Book 30. Written by Samantha Price. Narrated by Stephanie Dillard. Chapter 1. It was an unseasonably warm October morning at the Baker apple orchard. A breeze blew on the trees while the rising sun warmed the earth. Cherish admired the scene from the kitchen window while waiting for the water to boil for her morning coffee. It was only herself and her mother that were awake. "I've already milked the cow and the goat," Wilma said. Cherish swung around to face her mother. "Oh, Mom, do you need extra things to do? Perhaps we can find another home for them." "No, it would disappoint Jared. I'm always up early anyway, and I like to keep busy." "Okay." "I'm sad that Mercy and Honor and their families have gone," Mom said. "I know. It was so nice to have them here. And don't worry, Mercy and Honor said they'd be back in plenty of time for the wedding." Cherish smiled as she reached for the coffee mugs. It was odd to hear herself talk about her wedding. At one point, she doubted that she'd get married at all. Just days ago, she and Malachi had announced they would be getting married in 1 month. Even though it was only a few days after Levi's funeral, Mom had insisted that she needed a wedding now, rather than wait for some time in the future. "I'm pleased they'll be back. I want all of my family back here again. I'm so happy that Favor persuaded Harriet and Melvin to stay for a few more days." "Me too. I'm also grateful that Malachi met Levi. If Malachi had never come here to surprise me, he never would have met him." Wilma took a seat at the kitchen table. "Indeed, we're all happy about that. More important is that Levi liked Malachi, and I'm certain he felt the two of you were right for one another." Cherish sat next to her mother. "I'm still upset about Levi." "Me too. But he's gone home now, and he's happy where he is. We shouldn't be sad. We'll miss him, that's all." Wilma sniffed. "Life has to keep moving." "I guess so." "I'm sorry if you felt I was keeping you here all these years, Cherish. It wasn't right. Levi realized that, but I failed to see it at the time." "That's okay. Someone had to work here." "Fairfax is the orchard manager now. He'll find a way to replace you in the orchard. And in the house, we'll manage. Crystal and Debbie will be living here for a while." Cherish placed her head on her mother's shoulder. "Danke, Mom." When the tea kettle whistled, Cherish jumped. "Coffee, Mom?" "Yes, I'll have one. Then I'll cook breakfast." "I'll do that. I'll call Fenella first. She hasn't answered my last few letters, and I want her to be at the wedding. I'm going to make sure she has plenty of notice." "Okay, if you call 4 weeks plenty of notice." "I guess it's not, but I'm hoping she can come." Cherish made the coffee in the plunger. "I'll take my coffee with me." Cherish placed a mug of coffee on the table for her mother and headed to the barn. Cherish wanted to make sure that everyone she loved was there to witness her getting married, including her long-distance best friend, Fenella. Even though they hadn't seen each other in years, it didn't matter. She was still her best friend. The phone in the barn was covered with the dust from the straw and the hay. Cherish set her coffee next to the phone before blowing the dust in the other direction. She dialed Fenella's number and twirled the phone line around her fingers while waiting for her to pick up. When there was no answer, she drank some coffee and dialed again. "Hello?" It sounded like it was Fenella's little brother who answered the phone. She couldn't remember his name. "Hi, it's Cherish. Is Fenella there?" "No." "Oh, well, when will she be back?" All was silent. Cherish frowned. "Hello?" "Dunno." "Can you give her a message from me?" Cherish asked. "No." Cherish rolled her eyes. If this is what younger siblings were like, She was relieved she didn't have any. "Why not?" "Dunno." "Please tell her I'm getting married in a month at the orchard. I'd love for her to be here." "I'll think about it." Cherish wondered if she'd heard right. "You'll think about it?" "Yep." "You'll think about what?" "Telling her." Cherish remembered him as a sweet little boy with a tortoise for a pet. "Do you remember me? We met at my brother's wedding. He's Earl Baker, and he goes to your meetings, and his wife, Miriam." "I know who you are." "Okay, just tell her I called, and I'm looking forward to seeing her again." "We'll see." He hung up the phone. Cherish laid the phone down, feeling like she'd gotten nowhere. Fenella had told her how cheeky her little brother was becoming, but cheeky wasn't quite the word Cherish would have used for him. She hoped Fenella would at least get her letter in time. As Cherish walked up to the house, she took a moment and looked around at the beauty surrounding her. She saw it every day, but she wanted to appreciate where she'd grown up. Now that she was faced with leaving, she tried to enjoy the days she had left. She was still coming to terms with her mother allowing her to move away. Would Mom be okay when everyone was gone? Only time would tell. As she got closer to the house, she saw Ada and Samuel coming up the long driveway in their buggy. She stood next to the house and waited for them. Samuel parked the horse and buggy in the shade. Cherish squinted to see if anyone was in the back seat, silently hoping Harriet wasn't with them. She was relieved when only Ada got out. "Morning!" Cherish walked over to them. "Morning, Cherish." Samuel gave her a nod. "Ah, Cherish, good to see you up this early." Ada stood staring at her. "The couples will be coming in about an hour or so. Favor is still asleep, and they all want to wait for Favor. They have this thing where they all must go everywhere together. I told them to leave Simon and Favor behind and come with us, but they wouldn't leave them behind." "Great! Can we have a quick word?" Cherish asked Ada. "Of course we can." Ada looked at Samuel and nodded for him to go inside. Then both Cherish and Ada walked up the porch's steps and sat on the chairs. Cherish put her coffee on the small table between them. "It's a beautiful day. Not a cloud in sight." Ada looked out across the orchard to the horizon. "Yeah, I'm going to miss it here." "And we will miss you too." Ada winked at her. "Is Mom okay with me getting married so soon?" "She is." "Is she thinking clearly?" Ada turned to face her more fully. "It's done. The date is set, and the bishop has approved everything." "I know." "Wilma has done nothing but think about your wedding for the last few years." "She has?" Cherish was more than a little surprised about that. "Yeah, and more so after Favor's wedding. She hoped you'd marry someone from around here, but that wasn't to be. Unless you could persuade Malachi to move here, "We'll be living on the farm. That's always been my plan." Ada took a deep breath, her chest visibly rising up and down. "All of us have our own heart's desires we must follow. You needn't worry about Wilma any more, Cherish. You've done that for too long. Samuel and I will always be here, and I'll call you every other week and let you know how she's doing." Cherish was relieved that Ada was on board with the speedy wedding. She leaned forward and squeezed Ada's hand. "Thank you." Suddenly, the front door opened. Ada and Cherish turned to see Malachi walking toward them. Ada looked at Cherish and patted her hand. "It's time for you to start your life. We can talk more later." Ada pushed herself out of the chair and nodded at Malachi as she walked past him into the house. Malachi stopped when he reached Cherish. "Sorry, did I interrupt something?" "No, it's fine." He sat down in the chair that Ada had just left. "After breakfast, Wilma wants us to tell Florence and Carter we have set a date for the wedding." "Good idea. There are so many things to arrange. Florence will need to know so she can make the dresses in time. Malachi looked at the mug on the table. Ah, coffee. He picked it up and took a mouthful. You're welcome, Cherish said. He made a face. It's cold. I'll make you another one. Your own this time. He laughed. What's mine will soon be yours, and the other way around. That'll include coffee. You'll have to get used to it. Crystal opened the front door and leaned around the doorway. Good morning, lovebirds. I've been told to let you know that breakfast is ready. Malachi chuckled. Good morning. I was going to make the breakfast, Cherish said. Too late. Wilma's already done it. Shall we? Malachi jumped up and put his arm out towards Cherish. She grabbed onto it, and they walked into the house. Chapter 2. After Cherish had finished her chores, Cherish and Malachi made their way through the orchard to Florence and Carter's house. The branches above them formed a canopy that the sun shone through, creating dappled patterns on the ground. Cherish held on to Malachi's arm. I'm going to miss you when you're gone. I'll be going for a good reason and coming back for an even better one. When I get back home, I'll fix the place ready for you. It's fine just the way it is. Don't change a thing. I don't want it to lose its charm. It's got no charm. It'll have charm when you get there. Cherish laughed at his corny words. Leave it with me. I'll make it the very best it can be. They came to the fence line, and Malachi held the wires apart for Cherish to slip through. Then he moved through to join her, and they continued walking. I hope your folks will be at our wedding, and the rest of your family. Will they mind that the wedding will be at the orchard, so far away? They come from Little Creek, right? Cherish asked. That's right. You've got a good memory. They won't mind, but I'm not certain my parents will be coming. None of them? Cherish asked. That's right. You haven't even told me anything about them. What's your mother like? Nothing like Simon's mother, so you've got no worries there. She's pretty much a regular mother. Cherish was a little concerned. He referred to his mother as regular. Most people she knew thought their mothers were the very best mothers in the world. Why wasn't he praising his mother or saying how much he loved her? She's regular. Is that all you have to say about her? Pretty much. Cherish wondered how she'd describe Wilma if anyone asked. Wilma didn't often demonstrate affection, but Cherish knew she loved each of her children more than anything. She had also been through some tough times with giving up a baby when she was a teenager, raising her first husband's 3 children, and having 6 children of her own. Then she survived the death of 2 husbands. Cherish would never describe Wilma as a regular mother. Cherish knew she had to find out more about Malachi's family, but she knew asking him direct questions would get her nowhere. She had to wait for the right time. I knew your mother was nothing like Harriet because you're not living with her. She has let you leave the house, and she didn't come with you. Malachi grinned. This is true. I'm not sure how Simon does it. I need independence and my own place. You'll have to share that place soon, Cherish teased. Yes, but I won't mind sharing it with you. But I guess since it's technically your farm, you'll be sharing it with me. He looked down at her and smiled. It's ours. As they walked, Cherish pointed to the old cottage. That's where Carter and Florence used to live. Now they live in the huge house at the front of it. I've seen it from the road. It's huge. Carter sold his company for millions and built the house. They could live anywhere, but they choose to live here. So they can be close to Wilma? That's right, I guess. And Florence loves the orchard. I sometimes wish I had the same passion she has for it. Then the time that we were apart might not have been so hard on me. Malachi smiled at her. Well, we don't have to worry about being apart anymore. Well, we won't have to in a few weeks. Just one more little separation, but I'm sure we'll both be good with that." She turned to him. "I'm so eager to start our lives together." "Me too. It feels like a dream." Carter's dog, Spot, came bolting towards them. He wagged his tail happily and jumped up and down at Cherish's feet. Cherish laughed as Malachi leaned down to pat him. "It's Spot, isn't it?" he asked. "That's right. He likes you." Malachi stood up. "He probably smells caramel on me." As they continued walking toward the house, Malachi looked up at the large white columns on either side of the front door. It certainly was grand. Before they could knock, Florence was already opening it. "Hi, Cherish and Malachi. Please come in." Malachi took his hat off as he followed Cherish inside. Spot ran in behind them. Carter was sitting at the dining table reading the newspaper, while Iris, their daughter, colored at the table. Carter closed his paper and stood up. He shook Malachi's hand. "Welcome. Please have a seat." Cherish sat next to Iris, and Malachi sat on her other side while Florence made them coffee from the shiny, built-in coffee machine. "Aunt Cherish, look at my picture." Iris held up her piece of paper. She'd drawn a house with 2 trees on either side. "Wow, I love it. Did you say hello to Malachi?" She looked over. "Hello, Malachi." "Soon it'll be Uncle Malachi," Cherish told her. "When we get married, he'll be your uncle." Iris grinned and went back to coloring. Malachi looked up at the high ceilings. "I like your house, Carter. Cherish told me you built it yourself." Carter pushed back his shoulders as though he were proud of himself. "I designed it in conjunction with an architect. Or rather, 2 architects, because the first one sacked me." Florence laughed. "Carter is hard to work with. He's very detail-oriented, and he kept changing his mind. He drove the first architect mad." Carter leaned back in his chair. "I'm not sure about that. Our second one handled it. It was hard work, and it took a very long time to build, but it was worth it. We only had 2 small bedrooms, 1 small kitchen, and 1 tiny living area in the cottage. It was hard for me to work from home and do online meetings from the old kitchen." "You survived." Florence put cups of coffee out for Malachi and Cherish and sat down with them at the table. "We have some news to tell you both." Cherish looked at Malachi. "Yes?" Florence looked from one to the other. "We've talked to the bishop, and we have a definite date for the wedding next month." "Oh, how wonderful!" Florence clasped her hands together, and Cherish was glad she seemed so pleased. "Congratulations again, and welcome to the family, Malachi," Carter said. "I hope you're prepared for what's to come." Florence slapped Carter on his shoulder. "Don't listen to him, Malachi. The family's not that bad. Anyway, you've met most of them now, so there should be no surprises. The only ones you haven't met are Earl and Miriam and their children." "That's right, I haven't met them." Malachi nodded at them both. "I suppose Cherish has met all your family by now," Florence said. Malachi opened his mouth to respond, but he felt a tug on his arm. He looked down and saw Iris had jumped off her chair and was right next to him. "Do you like my picture?" she asked. Malachi took the picture and examined it closely before handing it back to her. "Yes, I like it a lot. Very colorful." Iris seemed happy and skipped away. Cherish chuckled to herself. Kids seemed to warm to him. The more she got to know him, the more she fell in love with him. "Florence, I wonder if I can steal a moment of your time?" Cherish asked. "Of course. Let's sit out the back and let the men catch up." Cherish loved Florence's house, although she wouldn't like to have a home as big as hers because it would take too long to clean it all. Their porch was large, and their chairs were very comfortable. She sat next to Florence as they gazed out across the large lawn, and beyond that, to their orchard. "What did you want to chat with me about?" Florence crossed her legs. Cherish bit her fingernails. "Mom, You can't keep worrying about Wilma. You shouldn't feel guilty for wanting a family of your own.
Everyone tells me this, but why doesn't it help me feel any better?
It might take some time for her to adjust, but she'll be okay. She has more support around her than she realizes. I think she's been too focused on you because you're the last to leave. You're the baby. That's what she struggles with most. But she knows it's not right to hold you back.
She realizes that now.
Cherish sighed. If I kept worrying about Wilma, I'd still be at the orchard, a lonely spinster. I never would have married Carter, and I would never have had Iris. Hearing Florence speak like this made Cherish confident she was doing the right thing.
You're right. I want what you and Carter have, and I've been blessed with Malachi. The last thing I want is to make him wait. I'd be devastated to lose him. I don't want to wait either. I've done that for far too long already.
Exactly. Wilma will be focused on the wedding now anyway, and we'll make sure we go over there more often and help where we can. She even invited us to the family dinner recently, so she's including us more.
She's invited you before, but you never came.
Florence looked down. I never truly felt welcome, but now it's as though Wilma and I have come to a silent agreement. We need each other. In time, I hope she'll soften toward Carter. I've already seen small signs of that happening.
I'm sorry that I didn't understand why you left all those years ago. I thought you ran out on us. Now I realize you weren't running away. You were running to something.
Don't think about that now. That's in the past. I didn't want to leave the community, but Carter will never join. I knew that back then. I haven't left Gott.
Yes, I can see your point of view now.
Thank you, Cherish. That means a lot. Now, what color do you want the dresses? Cherish looked at her blankly.
I have no idea.
Florence laughed. We'll go to the fabric store tomorrow. That should give you plenty of inspiration.
Danke, Florence.
Who are your attendants?
I was thinking of having Crystal in favor. I haven't asked Crystal yet, but I'm sure she'll be happy about it.
I'll need their measurements, and I'll need Malachi's.
You don't need to worry about him. He's got a suit at home he wants to wear. It's a black suit.
Okay, if that's what he wants. But I can sew him a new one if he likes.
No, Malachi's happy to wear that one. The couples are staying for another day at least, so...
Do you think Harriet and Favor will want to choose fabrics with us?
Probably not. I guess Mom will want to come. Harriet doesn't seem to go anywhere unless the four of them go together.
Besides me, there'll only be room for 4 other people in the car. I'll drive us there. It'll be faster if we go there and back by car.
That'll be great. Thank you. It'll give me more time to get some things done.
Cherish stared hard at Florence.
Wait, you can drive?
Florence laughed. I can. Carter taught me. I've been driving for over a year now.
I never knew.
I was scared at first, but it's easy once you get the hang of it. Let's get back inside and I'll get your measurements. Chapter 3. That afternoon, Cherish and Malachi sat out the back of the shed that looked out over the horizon. It had become their favorite spot, and the only place they could be alone. Malachi was leaving any day, and she wanted to spend as much time with him as possible. Still, she found it hard to stop thinking about her encounter with Travis at Levi's funeral. Cherish tapped her foot. She knew Travis couldn't possibly be Levi's son, or that would mean Levi had wandered from Gott when he was 30. 30 was not young, so it was kind of an unthinkable thing for him to have done. It would have been much more forgivable if he'd done something like that as a reckless teen, or during his Rumspringa. What if Travis came to the orchard and told Wilma he was Levi's son? She couldn't think of anything worse than him confronting Wilma in her vulnerable state. You seem nervous. Are you okay? Malachi's voice snapped her out of her thoughts. He had always been so good at reading her. You know you can tell me anything, yeah? We're about to be married. Your troubles are my troubles now. Cherish faced Malachi and looked into his dark, caring eyes. She felt relieved simply looking at him. She knew she could tell him anything, and it would stay between them.
It's about Levi, she started.
What about him?
I bumped into a man. He's a lawyer who helped me years ago.
Helped you with what? Malachi frowned.
It's a long story. Nothing serious. Crystal and I didn't always get along. It was back when she was threatening to release stories about my family. A reporter also got involved and wanted to tell some stories about us. Things got pretty nasty, and, well, this lawyer helped me get out of that situation.
Malachi sat back and stroked his chin. Ah, the journalist that got the job in New York. Cherish sat up straight.
That's right. You had a friend offer him a job. You never did tell me everything about that. How did you know the man who gave him that job? You said the man owed you a favor.
He swiped his hand through the air. Nothing much. Don't worry about it.
I'm not worried. I just realized there's a lot about you I don't know, and you know everything about me. I told you back then about the lawyer who wrote letters for me, didn't I? That's right, I did. It worries me sometimes that I know so little about you.
He tapped the end of her nose. You're cute when you're worried. We won't have any secrets between us. Tell me what you're worried about, and I'll tell you my life story another time. Cherish twirled her cop strings in her fingers. She knew Malachi would open up to her when he was ready, and no amount of coaxing would make one bit of difference.
Anyway, this lawyer, I bumped into him at the auction.
Cherish swallowed hard. I'm listening.
He told me he's here looking for his father. He found out a few years ago that his father was an Amish man, and that his name was Levi.
Cherish didn't like saying it out loud. Malachi raised his eyebrows. Your stepfather? Cherish looked down.
No, definitely not. I haven't stopped thinking about it. Maybe Levi wasn't aware of the child. Maybe it was from before he married Bliss's mother. That would explain it, in part.
So Levi's not his father? Or could he be? Cherish bit her lip.
I don't know for sure. How could I? I'm afraid this man, Travis, will knock on the door and try to talk to Mom. Could you imagine? In the state she's in now, she wouldn't cope.
I'm sure that won't happen. If he was going to do that, he would have done it when Levi was alive. His words calmed Cherish a little.
I hope you're right. But now that opportunity is gone. The whole time Travis knew me, he would have thought his father could be Levi. That's all the information he knows. That his father's name is Levi, and he's in this community. There was no name on his birth certificate. He's going on what his mother told him.
Malachi leaned forward and held onto her hand. They were silent for a moment before Malachi spoke. What if Levi is Travis's father? Cherish looked at him, stunned. Malachi continued, We all have a past. Cherish's mouth fell open.
Tell me you don't have a child who will knock on our door one day.
Of course not. That's not even a possibility.
Phew, I'm glad we got that out of the way. It was a question I never thought to ask.
How many people in your community are called Levi? Are there many of them? Cherish took a moment to think.
None. Oh, no. This will ruin Mom, and it'll ruin the way she thought about Levi.
If you're afraid of this man coming to the house, perhaps you could go and talk to him. Find out everything he knows about his father. There could be other things he hasn't told you. Cherish looked at Malachi.
Perhaps that's the best thing to do. I'll talk to him again.
She was already calmer.
Thanks for listening. You make everything seem a lot better. I wish you didn't have to leave.
Malachi laughed. I'm just glad it's not goodbye, and I won't have to wait a few years to see you this time.
I couldn't bear that if it happened again. That was so hard.
Cherish trembled at the thought. I'll be back, and then we'll be getting married the next day. She held onto his arm tighter.
Try to come back sooner if you can.
I'll try, but it's up to Ruth if she can look after the place again. Cherish shuffled closer to him. They stayed there until Cherish had to go back to help cook the evening meal. Chapter 4. The next day, Ada and her visitors arrived early in the morning. Cherish and Favor escaped outside to milk the cow. It was far too early in the morning to deal with Harriet or Ada. Cherish filled her lungs with the cool morning air as she brought the cow over for Favor to milk. Favor sat on the stool. Then, as Favor milked, Cherish munched on an apple. Favor twisted so she could talk to Cherish as she continued milking.
It's so lovely being back at the orchard. I've missed it here so much. Yeah, we've missed you too. It's a lot quieter without you.
Cherish noticed Favor was squirting the milk, but not all of it was going into the bucket.
This cow is wonderful, and I hate cows usually. This one gives so much milk, not like Harriet's cows. Harriet makes me milk them for hours, and there's hardly any milk. She thinks it's because of the way I milk them. Can you believe that? To think that there's a proper way to milk a cow. I mean, really.
Cherish was a little concerned about Favor's constant frustration with her life. Suddenly, there came a voice from behind them. Cherish, you're just the person I wanted to see. Cherish turned around to see Harriet walking toward them.
Here I am.
Harriet stood in front of them with one hand placed on her hip.
Now I'm sure you remember I made Favor's beautiful wedding dress. I would be honored to make your wedding dress, Cherish.
Cherish's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. She looked at Favor, who looked back at her, shaking her head.
Oh, that is kind of you, Harriet, but it's not a bother. I've got plenty of free time on my hands. We were only supposed to be staying a few days, and I've been overwhelmingly bored here. It will give me something to do until we leave. Then I can finish it off at home and bring it back in time for one final fitting. What do you say, Cherish? You'd make me very happy. That's very kind of you. However, you loved my wedding dress, didn't you, Favor? Harriet asked.
Favor stopped milking the cow and stared at her mother-in-law.
It was unique. Florence has already offered to make a dress for me,
Cherish blurted out loudly so she could be heard over Harriet. She cleared her throat and lowered the volume of her voice.
We have already arranged it, and we're going to pick up fabrics today for the dress and the attendance dresses.
Cherish scratched her neck nervously, wondering what Harriet would make of her outburst. Harriet was silent for a moment.
Okay, she said. If you don't accept my gift, I'm sure Favor will be delighted to have me make a dress for her to wear at your wedding. I'll make you another unique dress, Favor.
Favor thought back to how she'd felt on her wedding day when she'd tried on the dress Harriet had made. It had been the ugliest dress she'd ever seen. And not only that, but it didn't fit in any way, shape, or form. Favor shook her head to erase the memory. She wasn't going through that again.
Sorry, Harriet, but I'm going to be an attendant. Aren't I, Cherish?
Cherish nodded.
That's right, you are. Thank you for your kind offer, Harriet. Yes, thank you, Favor added.
Harriet sighed.
Oh, well, never mind.
She looked over Favor's shoulder as she milked the cow.
What are you doing? You're doing it all wrong. Do I have to show you how to do it again? I'm doing it right, Favor said. Scoot over.
Harriet ignored Favor's resistance as she moved Favor off the stool and took over the milking.
"That's how you do it," she said. "If you can't do it right, you shouldn't do it at all." "I was doing fine," said Favor, her cheeks reddening in anger. "I know how to milk a cow."
Harriet let out a squawk.
"Oh, Favor, you make me laugh."
Cherish smiled awkwardly, wanting so badly to be somewhere else right now.
"Oh, well, if you're happy to leave half the milk in the cow and the rest soaking into the ground, it's up to you."
Harriet stood up.
"The cow will be complaining from pain before her afternoon milking. Don't say I didn't tell you."
Harriet got up and walked away. Cherish looked at Favor.
"I thought Mom was bad." "Yeah, I nearly had a heart attack when she offered to make me another dress."
Favor made a face. Cherish laughed.
"I've missed you a lot, Favor." "I know. I'm a very missable person."
Chapter 5. Later that day, Cherish rode with Wilma and Ada in Florence's car to the fabric store. Cherish was thrilled to be planning her wedding. She had dreamt of this day since she was a little girl, but every time she let herself get excited, her thoughts would drift back to Levi, and she'd feel sad again. She was aware that her mother was still upset, and hoped today would help cheer her up.
"Isn't this exciting, Wilma? Going to pick out fabrics for Cherish's wedding," Ada said.
Wilma looked out the window at the stores they were passing.
"Yeah. And to think, there was a time when we never thought she'd marry."
Ada looked at Cherish.
"For a while there, we thought there might be something wrong with you, like a loose screw or something."
Ada laughed to herself. And this whole time, she was simply in love with a man who lived too far away for either of you to know how she felt, Florence said.
"Yeah, you're right," Wilma said. "We were a little suspicious, though, weren't we, Ada?" "A little. I'm glad Cherish didn't run away to get married like you did, Florence."
Ada crossed her arms. Florence said nothing, but Cherish could sense the tension in the air and wanted to lighten the mood.
"I'm so grateful, Florence. Thank you for organizing this in such a short amount of time."
"It's my pleasure."
"And thank you, Mom and Ada."
Cherish turned to look at them both in the back seat.
"I'm so excited to start a family with Malachi and bring the children back to play with all their cousins."
Wilma wiped a tear from her cheek. "Levi would have been so happy." Ada took her hand in hers.
"He was happy. He gave Malachi his blessing, remember?"
Wilma nodded.
"That's true. He would have loved to see you in your wedding dress, Cherish. He would have loved to be there at your wedding."
"Levi would have given his full approval of everything, I'm sure," Florence said.
"He did," Wilma said. "He wanted them to marry. He told me I had to let Cherish go so she could live her life. I'm fulfilling his last wish. That's the last thing we spoke of."
Cherish blinked back tears. She didn't want to cry again. Everything was so bright and colorful inside the fabric store. The materials were arranged so that each aisle had shades of each color. A beautiful peach color stood next to a delicate lavender. White was next to a soft blush, and so on. Florence led them towards the right side of the store to the softer colors. Straight away, Cherish saw a beautiful blue fabric. It shimmered in the sunlight that streamed through the window. She held the fabric against her face and smelled it. The fragrance was a hint of fresh flowers, roses. Ada laughed when she saw Cherish's expression.
"It's clean. We can't take you anywhere without you doing something odd."
Cherish didn't care. The fabric was perfect, soft and light, almost weightless.
"This is the one."
"It's beautiful. I like that one too," Florence agreed.
"What are your thoughts, Mom?" Cherish asked.
"It's perfect." Wilma wiped away a tear that had trickled down her cheek. "Oh, I'm not sure why I'm crying." Ada patted Wilma's back.
Very nice, Cherish. It'll be wunderbar, especially with Florence making the dress.
Thank you, Ada. Perhaps a plum color would go perfectly for the attendants' dresses, Florence suggested. Cherish looked at Wilma.
I thought I'd let Mom choose the fabric for those.
A big smile came across Wilma's face. The gesture touched her. A plum color would be lovely. They moved to all the plum shades, and Wilma chose one that she liked. Do you like this one, Cherish?
I love it.
Good, Florence said. And of course, I'll sew you both dresses, too. Florence nodded at Ada and Wilma. Oh, Florence, how could you possibly? That's too much to take on in too short a time. Never mind us. Wilma looked to the side. Nonsense. Cherish is only getting married once. Plus, it's my wedding gift. Now go and choose a fabric each of you like. Florence grabbed Cherish by the arm and led her to the fabrics on the other side of the store. Ada followed.
Thank you, Florence. It's been a while since someone has done that for me.
It's not a bother. I told you it's my wedding gift.
It's not my wedding.
Ada laughed and then went to join Wilma, who was already busy exploring the other side of the store.
Never say no to a gift, Cherish said. Thanks for doing all this, Florence. When we were younger, you made all our clothes. Well, not many for me, because I always got stuck with the hand-me-downs.
Florence laughed. Yes, but they'd often wear out by the time they got to you. I remember making a few dresses for you.
That's right.
Cherish missed those old days when they were young, and Florence still lived with them. Chapter 6. After they bought the fabric for the dresses, they decided to pay Crystal a visit at the quilt store. It was only a few blocks away, and with it being such a lovely day, they decided to walk there. When they entered the store, they were surprised to see Matthew leaning casually on the counter. Both of Crystal's hands rested on the other side of the counter. Crystal and Matthew were laughing, but they both stopped when they noticed they had company.
Hi, everyone.
Crystal stood up straight.
Matthew, what are you doing here? Ada asked.
I was just passing by on my lunch break.
What for? Don't you have lunch back at the orchard? Ada asked.
Matthew seemed embarrassed.
Oh, would you look at the time?
He glanced at the clock on the wall.
I'd better get going, or I'll be late back to work. Ladies.
He placed his hat back on his head as he brushed past them and headed to the front door. Before he walked out, he turned around to Crystal and smiled at her. Ada and Wilma looked at each other as they saw Crystal smile back at him. When the door closed behind him, Wilma turned to face Crystal.
What was that all about? Wilma asked. What?
Crystal's face was beet red.
Why was Matthew here? Ada asked. Oh, I'm not sure. He's been coming in a lot on his lunch breaks lately. Interesting.
Ada looked at Wilma and raised an eyebrow. Wilma nodded. Interesting that he gets a lunch break long enough to do something else besides eat lunch.
We've come from the fabric shop,
Cherish said excitedly.
Can I see?
Crystal moved out from behind the counter. Cherish pulled out the fabric of her wedding dress.
Oh, Cherish, it's going to be so beautiful. And this is the color of the attendants' dresses, which you'll be wearing.
She pulled the plum fabric out of Florence's bag and laid it on the counter. Crystal looked up at her.
Wait, I'll be wearing it? Are you asking me to be an attendant?
Cherish nodded.
Of course, you'll be one of them. I'm only having 2. But you've got so many sisters. And you are one of them now.
Crystal hugged Cherish tightly.
Dinka, Cherish. It means so much to me. What's happening with you and Matthew? Ada asked bluntly. I always see you two together.
Crystal let go of Cherish.
Nothing.
It's clear the poor boy likes you, Crystal, Wilma chimed in.
He does? Yeah, he does, Ada said. And he's no longer a boy, Wilma. He's a man.
Crystal thought for a moment.
I wouldn't want to ruin our friendship. And you know, Matthew, he's nice to everyone, not only me.
Not since you started living at the orchard. Wilma picked up a quilt and unfolded it so she could get a better look at it.
Yeah, it's true. I have noticed that too.
Ada nodded. Crystal looked at Cherish. Cherish couldn't help but laugh. She knew what it was like to be grilled by Ada and Wilma, but she also knew there was no point in trying to silence them. It was also the most she'd heard her mother speak since Levi passed, so she was pleased about that, at least. "Is now a good time to get your measurements?" Florence asked Crystal. "It'll only take me a minute."
Of course.
Crystal walked to the front door and placed a sign up that read, "Back in 5 minutes." They got home to discover that Harriet and Favor had made them a lovely meal and had baked pies for dessert. After the meal, Cherish pulled Favor to one side.
You seem to be getting along well with Harriet. We get along sometimes. Honestly, I don't dislike her. I just don't agree with most of the things she says and does. Also, I don't agree with anything she thinks.
Cherish burst out laughing.
Well, she can't be too bad if she cooks like that. You think I'm making it all up? No, of course not. I've seen what she's like. I'm just trying to make you feel better about living with her. Thanks. I appreciate the thought, but nothing will make me feel better about that. You do have to try, or you'll be miserable. I get your point. I'll try to notice her good side, because she does have one.
Cherish laughed again.
That's a good thing. Everyone has a good side. I guess so. Who's doing the washing up?
Ada threw out the hint loud enough for Cherish and Favor to hear.
I guess that'll be us, Favor said. No, you cooked the meal. I'll wash up. I'll do it, and that way I can spend more time with you. Sounds good to me, Cherish said.
Chapter 7. Cherish was the first person awake the following day. She had tossed and turned all night, thinking about Travis. She didn't believe that Levi could be his father for 1 minute, but she was worried that a rumor might reach Wilma's ears. Malachi was due to leave that day, and he deserved her full attention. Malachi had suggested she talk to Travis, and she knew that's what she had to do. Cherish wanted to do something nice for Malachi, so she decided to cook him a big breakfast before the long journey ahead. She sprang out of bed, got changed, and walked downstairs. When she entered the kitchen, she saw Favor drinking coffee at the kitchen table.
"You're over here early."
Cherish pulled a mug out of the cupboard. She sat down beside her and poured herself some coffee.
"You're awake at last. How long have you been here? Are you here by yourself?" "Yes. I sneaked out and took one of Samuel's horses and buggies. He won't mind. I know you've got a lot going on, but I need to talk with someone. I've been sitting here waiting for you to wake up." "What's on your mind?"
It must have been something huge for Favor to be awake this early.
"She's horrible," Favor whispered. "She's constantly telling me what to do. I can't stand it." "Who? Harriet?" Cherish asked. "Yes. I thought you were going to see the best in her." "I was, but it's hard. She's always telling me how to act, even what to wear, like I'm a child." "That sounds hard."
Cherish blew on her coffee.
"It is, especially because Simon's always taking her side."
Favor sighed and gazed out the window.
"I know I sound like I'm complaining, and I don't like hearing myself speak like this."
Cherish placed her hand on top of hers.
"I'm so sorry, Favor. If there's anything I can do, let me know."
"Thanks." Favor looked away, heaving a sigh.
"I'm not certain she cares about anyone but herself, and I'm not sure how Simon can cope with a mother like that. He's probably used to her by now. Favor nodded, tears welling in her eyes. It's like she thinks she's the center of the universe or something. Everything has to revolve around her. Favor sniffled and wiped her nose with a paper napkin. Do you think I'm crazy? Am I too hard on her? Cherish shrugged her shoulders. Maybe try to see things from her point of view. I'm sure she means well. It's how she goes about things that frustrates you. Yeah, sure, Favor said. I have no clue what to do. I know what you're saying. I'll try to look past it. I know it must be hard. I'm not saying it'll be easy. Cherish. Yes? I shouldn't have taken Simon from you. I knew he liked you, but I liked him too. Cherish laughed. Don't ever worry about that. Yes, I liked him a little at first, but he wasn't the one for me. It wasn't like that. Just forget about it. You don't hate me? Favor asked. Of course not. We sorted this out ages ago. I wonder if Gott is punishing me for being so horrible. I want to try to be a better person. Favor dabbed at her eyes with another napkin. It's okay. There's nothing wrong with you. He's not punishing you. Favor took a long drink of coffee. I do love Simon, but it's his parents. Melvin's not so bad, but I'm going to be stuck with Harriet for the rest of my life. You'll probably adjust to her. Besides, you and Simon can always come and stay on the farm with Malachi and me whenever you want. Favor's face lit up. We can? Of course. We'd love to have you. Oh, Cherish. Favor jumped up, threw her arms around Cherish's shoulders, and squeezed her tightly. This is the best news ever. I will wake Simon and tell him we can move in with you. Wait, what? Before Cherish could say anything else, Favor was halfway out the door. Cherish bit her lip, wondering how Favor could have misunderstood what she'd said. Cherish sat there, listening to the clip-clop of hooves on the driveway. She'd have to sort out the misunderstanding later. She didn't mind them coming to stay for as long as they wanted, but she needed at least some alone time with Malachi when they were newlyweds. She shrugged off her thoughts when she realized she had to make a start on baking some bread. Chapter 8. Later that morning, the family sat around the table. Wilma, Crystal, and Debbie had woken in enough time to help Cherish finish cooking breakfast for everyone. Ada and Samuel had arrived along with the Copples. Malachi liked a big breakfast, so Cherish prepared fried eggs, bacon, mushrooms, hash browns, and sausages. Before frying them, she marinated the mushrooms and seasoned the eggs with her unique herb mix. She'd also managed to bake a fresh loaf of sourdough bread in time for breakfast. Cherish looked at the food spread out on the table and smiled. She was proud of herself. This was the best breakfast she'd ever prepared, even if she'd had a little help. Malachi looked down at the food and started filling his plate. This looks great. 2 plates were loaded high with fried eggs, while a tower of sausages sat at the other end of the table. Cherish filled a platter with sizzling bacon and another with fried mushrooms. Debbie had squeezed fresh orange juice for everyone to enjoy, and Wilma and Ada arranged a fruit bowl. After everyone had said their silent prayers of thanks for the food, Malachi squeezed Cherish's hand under the table. Well, let's dig in, Ada announced. Matthew walked in the door and stood looking at the food. Morning, everyone. Pull up a chair, Wilma said. He rubbed his chin. Are you sure? Of course. You're always welcome. There's so much food this morning. Thank you, ladies, Matthew said. Don't thank us. All we did was prepare the fruit. Matthew sat quickly and closed his eyes to give thanks for the food. Cherish was up early, making Malachi's favorite breakfast for his final morning with us, Ada said. Malachi looked at Cherish. You were? Cherish chuckled. Yeah. Thank you,
She may be lazy, but she can cook. I'll give her that.
Ada had a bite of her toast.
She was up at the crack of dawn to prepare.
Favor smiled at Cherish excitedly. Cherish couldn't believe Ada's comment. She wasn't lazy at all. What if Malachi started to believe she was lazy? As everyone ate, Cherish started worrying about something else. She felt sick at the thought of telling Malachi that Favor and Simon might be moving in. Malachi, you've got a long road ahead of you. Make sure you eat enough food, Wilma said.
Thank you. I'll be sure to. But I'm not doing the driving, so I can have a sleep if I want. Malachi, who has been taking care of your duck while you've been gone? Melvin asked.
Malachi frowned.
He's not a duck. He's a goose.
Harriet laughed.
Oh, it's the same thing.
Nay, it's not.
Malachi looked down at his food and continued eating.
So, where is it?
Harriet asked.
He's at the farm, Malachi said.
Cherish had to cover for Malachi's abruptness.
Our friend Ruth is taking care of Wally right now.
Well, he must miss you. He followed you everywhere, even inside the house, Melvin said.
Harriet hit Melvin on the arm playfully.
Aren't you glad he's not here now? Can you believe we ate breakfast in the company of a goose when we were at Cherish's farm?
Harriet laughed.
I was gonna ask you about that, Cherish.
Malachi turned to face her. Cherish wondered what he was going to ask her in front of everyone.
Ask me about what?
Ruth says Wally's been acting anxious. I don't think I can leave him this long again.
A duck can get anxious?
Harriet whispered to Melvin, loud enough for everyone to hear. She froze when she noticed everyone staring at her.
Oh, sorry. I've got strong vocal cords.
She laughed awkwardly.
Do go on, Malachi.
Malachi looked at her, then looked back at Cherish.
I was thinking of bringing him back with me for the wedding.
Harriet gasped, shocked at the suggestion. Ada and Harriet glanced at each other, and silent messages passed between them. Slight eyebrow movements and lip curls were involved. Cherish held her breath and looked at her mother. That's not a problem at all, Malachi. We love animals, and we love Wally. You're more than welcome to bring him back here. Wilma took a sip of her tea. Cherish nodded.
Of course. We'd love him to be here.
And how will you get him here? In a car?
Melvin looked at Malachi.
It won't be a comfortable journey in that car. The poor thing will be crushed in the back with no room to walk around. I can put hay in the back and make a bed for him, Malachi replied. We'll stop frequently. He won't mind.
Oh, you're a thoughtful one.
Harriet laughed as she served herself some food. Malachi ignored her comment and turned to Cherish.
Are you sure Caramel is okay with geese?
He was fine with them at the park. That's settled then, Crystal said. Cherish has told me all about Wally. I'm so excited to meet him. He sounds like a lovable animal.
Yes, he is, Malachi agreed. I look forward to meeting him too. It'll be the first goose pet I will have met, Matthew said.
Samuel chuckled.
You might start a trend, Malachi.
Malachi grinned.
Maybe. They do make excellent pets.
Wilma sighed. Bliss thinks rabbits make good pets, but they're vermin. They do so much damage to the farmland. Cherish's mind wandered as Wilma talked about how horrible rabbits were and how awful it was to have Cherish's birds in the house because of all the seeds they scattered over the floor. Chapter 9. Once everyone finished their breakfast, the family stayed at the table for another half an hour to enjoy Malachi's company before he had to leave. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door.
I'll get it,
Crystal said, jumping to her feet.
Who could that be?
Ada asked. Wilma waved a hand in the air.
It could be anyone. When Crystal opened the door, she was surprised and delighted to see Eddie standing on her doorstep, holding a casserole dish, a pot of honey, and flowers tucked under his arm. He stood at the edge of the porch. She stepped out to meet him, and a cool breeze swept over her. Eddie looked good in a blue shirt that matched the color of his eyes.
How are you?
A giant smile spread across his face. Crystal, I'm happy to see you. Did you stay in the community? I guessed that when I hadn't heard from you. She looked down.
I'm sorry. I should have let you know what I was doing. But there had been so much going on. Thanks for your offer of help when I was going to leave that time.
No problem. I heard about Levi. He nodded at what was in his hands. These are for Wilma. Also the flowers.
Come in. She's in the kitchen.
Eddie followed Crystal through the house and into the kitchen that opened into a large dining room. Ah, Eddie. Wonderful to see you, Wilma said. Cherish, pour Eddie some hot tea, would you? Cherish stood up and walked over to the kitchen bench, smiling at Eddie as she passed him. Eddie sat down next to Wilma, and Crystal took the items from Eddie and set them down on the table. I'm sorry for your loss, Wilma. We only just heard. My folks send their condolences. Wilma nodded. Thank you. I can't imagine what you're going through. Eddie lowered his gaze. It's been tough, but I'll be okay. I have many friends and some family that are still around. My mother cooked you a casserole, and I brought some fresh honey and flowers. Wilma's face lit up. That's so nice of her. Thank your mother for me. We can always do with more of your honey. Cherish walked back over with a cup of hot tea, put it down on the table for Eddie, and sat back down next to Malachi. Eddie, this is Malachi, Cherish's soon-to-be husband, Ada said. Is that right? I didn't realize you were getting married, Cherish. He leaned over and shook Malachi's hand. Nice to meet you. You too. Eddie, is it? That's right. And we are the couples. Harriet paused for a moment before continuing. I'm Harriet, this is Melvin, and this is my son, Simon. It didn't escape Cherish's notice that Harriet was the spokesperson for the family. Perhaps that was because Melvin was quiet, and Harriet had to step forward.
Eddie's bees help the orchard, and the nectar from the tree blossoms makes his honey nice, Cherish said. His honey is the best I've ever tasted.
Crystal smiled at Eddie, who smiled back at her. Cherish noticed Matthew eyeing them suspiciously. He wouldn't have known how close Crystal and Eddie had been at one point, or the friendship they'd maintained some time ago. Sorry, I'm unable to stay for long. I must be off. I've got a lot of errands to run this morning, Eddie said. So soon? You must stay for some breakfast, Wilma insisted. I'll be late if I don't get going now. I'm on my way to a hive removal. Crystal stood up. I'll walk you out. Wilma looked at Crystal. Thanks again, Eddie. You're welcome, Wilma. Eddie turned to the couples. Nice to meet you all. Cherish saw Matthew scratch his neck uncomfortably while watching Crystal walk outside with Eddie. Crystal couldn't stop staring at Eddie. He seemed more tanned than the last time she had seen him. The stubble on his chin hid his square jawline. She hadn't seen him with a beard before, and it looked good on him. She'd been in the community for so long that she wasn't used to seeing a beard on an unmarried man. They stood on the front porch, looking at one another. Thank you for stopping by, Crystal said. It's my pleasure. How is Wilma holding up? As good as can be expected. Down some days, okay on others. And how are you doing? He asked. I've been okay. Eddie moved closer. Just okay? Yes. She smiled back at him. Well, it's been great to see you. Why don't we catch up soon? I'd like that a lot.
Crystal couldn't wipe the smile from her face, no matter how much she tried.
"It was so good seeing you again."
He had always listened when she talked about her feelings, and had never expected her to be someone she wasn't. "I'll be in touch." He gave her a wave and then walked to his truck. "Don't be a stranger," he called out when he reached his vehicle.
"I won't."
When Crystal got back inside, she overheard Harriet asking Wilma about Eddie. It seemed she thought they shouldn't be so friendly with Englishers, even though Eddie was a neighbor. Ada took over the conversation.
"You see, Harriet, without Eddie and his bees, the orchard wouldn't be able to survive. Isn't that right, Matthew?" "That's correct. New research says the more bees that visit an orchard, the higher the fruit production. We need his bees, and he needs our trees for the honey."
Harriet raised her eyebrows.
"Couldn't you get your own bees?"
"We could, but we've got all the work we can handle running the orchard. Besides, why fix what's not broken?" Wilma said. Crystal felt good about Matthew's response. After that, Harriet didn't have a thing to say. Chapter 10. As the hire car for Malachi pulled up in the driveway, Cherish stood on the porch, looking deep into Malachi's dark eyes.
"I already miss you."
Cherish wiped a tear away. Malachi laughed.
"It's only for a little while. At least it's not goodbye until who knows when."
"I can't believe we'll be married soon."
Malachi moved closer to her.
"I hope the time goes fast."
"Me too."
"I hate having to leave you."
He wrapped his arms around her and held her tight. She was pleased everyone had already said goodbye to him, and they were allowing them a moment alone. After their hug, Cherish watched Malachi carry his black duffel bag to the car. As he got in, he looked up at her, grinning. Cherish waved as the car drove away from the house. She leaned against the porch post and watched the car disappear. Without him, she felt empty. She sat down and told herself that she'd soon be leaving the orchard, so she should fully enjoy the time she had left. That could only be done by putting Malachi out of her mind as much as she could. Her thoughts turned to Bliss, and she realized she hadn't seen her in the last couple of days. She decided to race through her chores to make time to see her. When Cherish arrived at Bliss's house later that day, she knocked on the door and let herself in. She knew Adam would be at work and saw no reason to wait for her half-sister to open the door.
"Hello, it's Cherish. Anyone home?"
When she heard nothing, she walked into the kitchen. She found Bliss sitting at the table, crying. Cherish ran over to her. She noticed large notebooks were thrown on the floor, surrounded by pieces of screwed-up paper.
"Bliss, are you okay?"
Bliss sniffed as she looked up at her.
"I feel so bad, Cherish. I was so worried about fixing this house that I missed out on spending time with Dot." "No, you didn't. You were with him for all of your life."
"Not the last few months." Cherish patted her back.
"I know it's hard, but do you remember what Levi used to say to us? Our biggest lessons are learned from our hardest trials."
Cherish bit her lip. That probably wasn't much help.
"I can't seem to shake this guilt. It's like this pain has taken over. I can't change what I've done. It's too late to make amends."
Bliss looked around the room.
"Why do I have to have everything so perfect? What's wrong with me?"
Cherish looked at the kitchen that Bliss was determined needed changing. It was perfect the way it was.
"There's nothing wrong with you. None of us expected him to die so suddenly."
Bliss nodded.
"I knew he was sick, but I honestly thought he had years left, Cherish. We all did. I feel like an orphan now. It's the strangest feeling. Wait, I am an orphan."
"I know what you mean. I felt like that when my father died."
Thanks, Cherish. Bliss sniffed again. Sit down. Cherish sat on the chair beside Bliss. Malachi left. He'll be back a day or two before the wedding. You'll miss him. I already do. How's Mom? I should go over and see her more, but it's hard. I want to talk about Dot, and I'm not sure if she wants to do that. I'm sure she'd appreciate talking about him. We should always talk about him. We never want to forget him. Bliss nodded. I'll see her soon, in a day or two. Anyway, we have a lot to celebrate now. I'm sorry for bothering you with my troubles. We should be focusing on your wedding. Don't be silly. Your troubles are my troubles. I'm struggling too with knowing the right way to feel. On the one hand, I'm so thrilled to be marrying Malachi. But on the other, I'm so sad about Levi. And I'll be moving, leaving Mom alone. I've got so many emotions all mixed up. Focus on being happy. Don't worry about Mom anymore. She's approved, and she's aware you'll be leaving soon to start your own family. She won't be sad when your kin are running around the orchard. It will all be worth it. Yeah, you're right. Besides, she's still got Crystal and Debbie living there. Yeah, but they work all day. In the daytime, Mom has Ada and Samuel. Not to mention Matthew and the other workers that are always around, coming and going. She won't get a minute to herself. That's true. Dinka, I feel so much better after talking to you. Oh, no problem at all. I'm always here if you need to talk. A smile hinted around Bliss's lips. I guess I have to be happy that I had my father for so long. That's right. Some people don't know who their father is at all. Cherish's thoughts turned to Travis. He didn't know who his father was. Cherish looked at Bliss, knowing she'd be devastated to learn Levi had a child she'd never known about. No, it couldn't be true. She had to talk to Travis again, but she didn't want to. Cherish drove those thoughts from her mind. Bliss brightened up. Do you want to see our baby rabbits? You have baby rabbits again? Cherish couldn't help but be excited. Bliss laughed. Yeah, they're only a few days old. Come, I'll show you. Cherish bounced off the chair and followed Bliss out the back door and around to the side of the house where the rabbit's cage was. Cherish was amazed at the new enclosure. It was more like a house. It even had a red roof, the same color as Bliss and Adam's house. 3 tiny rabbits hopped around while the mother rabbit lay on her side, chewing grass. One baby was white, one was black, and one was brown. The rabbits are cute, but their cage is like nothing I've ever seen. Do you like it? Bliss asked. I saw the vision in my head, and Adam brought it to life. Cherish laughed. It's like something I would have imagined you'd have. See? Bliss said, pointing to a small hole in the bottom of the door. The rabbits can go in and out this way to the other area. They hide there when it's raining. Cherish looked closely at the hole. It's like a secret door. Yeah, I guess. Cherish said, Make sure they don't get out of this enclosure. You know what would happen to them if a farmer saw them. I know. They can't escape. Don't worry. Bliss opened the door of the enclosure, and they slipped inside. Sit down, Bliss said as she made herself comfortable on the grass. Do you want to pet them? Bliss asked. Cherish put her fingers up to the rabbit behind its ear, but it ducked its head. What should I do? Bliss picked one up and petted it. They like it when I pet their ears. They get all floppy. Cherish leaned over to pet one of the little rabbits. The rabbit let her stroke his ears, and she giggled. Bliss, do you have any advice for me? Advice for what? Marriage. You and Adam have been happily married for years. My life is about to change dramatically. And, well, to be honest, I'm a little scared. Bliss laughed. Oh, Cherish, there's nothing to be scared of. Marriage is a beautiful thing. My advice would be to find some common interests with Malachi. For example, Adam and I share an interest in rabbits. We love them. They're like our babies. That might change when we have babies of our own. That day will come soon, I hope.
Cherish watched as Bliss cuddled a baby bunny. She recalled the day that they both met Adam. It was at an auction, and he was selling baby rabbits at a stall. Cherish saw him from a distance and was intrigued by his looks. He was so different, with his light brown hair and golden sun-kissed skin. Cherish was the first to approach him, and she bought a baby rabbit for Bliss. Cherish was sure Adam liked her, but everything changed when he met Bliss. Bliss wrote to him when he left to go home, but Cherish intercepted that letter with one of her own, from Bliss, saying how wonderful Cherish was. When he got that letter, he came back to see Bliss. Later, Cherish found out that he thought Bliss was a wonderful and kind woman for saying such nice things about her sister. Even when he learned the truth, that didn't stop him from loving Bliss. Adam had been right. Bliss was all those things, and he'd been right to choose her.
Thanks, Bliss. That's good advice. You're very kind. You're the kindest person I've ever known. I only hope Malachi and I will be as happy as you and Adam.
Bliss laughed.
Danka, and you will be. I know it.
They hugged in the middle of the rabbit enclosure, surrounded by bunnies with a tiny baby rabbit between them. Chapter 11. When Cherish was in bed that evening, she couldn't shake a gut-wrenching, guilty feeling. She sat up and patted Caramel, who was on the end of her bed. How could she leave her mother alone? Was it selfish of her? She had to find out what her mother's true feelings were. Mom was far too good at concealing things. She got out of bed, pulled on her robe, and made her way to her mother's room. She knocked before pushing the door open. Wilma was propped up by pillows, reading her Bible in bed. She put her Bible down and took off her reading glasses when she saw Cherish.
"Hi, Mom."
Cherish sat at the end of her bed.
"What is it? Can't you sleep?"
Cherish could tell she was exhausted, most likely from all their visitors.
"I wanted to see how you are."
Wilma sighed. "I'll be better after a good night's sleep. I feel like I haven't slept in days."
"Yeah, I know the feeling."
Cherish stared ahead, not knowing where to look.
"Is there something you wanted to talk to me about? It's late."
Cherish swallowed hard.
"I can't help but wonder if you will be okay here without me. Is it selfish for me to leave you at a time like this? Are you sure you're okay with this?"
Wilma leaned forward and took Cherish's hand in hers. "I'll be fine. It's what Levi wanted for you. Don't worry about me being lonely. I'm sure I'll get used to it again as Debbie and Crystal move out. They might never leave. Or if they leave, I'm sure someone else will come to stay. Since I've come to this house, I've never been alone. I will trust in God, as I've always done."
"Okay, Mom. As long as you're sure it's okay."
"Yeah, that's what I said. Now, no more talk about it."
"Okay."
Cherish inhaled deeply, feeling a lot better. "But there is one thing I've been meaning to talk to you about," Wilma said.
"What is it?"
"I was wondering if you knew what to expect on your wedding night." Cherish was uncomfortable straight away. She was shocked that her mother would even utter such a thing. Wilma persisted. "It's important to be prepared. You need to know what to expect." Cherish blocked her ears.
"Please stop."
"You should know what you're—" Cherish cut her off.
"You're right. It is late. Thanks for the chat."
Cherish jumped to her feet. Wilma sighed. "You should know—"
"Please, let's never talk about this again."
As Cherish was walking out the door, she heard her mother give a little giggle. Mom then put her glasses back on and mumbled, "Daughters always think they know everything about everything." Cherish hurried back to her room and closed the door behind her. She slipped between the cool sheets, and this time had no trouble drifting off to sleep. Chapter 12. The following day, Cherish ate breakfast, relaxing at the table. After sleeping in that morning, she was surprised when Ada and Wilma hadn't questioned her about it or accused her of being lazy. She figured it was because they were excited about the wedding plans. The couples, Ada and Samuel, were also at the orchard for breakfast. It was a full house. Matthew was there too, sitting next to Crystal.
Cherish, you must try my hash brown bake. I made it this morning, and I showed Ada and Wilma how I make it. I'll cook it for your wedding if you like it, Harriet said.
Cherish forced a smile. Why would she want to eat hash browns at her wedding? She didn't want breakfast food at her wedding.
Thanks, Harriet.
Cherish looked down at her plate and continued eating. She looked up when she sensed Harriet staring at her. Cherish spooned some hash brown bake onto her plate. Then she continued eating her eggs. When she looked up again, Harriet was still looking at her. She took a bite of the hash brown bake to make the woman stop staring at her. Cherish was surprised. It tasted good.
It's delicious. Thank you.
Harriet clapped her hands excitedly.
So it's settled then. I'll prepare a few of my favorite dishes for the wedding.
Ada looked at Wilma and saw her fists were clenched. Ada faced Harriet in her chair. "Harriet, this will be the last time Wilma can cook for her daughter's wedding. So we will follow her lead and help her prepare whatever food she decides. We've spent days planning who is doing what regarding the food." Ada put her hand over Wilma's fist and felt it soften underneath her palm. Harriet rolled her eyes.
Okay. I'm just trying to help, that's all.
Everyone at the table was shocked by how straightforward Ada had been with Harriet. It was almost as if she felt she needed to protect Wilma now that Levi wasn't there. Cherish felt a little sorry for Harriet.
I'm sure Mom appreciates all the help she can get, Harriet, and this is delicious. I'd love to have this at my wedding.
I've got to say I agree. This hash brown bake is amazing,
Matthew said with his mouth half full.
Why, thank you, Matthew, Harriet said happily.
I could eat it for days.
Crystal kicked Matthew under the table.
Ouch,
he shouted. Crystal smiled and shrugged her shoulders when everyone looked their way.
You're here an awful lot, Matthew. Don't they feed you where you live?
Harriet laughed as she cut into her food. Matthew frowned and hung his head.
He likes Wilma's food, Crystal said. And the company, Ada added as she nodded in Crystal's direction.
Cherish was amused when she saw Matthew's face go bright red. She'd never seen him embarrassed. Harriet wasn't done with her questions.
Are you courting anyone, Matthew?
Matthew shook his head.
No.
What about you, Crystal? You two make a fine pair. Don't you think, Melvin?
Melvin cleared his throat.
Sure.
Cherish couldn't help but giggle at how awkward Crystal and Matthew looked. It was starting to be fun having Harriet around.
You're leaving tomorrow, is that right?
Matthew asked Harriet. Crystal nearly choked on her food, but Harriet didn't seem to catch on that he was being smart with her.
That's right. Oh, I can't wait to get home and see our sheep.
Harriet took a large spoonful of food and munched on it loudly.
I wish we could stay here until the wedding.
Favor frowned and looked at Simon, who kept eating his food, not picking up on her hint.
Mom, you would like me and Simon to stay until the wedding, wouldn't you?
Favor asked.
What do you mean, stay?
Harriet narrowed her eyes at Favor.
You can't stay here until the wedding. You and I need to be there to help the men while they tend to the sheep. You also need to help me with the chores."
Favor crossed her arms and said nothing. "You and Simon can stay if you like. Your sister only gets married once. You can help us plan the wedding." Wilma kept her head down and continued eating, as though she hadn't heard a word Harriet had said. Harriet's mouth dropped open.
"Simon, you want to stay here that badly, too?"
Simon looked up from his food and swallowed hard. He looked at Favor, who was staring at him with crossed arms.
I don't mind. You and Favor can decide between yourselves. Excuse me."
Simon got up and walked out of the room. Favor was in shock. He was still letting Harriet control their lives. Harriet raised her eyebrows.
"There's too much for Melvin and me to do alone, Favor. You two will come back with us tomorrow. End of conversation. Don't you agree, Melvin?"
Melvin looked up from his food.
"There is a lot of work waiting for us. There always is."
Harriet stared at him.
"Well, just say yes, you agree."
"I agree with you by saying that. So, yes, I agree that they should come back with us."
Melvin continued eating. Favor stood up and stormed off after Simon. She found him sitting on the porch.
"Things get too hot in there for you, Simon?"
Favor stood over him, tapping the toe of her boot on the boards of the porch.
"I'm sorry, Favor. You know we can't leave them to do all the work alone. They're old, and we had only planned on coming here for a few days."
"Well, I'm not leaving. My sister only gets married once, and I want to be there for Mom. She needs me here, too."
Ma already let us stay for much longer than we had planned. I think you're being unreasonable."
"Unreasonable?"
Favor's face burned with anger.
"I see you're never going to change."
She stormed off, but Simon managed to move fast, and he stood in front of her before she reached the door.
"I could talk them into letting you stay here by yourself, but I'd miss you too much."
All Favor's anger melted away.
"You'd really miss me?"
"Of course I would. I don't think I can be without you, even for a day."
She looked into his eyes and saw his sincerity.
"Okay, I'll come back with you. I don't want to be without you, either."
He put his arms around her.
"You're everything to me."
She moved close to him and rested her head on his shoulder.
"You're everything to me, too. It's only right that we go everywhere together. I just wish we could be alone sometimes. Just the two of us."
"That'll happen, Favor. Just trust me."
She looked up into his eyes.
"I'm trusting you. Just don't let me down."
"I never will. We have plans for our own place. Everything will be okay in time."
"I'm sorry. I've been so hard to get along with. I know I've been horrid. This is not the real me."
He hugged her tighter.
"It's fine. I like it when you think for yourself and you don't go along with everything."
"You do?"
"Yeah. Why do you think I married you? I love all of you, the good and the bad."
"Thank you, Simon."
A giggle escaped Favor's lips. They hugged each other for a few more moments, until Harriet came out looking for them to check that they were okay. Chapter 13. Later that day, Cherish drove to Joy's house. Being the last of her sisters to get married, she wanted to get all the advice she could before making that step with Malachi. She parked her buggy near the front door before walking up the path. As she came closer to the house, she heard Audrey screaming from inside. It was uncomfortable to Cherish's ears. She was sure her children would never make a noise like that. She knocked on the door and opened it slightly. Suddenly, Faith was at the door. A huge smile spread across her face when she saw Cherish.
Hi, Auntie Cherish.
She flung the door open and wrapped her arms around Cherish's waist. Cherish laughed. Hi, Faith. Faith ran through the house, screaming,
Auntie Cherish is here.
I'll be there in a minute, Joy called out from one of the bedrooms. Take your time. Cherish followed Faith into the living room and sat down. She watched as Faith played on the rug with brightly painted wooden toys. Then Faith pulled out a doll from her toy box and put the doll in the toy wagon. What are you playing with? Cherish asked. Faith looked up.
I'm playing with my doll.
Cherish smiled. What's its name?
It's a mommy doll.
That's so cute, Cherish said. I used to play with dolls when I was a little girl. Faith's face lit up.
You did?
Yeah.
Where are your dolls now?
I'm not sure. They might be in the attic or something. Faith smiled and went back to playing with her toys. Cherish looked up when she heard footsteps coming closer. Joy was walking toward her with Audrey in her arms. Audrey's face was red and screwed up from crying. I give up, Joy said, as she sat Audrey on the ground to play with Faith. I've been trying for 50 minutes to get her to sleep. She can have an early bedtime tonight. Cherish moved toward Audrey. Don't comfort her. Leave her and come with me. She'll be fine. Joy walked towards the kitchen and signaled for Cherish to follow. I'll make us some coffee. Cherish felt awful leaving Audrey, but she did what Joy had asked. Once she was in the kitchen, she sat down at the table. Joy served Cherish a slice of banana bread and put the kettle on to boil. She looked flustered, and her dark hair was spilling out from under her prayer cup, as though she'd been out in a strong wind. How are you feeling, Cherish? Are you excited for your big day?
Yeah, I am.
Cherish took a bite of her banana bread. It was warm and moist. She closed her eyes and took in all the different flavors. Sweet, savory, buttery. It was delicious. When she opened her eyes, Joy was pouring her coffee. I see you like banana bread, Joy chuckled. It's a new recipe. I only made it this morning. Cherish swallowed her mouthful. It's amazing. I love it. You'll have to give me the recipe. So, what brings you here today? It can't be the banana bread, because you didn't know I was baking it. Joy sat down beside Cherish. I wanted to ask if you have any advice for me before I get married. Joy smiled. Marriage is beautiful. You're going to love having your own family. It's the most rewarding thing in the world. Isaac and I liked each other straight away. It seems you and Malachi did too. You'll be fine. Thanks, Joy. I think so too, but it can't hurt to get some advice. As long as Isaac gets his food, he's happy. Cherish took a deep breath. Malachi's used to fending for himself, so he'll probably be happy with anything I give him. I'll try to do my best. How has Mom been? She's okay. Cherish sipped her coffee. She must be very wealthy now that Levi has passed. Cherish frowned and set her cup down. What do you mean? Levi had many houses, and many people owed him money. Mom has never mentioned it, Cherish said. She knows he had houses. I'm not sure where they all are, but Isaac and I lived in one of them before moving here. Remember? Joy asked. That's right. Come to think of it, I did know he loaned people money, but he would never ask for it back. Mom will probably never see it. If he didn't ask for it, there's no way that she would. Besides, what about Bliss and her 2 older brothers? Wouldn't they get the money? I'm not sure. I wonder if Levi had a will. Joy stared into space. I don't know. So, do you have any advice for me about marriage other than feeding him? I'm nervous. What kind of advice? Any advice you'd be willing to share. Joy tapped her chin. It's always important to have balance in the relationship. Isaac likes food, so I always make sure we've got delicious food in the house. Cherish laughed. That's a good tip, but you already talked about food, so that doesn't count. I also like to take a walk every day. I'm fond of the outdoors. If I don't get out of the house, I never know what might happen.
I've heard that walking is good for you.
It's good for the mind and body. Isaac tries to walk with me sometimes. He's been an active man all his life, and now he works all day in the shop. He prefers the outdoors, but the shop gives him a regular wage.
I'd like to find a hobby Malachi and I can do together. Bliss and Adam have their rabbits, so that's like a hobby they share.
You'll have the farm to share with him. Just enjoy being newlyweds for a while and don't overthink things.
I'll try,
Cherish said, as she took another sip of coffee. You'll be fine. Malachi won't be far away if you need help with the kinner. I'm here with them all day until he comes home. Faith was an easy child, but Audrey is not so easy. I don't know how Mom raised 9.
Well, she did have Florence. She helped a lot.
Joy grinned. That's true. You used to call Florence Mom when you were little. Cherish's eyes opened wide.
Did I?
Yeah, you did.
What did I call Mom then?
Cherish asked. You called her Mom, too.
Cherish thought for a moment. Florence was like our mother. She was our second mother.
I'm so glad she only moved next door when she left.
Yeah, me too.
Cherish took another mouthful of coffee. Chapter 14. When Cherish arrived back at the orchard, she parked her horse and buggy next to Ada and Samuel's. As she unhitched the buggy, Ada walked over to her.
Where have you been, Cherish?
At Joy's place.
Well, we're not staying here for the evening meal. We'll feed our guests at our house. They've got an early morning, and Harriet wants to be well rested for their journey. Wilma needs a quiet night, too. She's been tired today.
Okay.
Cherish stopped what she'd been doing and rolled a pebble under her boot.
What's wrong with you? You seem distracted and restless.
I'm wondering if I can ask you something.
Me? You want to ask me something?
That's right. You and Samuel have a good relationship. What's your secret for a happy marriage?
Ada lifted her chin and pulled her shoulders back.
The husband is always in charge. Always listen to your husband. That's my advice to you.
Cherish had to hold in her laughter. Samuel could never get a word in. Ada was the one who always made the decisions and told Samuel what to do all the time. Ada continued giving her advice.
It takes a good woman to make a good husband, and a good husband to make a good woman. Put him ahead of yourself, and if he does the same, there will be no problems. I'm not saying your path will be free of holes in the road, but together you can go around them.
Cherish nodded.
Okay, I think I understand.
I'm positive you will have no issues with Malachi. It's clear that he loves you, and he's even-tempered.
Cherish's heart overflowed with love any time Malachi was mentioned. She couldn't wait to be his wife. Cherish and Ada looked at the house when they heard talking. The couples were making their way down the porch steps while Wilma followed.
I'm sorry we can't stay for dinner tonight, Wilma. Although I'm sure you're sick of us by now,
Harriet laughed. It's not a bother. I'd never be sick of you. It's been so delightful to see you all. Favor walked over and hugged her mother tight.
I wish we could stay longer.
Wilma rubbed her on the back. You'll be back here before you know it. Make sure you get an early night. You've got a big trip ahead of you tomorrow. Cherish watched as everyone said their goodbyes. Then it was her turn. Favor ran to her and held her tightly.
Oh, Cherish, I'm going to miss you more than ever.
I'll miss you too.
You must call me and keep me updated with your wedding plans, okay?
Of course I will.
Danka.
Favor wiped a tear from her eye.
Hey, everything will be okay,
Cherish whispered.
I know,
Favor whispered back.
As soon as I can convince Simon to move to your farm, everything will be perfect.
Cherish straightened up and laughed awkwardly.
Have you already talked to Simon about that? Naturally. He said no, but I'm making it my mission. He will cave soon, or I might be alone coming to live with you.
Cherish laughed awkwardly as Favor hugged her tightly once more. Was this going to be one of those holes in the road that Ada had mentioned? Chapter 15. The Couple's Farm the following night. Melvin had made an error when he'd ordered the car and driver, resulting in them arriving home in the middle of the night instead of mid-afternoon. Harriet walked ahead of the others, leaving Simon and Favor to carry all the bags. Favor wanted to stay at the orchard so badly. She hated that she couldn't be there with Cherish leading up to her wedding. She put the heavy bags down in the doorway. Simon placed his hand on her shoulder as she stood up.
"Ah, it's so good to be home," Harriet exclaimed.
"I'll say, that trip felt like it took forever," Melvin said. "I'm starved."
"Let me see if I can whip up some hot chocolate and a small snack before heading to bed. Sound good?"
Harriet turned to face Simon and Favor. Favor didn't say anything. She walked to her bedroom and closed the door behind her. Simon looked at his father, who shrugged. Simon said to his mother,
"That would be wonderful. I'm hungry too."
"What's wrong with Favor?" Harriet asked.
"She's tired."
"Come, Simon," Harriet said. "Now that Favor has gone to bed, we can have some time together. Just the three of us, like old times."
Simon scratched his neck nervously and looked down the hallway to his bedroom door.
"Okay, sounds good."
Favor fell onto her bed. She could not believe Harriet would not allow her and Simon to remain at the orchard without them. How selfish could she be? Grown adults should be allowed to do whatever they want, whenever they want. Favor was furious with Simon for not coming into the bedroom to see what was wrong with her and calm her down. How much more of this could she stand? Being a mama's boy wasn't going to work anymore. Now that she had somewhere else to live, she was even more determined than ever to give him an ultimatum. He could stay there with his parents or move with her to Cherish's farm. Her thoughts drifted to the house Simon's parents were planning to build for them. It wasn't real. It was nothing more than a carrot that they were dangling in front of her. Even if it were true, she didn't want to be so close to her in-laws. She didn't need to be. She couldn't live the rest of her life in the wretched place, surrounded by sheep. If she never saw another sheep in her life, she'd be a happy woman. The following day, Favor woke up as the door of her room opened. Simon had woken earlier, and now he was back with a mug of coffee. He walked in and sat down on the chair next to their bed. He held the mug in his hand. The smell of the freshly ground coffee beans lured her into a seated position. She rubbed her eyes, breathing heavily. She was glad she'd slept through Harriet's daily complaints about him bringing her coffee. The walls were thin, and she always heard every mean word Harriet said. "Good morning," he said as he handed Favor her hot drink. "You stormed off to bed early last night. You were fast asleep when I came to bed." "I stormed off? Okay, I guess I did." She took a sip of coffee. "What's wrong? I can tell you're in a mood already." Favor raised her voice. "In a mood already?" She felt her cheeks grow hot. Okay, calm down. I shouldn't have said that. I mean, I can tell you're not happy about something." "Of course I'm not happy, Simon. My stepfather has just died, and I wasn't allowed to stay with my mother to make sure she was okay. I can't be with my baby sister to help her plan her wedding, even though no one else is there to help her. Without your parents, we would still be at the orchard if we were living alone. You and I, alone. I would be there to plan my baby sister's wedding, and I'd also be there to comfort my mother in her time of need." Favor took a deep breath. She knew she repeated herself a few times, and Harriet and Melvin would have heard every word she'd said. "I'm not sure why you're calling Cherish a baby. She's a grown woman.
but I understand what you're saying. No, you don't, Simon. And I've had about enough of it. It's always Harriet's way or the highway, even at the expense of my feelings. I can't do this anymore.
Favor handed him the coffee and swung her legs over the side of the bed.
What do you mean? I mean it's over. It's over between us. No, it's not. Don't say that.
Simon stood, put the coffee down, and dropped to his knees beside her.
We can work it out.
She regretted her strong words and hated seeing her husband so sad. But Harriet would rule both their lives if she weren't strong.
I'm going back to the orchard, and you can stay here forever with your parents. No, please don't say that, Favor. Please. What can I do? Tell me what to do, and I'll do it. You can move to Cherish's farm with me for an extended stay until we find our own place to live. I've had enough of it, and this is the only thing that will make me happy. Otherwise, okay, I'll do it. I will move there with you.
A giant smile came across Favor's face.
Really? Yes, of course. You're my wife, and I don't want to lose you. All I want is for you to be happy. It makes me feel so good to see you smile. Smile for me now, would you?
She wasn't ready to do that just yet.
I'll smile when you tell Harriet right now that we're going. I'll tell her soon, but not now.
Favor leaned closer and whispered,
Please, Simon. You know she's been listening. She always listens to our conversations. She's probably already heard every word we've said anyway.
Simon looked over his shoulder at the door.
Okay, I will.
He walked out of the room, and Favor's head hit the pillow. Adrenaline was still pumping through her body. She was proud of what she'd said, and so happy Simon had agreed to move away with her. It showed her that Simon truly loved her. It had been a while, and Simon hadn't returned, so Favor ventured out of her room. She was surprised no one was in the house. Everyone had gone about their chores for the day, and apparently Simon had left without even telling her. Favor glanced at the kitchen table. It was empty. She looked over at the sink full of dirty dishes. Her jaw dropped open. She couldn't believe Harriet hadn't saved her any food. Not only that, but Harriet had also left her with the dirty dishes to clean. Favor turned her nose up and stomped outside. Favor stood on the back porch and saw Harriet near the barn, milking a cow. Harriet looked up and signaled for Favor to come over there. While Favor walked over, she decided to try to be civil with her. It was the least she could do now that she had got her way, and they'd be moving to Cherish's farm as soon as Cherish and Malachi got married.
Morning, Harriet. How are you today? Favor asked. I'm well, Favor. And you?
Harriet kept her head down as she milked the cow. Favor was surprised she didn't ask her to milk the other cow.
I'm okay. Thank you for letting me stay a few extra days at the orchard. I do appreciate it.
It's not a bother. Your family is our family. Simon doesn't have any siblings, making your family even more important to us. Favor's heart sank. She'd never heard Harriet speak like this before. It was like her walls had come down, and a softer side appeared. I'm sorry for not saving you any breakfast. I can never tell when you'll be awake. Instead of serving you cold eggs, it would be better to cook you breakfast when you woke up, unless you've already fixed yourself something. Have you? A pang of guilt hit Favor's heart. She shouldn't have been thinking all those horrid things about her. Had she heard everything Simon and she had spoken about earlier?
Oh, that's nice of you. Thank you. I can fix myself something, though. And after I do that, I can clean the kitchen.
Harriet turned away.
Very well.
If Simon had told his mother they were leaving, that meant Harriet was being friendly to try and make them stay. If that was so, that was manipulation at its finest. I've done this cow, but the other still needs to be milked. Grab the bucket and start doing your chores for the day. Favor stood on the spot, not moving. Favor? Harriet looked up, and their eyes met.
Yes, Ma.
Harriet grinned.
You remembered to call me Ma.
That's right. You keep reminding me, so I was bound to remember in the end.
Harriet's face beamed.
Don't worry about the milking. You go in and get yourself some breakfast. I'll finish up here.
Are you sure?
Favor asked.
I'm sure.
Thanks, Ma.
Favor was surprised that she'd got out of milking. If Harriet was being friendly out of manipulation, two could play that game. She'd be nice to Harriet and see what happened. Chapter 16. Days Later. Cherish couldn't get Travis out of her mind. She wasn't keen on speaking with him, and she wasn't sure if it was the right thing to do. Maybe it would prompt him to investigate more vigorously, which might mean a few more people finding out. Cherish couldn't allow that to happen. Florence and Carter always gave great advice, and Carter had been in a similar situation to Travis. Cherish decided she would need their help in determining what to do. It was early afternoon, and she had just finished washing the dishes after lunch. She dried her hands on a dish towel and headed toward Florence and Carter's house. She spotted Wilma walking through rows of apple trees. Wilma had her head down as she strolled and wiped her eyes. It was unusual to see Wilma in the orchard. She usually preferred to stay in the house. Cherish's heart sank. She felt so sorry for her mother. The last thing her mother needed at this time was to have doubts about Levi's character. But if it was true, maybe Levi had told Mom about it. No, she decided. Levi would never turn his back on a child, so it might be possible Levi never knew that he had a child somewhere out there. There were so many questions, and they all had zero answers. Cherish placed her hand on her head. It would have been a lot easier if Travis had come to them before Levi died, and it could have been sorted out. Not knowing if it was true or not was disturbing. When she arrived at Florence's house, Florence opened the door with a plate of cookies in her hand. "Hello, come in. I've just baked cookies. Want one?"
You know the answer to that.
Cherish took 2 cookies and followed Florence into the kitchen.
Auntie Cherish!
Iris ran over and hugged her legs.
Hi, Iris. How are you?
I'm good, she said, before running back to the living room to play with her toys. How's the wedding planning going? Florence asked, as Cherish sat down at the kitchen bench.
Yeah, it's going okay, Cherish replied. Mom and Ada are doing most of the planning with the food. I go along with whatever they decide.
Florence laughed. Just make sure it's what you want, too.
I will, Cherish said, but I don't mind as long as Mom's happy.
You're a good daughter, Florence replied. She picked up the teapot and poured Cherish a cup of tea. Cherish took the teacup from her.
Thanks.
Florence sat down next to Cherish. How's Wilma doing?
She's okay, I think. She strolls around a lot. She never used to do that. She was always glued to Ada's hip and always in the house. Now she's outside, walking.
There are many ways to mourn. I think it's good for her to be in the fresh air. She probably feels close to God outside. Cherish raised an eyebrow.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
There's something else bothering you, though, isn't there? Cherish bit her lip.
There is something I'd like to get your advice about.
Of course. What is it? Cherish sighed loudly before starting.
There's this man from outside the community. He's a lawyer, and I've met him a few times. I saw him again at the auction a few weeks ago.
Cherish stopped speaking. And? Florence asked.
He said he's here looking for his birth father. He's never met him before, but he said he found out he was a member of our community and that his name is Levi.
Florence frowned. That's strange. I know everyone, but I don't know anyone else named Levi around here. Although it's a common name in other communities. Maybe this man is mistaken about where his father was from.
Maybe.
Cherish hung her head. What do you think his intentions are?
I'm not sure, but I'm worried he'll show up at the house and talk to Wilma. Could you imagine? She'd be devastated.
You should talk with Carter. I called him inside before you arrived. He's outside with Spot. His lunch has been sitting here. He's probably on his way. Do you want a sandwich?
No, the cookies are fine.
Cherish pulled the plate of cookies closer. Cherish, Florence said, don't worry so much. We can only control what we can control. Florence stood up and went to the fridge. She pulled out a poppy seed cake and cut a slice for Cherish. As she placed it in front of Cherish, Carter came walking through the kitchen doorway. Ah, Cherish, how are you? Carter sat down across from her.
I'm good, Carter. How are you?
We're all good here. Cherish has something she wants to speak with you about. Florence filled a glass with lemonade and gave it to Carter along with a sandwich before she sat with them. What is it? He stared at her while taking a mouthful of lemonade. Cherish told him what she knew. Oh, I see. Carter stared into his drink.
I can't imagine Levi being involved with that kind of thing. His faith was stronger than anyone I've ever known before.
Cherish sipped on her tea, hoping Florence would agree with her. If Florence agreed, that would make her feel better about everything. Florence and Carter stayed silent.
You don't think it's our Levi, do you, Florence?
Cherish needed that reassurance. Florence took a moment to think. No, I think he's got the wrong man. Cherish let out the breath she'd been holding.
That's what I think.
I know how he feels, Carter said. I moved here to be closer to Wilma. Not that I ever planned to let anyone know who I was. I guess that's what the lawyer is doing, too. Why don't you talk to him? Find out what else he knows about his birth father.
Cherish nodded. I was hoping I wouldn't have to do that. I think he's already told me everything he knows.
Florence added, What about Daphne? She keeps records of all the Amish people and the genealogy.
I don't know about that. I wouldn't like to say too much. You know how words spread like fire.
You wouldn't have to tell her everything. Just that you encountered someone who's a certain age.
He said he's 38. That would mean that Levi would have been 30 when he was born. It doesn't add up.
Cherish looked down. Florence continued. And say that this man is convinced that their father is someone in the community.
Surely she'll ask the name, won't she? Cherish asked.
Tell her the man only has the name Levi. I'm sure Daphne will be discreet. She's come across things like this before. Don't worry.
Okay, thanks for your help.
Cherish reached for another cookie, knowing she'd have to talk with Travis again. Chapter 17. As Cherish walked home through the apple orchard, she looked for her mother. She spotted her sitting on the ground, leaning on a tree, staring into the distance. She walked over to her and sat on the ground beside her.
Are you okay, Mom?
Wilma patted her on the knee. Yes, dear. Don't worry about me. I know I'll feel better in time. It's just living through these next few months.
I'm sorry, Mom. I wish I could take the pain away.
Nay, that's not your job, Cherish. The wedding is helping me to heal. Wilma gazed out into the distance. It's a reminder that life is a cycle and keeps going on. Soon, none of us will be here. Wilma looked around at the trees. But the orchard will keep going. Cherish looked around her.
That's true.
I think that's what your father wanted. Cherish looked at Wilma.
What?
He wanted something that would keep going through the family, through the generations, to keep us all connected in life until we all meet again in God's house. Levi helped our family. Wilma sniffled. He got me through those dreadful years when Florence abandoned us.
She didn't abandon us, Mom. She left for love.
Wilma stayed quiet.
You don't think I'm abandoning you, do you? Cherish asked.
Wilma lowered her head. I know I've been selfish. I regret keeping you here, unhappy for all those years. It wasn't right of me. Cherish put her arm around her mother.
I don't want you to feel like that, Mom. If I had gone to the farm years ago, I wouldn't have got to spend as much time with Levi as I did. I'm so grateful for these last few years. I have so many good memories of living here with him and with you.
Wilma nodded as another tear fell from her cheek. Cherish was worried about her mother. She thought again of Travis showing up and ruining their fond memories of Levi. It would bring up many questions that Levi wouldn't be around to answer. Cherish and Wilma sat together in silence for a few moments longer before wandering back to the house. Wilma sat down in the living room with Ada, while Cherish boiled the kettle and poured them tea when they were inside. Then Cherish made her way to her bedroom. She knew she still had Travis's business card among her belongings. She'd seen it the other day when searching for Fenella's number. Cherish opened the drawer of her nightstand, lifted some odds and ends, and there it was at the bottom.
Yes,
she said aloud, as she picked up Travis's business card. Seeing the card had the address on its back, she decided to speak to him face to face rather than call him. That was a job for tomorrow.
Knock, knock.
Cherish spun around to see Ada standing in her doorway.
Can I come in?
Ada asked.
Of course.
Cherish sat on her bed, hiding the card under the side of her apron. Ada sat down beside her.
I'm worried about Wilma. She just left the house before without saying a thing. Then I saw her in the orchard. She's never done that.
Yeah, I know. I spoke to her. I think she's okay.
I know she says that. Maybe I worry too much. Anyway, I've decided we need to distract her more. Keep her busy. I figured tomorrow we would start on your wedding cakes.
Cherish frowned. There were still a few weeks until her wedding. Why would they be starting on her wedding cake so soon?
Are we going to freeze them to keep them fresh for the wedding?
Ada burst out laughing.
Oh, Cherish, you are a dear.
She shook her head.
No. We will prepare some cakes for you to try. You can pick your favorite flavors, and we will know what cakes we can bake for you.
Why don't we do what we always do? We make lots of cakes and buy lots of them, too.
Well, because I can't think of another distraction. Baking is good for someone's mood. Who can stay in a bad mood when they're baking? It gives someone a sense of purpose, and the smell of the cakes fills the house and puts everyone in a good mood. Don't you think so?
I see what you mean.
Yeah, okay.
That sounds good. Although I've got a few errands to run in town tomorrow.
Oh, good. You can leave early and stop by the store to pick up some sugar and other things. I'll give you a list.
Ada stood.
What time will you be back?
I'm not sure. I'll finish my chores in the morning before I head into town.
Suit yourself. We have enough sugar here to keep us going for a while. We can start preparing them after breakfast while you're gone.
Okay, sounds good. Cherish didn't care what flavor her cakes were. She was just happy she'd get to taste a variety of them. Chapter 18. Debbie and Crystal left for work the next day, while Ada, Wilma, and Cherish were in the kitchen. Cherish was nearly finished with her morning chores. She dried the last dish and put it away before drying her hands on a dish towel. She saw that Ada and her mother were already mixing cake batter. Cherish was disheartened when Ada pulled out the world's most miniature cake tin from the cupboard. It was a quarter of the size of a regular cake.
You're only making miniature cakes? Cherish asked. Of course. We have a variety of flavors for you to try. Who will eat all the leftovers if we make large ones?
Ada rolled her eyes.
We have several of these tins, and we can fit many of them in the oven simultaneously.
Don't you worry about what we're doing. Cherish would eat the whole thing if we made normal-sized cakes. Could you imagine? She wouldn't fit into her wedding dress, Wilma said with a laugh. She wouldn't care either. Just as long as she has cake, she'll be happy. Ada looked at Wilma, and they both laughed. Cherish didn't mind them laughing at her expense. She was happy her mother was in a good mood. Wilma walked over to the fridge and pulled out a jar of milk. Oh, I thought we had more milk than this. Cherish, did you get around to milking the cow this morning? Cherish froze. She had forgotten to milk the cow. She was too concerned with finishing her chores so that she could go and speak to Travis before he had a chance to show up here.
Nay, I forgot. Sorry.
Of course, it slipped her mind, Ada said. We'll need more milk for the cakes. Wilma placed the half-empty jar of milk in front of Cherish.
Okay, I'll do it now. Sometimes you do it, Mom, so would you like me to do it from now on?
That's true. I do it sometimes. Yeah, I'd prefer if you did it while you're here. Denka, Cherish, Ada said. Cherish made her way down towards the barn. Caramel spotted her and ran over. He jumped up and down until she patted him, even though he'd slept on her bed last night. We're off to milk the cow. None for you. It's for people. Well, more correctly, it's for cakes, which I guess will end up being for people. As she came to the barn, the phone rang. She ran to it and picked up the receiver. Hello? Cherish, it's Fenella. Cherish's face lit up.
Fenella! I've been trying to contact you for ages. What's been going on?
I'm sorry. My little brother is a complete beast. He told me he had a secret, and eventually I got it out of him that you called, and you're getting married. Is it true? Cherish smiled.
It is.
Oh, Cherish, I had no idea. Who's the lucky man? And where did you find him? And does he have any brothers? Cherish laughed. Didn't you get any of my letters? What letters? Fenella shrieked.
I've sent you so many letters. I wondered why you weren't replying.
Not again. That little brat. Cherish could sense the frustration in Fenella's voice. I'm sorry, Cherish. I'm sure it's my brother. He has a history of hiding letters. That's okay. I know what kids are like. I can't believe you've sent me letters. I'm so sorry. Don't be. I'll search his room and see if I can find them. So, who's the lucky man?
Malachi.
Wait, you're farm manager? Fenella asked. Cherish laughed. Yes. Oh, Cherish. I remember you speaking about him, but I had no idea you were in love with him. It's been a long time in the making. It sounds like it. How exciting. I wish I could find someone, but I don't like anyone. Does he have brothers? Cherish was uncomfortable with the question. She didn't know anything about his family. Come to the wedding and see for yourself. I sure will. How have you been? Busy. I've been cleaning at a bed and breakfast. It's an adorable old place. The money comes in handy. That's great to hear. Do you think you can get time off for my wedding? Of course. I'm so excited about it, and I'm so excited to see you, too. Cherish was relieved. Me too. When's the special day? Fenella asked. She told Fenella the date, which was in 3 weeks. Okay, great. I've got 2 weeks of leave. I've been saving my leave to come for a visit for the longest time. I will come next week and stay at my grandmother's place. That sounds great. I look forward to seeing you. I've missed talking to you. Maybe you'll meet someone at my wedding, get married, and move here. Oh, wait. I won't be here for much longer. Fenella laughed. I can only hope I'll meet someone. I better go and try to find these missing letters. I'll let you know how I do. I'm glad you're coming. Talk soon. Bye. Bye. Cherish put the phone down. She was thrilled her best friend was coming. She thought she may have done something to annoy her.
She grabbed the stool, walked over to the cow, and sat down. While she began the milking process, she thought about what she should say to Travis. Once Cherish finished milking the cow, she closed the barn door and quickly walked back to the house. In the kitchen, she poured the milk into 3 jars and placed them in front of Wilma and Ada.
"Are you in a rush or something?"
Ada asked. Cherish waved her hand in the air.
"Just want to get things done so I can enjoy these delicious cakes when I get back."
Ada eyed her suspiciously.
"Should we ask where you're going?"
"No. I'll see you two later."
Cherish ran out the front door.
"Don't forget the list of ingredients,"
Ada yelled. Cherish turned and ran back into the kitchen. She plucked the list from Ada's hand and ran out the front door. Chapter 19. As Cherish rode into town in her horse and buggy, her stomach churned with nerves. She knew Travis to be an honest man. If his story was true, she needed to get to the bottom of it. She drove past his office and parked her buggy on the other side of the road. She looked across the street and saw him walking outside with another well-dressed man in a suit. She bit her fingernails as she waited for the other man to go. When she finally saw him leave, she jumped out of her buggy and ran across the road.
"Travis!"
Cherish called out as he was about to go inside the building. He turned around, surprised to see her. "How are you, Cherish?" She stood before him, feeling more awkward than she'd ever felt before.
"Could I steal a minute of your time?"
"Of course. What's it regarding?" She looked around, making sure there was no one near.
"I wanted to talk with you more about your father."
Cherish hesitated a moment before continuing.
"Levi."
Travis scratched his neck. "I'm sorry. I've got another appointment now. It shouldn't go for too long. I can meet you at the coffee shop on the corner in an hour. How does that sound?" Cherish nodded.
"Okay, I've got some errands to run, and then I'll wait for you there."
As Travis walked into the building, Cherish headed to the supermarket to get the sugar and the other few items on Ada's list. After that, she drove to Crystal's shop to fill in the rest of the time. When Cherish opened the door, she saw Crystal standing behind the counter, seeming pleased with herself. Crystal looked up.
"Hey, I wasn't expecting to see you today." "I had to get out of the house. Why are you so happy?"
Crystal nodded at something next to her. Cherish stepped closer and looked behind the counter. She saw a tub of honey and a bunch of flowers.
"Eddie popped by and brought these for me. Isn't he sweet?" "Sweet? Sweet as honey?"
Cherish raised an eyebrow as she leaned against the counter.
"Eddie, hey? Is something going on with you two?" "No, of course not. I was shocked to see him at the orchard the other day, and then he showed up here today." "Do you like him?" Cherish asked.
Crystal thought for a moment.
"To be honest, there is something about him. He makes me feel like I'm good enough. I don't get that from the men in the community."
Cherish was shocked at what Crystal was saying. She wanted nothing more than for her friend to be happy, but she didn't want her to leave the community.
"He likes you if he brings you flowers." "You think?" "Yeah, of course." "I'm not sure. Maybe. We've been friends for a long time. Anyway, I wanted to ask, do you mind that your family doesn't have enough time to sew you a quilt for your wedding?"
Cherish frowned.
"I don't mind at all. Plus, I've got the one Malachi bought me from here." "Yeah, but your family didn't make it."
Cherish was confused. She wondered for a moment if the old trouble-making Crystal was back. She had never thought about that until now. Cherish looked at the clock on the wall.
"I've got to get back. I'll see you tonight." "Okay, Cherish. Thanks for stopping by."
Cherish got back into her horse and buggy and drove to the coffee shop down the road. As she got out of her buggy, she saw Travis in the coffee shop, seated near the window at one of the tables. She secured her horse, and after a deep breath, she walked inside.
"Travis, hi. Thanks for meeting me," she said as she slid into the booth with him.
It's my pleasure. I ordered you a coffee. I hope you don't mind. Do you want something to eat?
I'm fine. Thanks for the coffee.
Just then, the waiter placed 2 cups of coffee on the table. Once the waiter was gone, Travis asked,
Do you have some information for me?
Cherish shook her head.
I wanted to know if you knew anything else about your birth father.
Travis frowned at her.
All I know is that he is part of this community, and his first name is Levi.
And that's all the information you have?
Travis nodded.
Unfortunately, yes.
Do you mind if I ask how old you are?
38.
Yes, I thought that's what you told me. And what do you intend to do about it? I'm sorry, that came out rudely. I'm not sure of a polite way to say this, but the last thing my mother needs is for someone to knock on her door claiming to be Levi's son.
Her heart was pumping hard. She wasn't used to being this confrontational to someone she didn't know that well.
I would never do that. I won't cause trouble. I've kept the knowledge to myself for several years. I'd like to know where I came from, that's all. I had the best upbringing and was raised by my stepfather as though I were his own.
That's lovely. When did you find out he wasn't your birth father?
Travis blew on his coffee.
I found out when I was going through my parents' room as a kid. I was looking for where they hid the Christmas presents, and that's how I stumbled upon my birth certificate.
So you know his full name, then? It would have been on your birth certificate.
He shook his head.
No, it said the father was unknown. Then I found a marriage certificate. My mother and stepfather were married 2 years after I was born. I knew then that the man I thought was my father was my stepfather. It explained why we look like chalk and cheese.
I see. I wonder if I could ask you a favor?
Depends on what the favor is.
As you know, my stepfather Levi only recently passed. I'm afraid if word got out that Levi may have had another child, my mother wouldn't be able to cope. He's not that kind of person. I mean, he wasn't.
Of course. I completely understand.
I would love for you to find out who your real father is, but would you mind not coming to the orchard for at least another few months? Or at all?
Travis narrowed his eyes.
I already told you I won't do that. I wasn't planning on doing it anyway. I don't want to cause stress in anyone's life.
Thank you, Travis. There is a woman in the community who keeps all the family records. I could ask her questions to see if there's another Levi who could have been your father.
It would be wonderful if you could do that. Of course, if you don't mind. Anything you could do would be greatly appreciated. I want to find out for sure whether your stepfather was my real father.
I'll see what I can find out.
Cherish drank her coffee down.
Thank you, Cherish. I appreciate it.
Cherish stared at him.
So, when you were helping me a few years ago, you knew all of this, and you suspected Levi, my stepfather, was your father?
Yes, but I didn't want to say anything. It was a total coincidence when I met you. I knew who you were. I'd seen you at the shop in front of your house.
He looked down.
Maybe I should have kept my mouth closed when I saw you the other day.
No. You have a right to know the truth. It's just that my mother is so fragile. You'd have to know her to understand. She's been through some tough things.
Travis nodded.
No one has to know anything. I'll leave things up to you. I appreciate your help. What have you been up to lately?
I'm getting married and moving away.
Really?
Cherish nodded and told him the date she was getting married.
That's not far away.
I know. There's so much to do between now and then.
Well, I thank you from the bottom of my heart for helping me with this when you're in the midst of wedding preparations.
She stood up.
Well, it's very important.
I know. It is to me, anyway, he said.
And to me. I'll be in touch soon.
Travis gave her a nod, and Cherish smiled back before walking out of the cafe and hopping into her buggy. Cherish drove back to the orchard feeling relieved and slightly silly. Travis had never planned on showing up at the orchard. Maybe everyone was right. She worried about Wilma too much. She hoped she hadn't offended Travis or made him think she didn't care about him finding his birth father, because she did, as long as his father wasn't Levi. When she arrived home, 2 mini cakes sat on the kitchen countertop. One of them was decorated with a deep red frosting. The other was yellow and decorated with pale yellow frosting and a sprinkling of blue swirls. Cherish walked over to them, her mouth watering. She was so hungry for cake. She picked up the red one and took a bite. It was delicious. She tasted the other one. Suddenly, Ada stormed into the kitchen. "Cherish, Wilma and I worked hard on those cakes for you this morning. The least you could do is wait until we're in the same room to see your reaction." Wilma came in behind Ada.
"Sorry, they're delicious," Cherish said with her mouth full. "Both of them."
Ada and Wilma looked at each other and smiled. It seemed Ada had been right about baking and the aroma of cakes lifting everyone's moods. Chapter 20. While Cherish and Ada were in the kitchen, Wilma went to her bedroom and stood, staring at Levi's clothes in his wardrobe. Perhaps going through his things and deciding what to keep and donate would be healing. She'd made several attempts at starting it, but it was a daunting task. She grabbed an armful of his clothes and placed them on the bed. Suddenly, her foot hit something from under the bed. When she crouched down, she saw Levi's old boots. She pulled them out and stared at them. Then she sat down on the bed and wept, holding his boots in her arms. "I found your old boots, Levi. The ones you were looking for." Just then, Ada walked through the door. "Are you all right in here?" "Yeah, I'm okay. Just sorting through Levi's things, deciding what to keep." Wilma felt silly, hugging a dusty old pair of boots. She placed them on the floor as Ada sat down beside her. "You don't have to do this now. Do it when you're ready." Wilma was silent as she wondered if she'd ever be ready. Suddenly, there was a knock on the front door. Ada sprang to her feet. "Who could that be?" "I have no idea. I'm not expecting anyone." Wilma dried her tears and followed Ada down the stairs. When they opened the door, a large Amish man stood before them. He was clean-shaven and appeared to be in his early 30s. "Hello, how can we help you?" Ada asked, when Wilma remained silent. "I'm Fritz White." When they stared at him blankly, he added, "I'm Peter White's brother." "Oh, Fritz! We didn't recognize you. It's been years. Come in." When he walked in, Ada stared at Wilma. She was stunned Peter's brother was showing up all of a sudden. Cherish walked out of the kitchen, and Wilma said, "Cherish, this is Peter's brother, Fritz. You might be too young to remember him." Cherish smiled.
"I think so. Nice to meet you."
"I believe you were a young girl when we moved away,"
Fritz said. Ada looked him up and down. "We would never have recognized you, would we, Wilma?" "No. You're the oldest brother, aren't you?" "I am." Wilma had vague memories of the White children before moving out of the area. Their mother had returned and lived close by. "Sit in the kitchen with us, and Cherish will make us some coffee." Fritz followed Ada and Wilma into the kitchen. He placed his hat on the table and took a seat. Ada and Wilma sat down with him while Cherish put the kettle on to boil. "What can we do for you today, Fritz?" Ada asked. Fritz cleared his throat before speaking.
"I've come to speak with Debbie."
Wilma frowned. "Is something wrong with Peter?"
"That's what I'm here to find out. The whole family is concerned about the situation between Peter and Debbie."
Ada and Wilma looked at each other again. Then Ada asked, "What situation is that?"
"The situation is that they're not married yet. They've been courting for years, and the family has had a few discussions about it. They've sent me to find out what the problem is."
"Shouldn't you talk to Peter about that?" Wilma asked. "Yes, perhaps it's between Debbie and Peter," Ada added. Cherish placed a plate of cookies in the center of the table as she waited for the kettle to boil. She listened, feeling sorry for Debbie. Fritz clasped his hands together and placed them on the table.
"For years, our uncle has been after Peter to move up north and work for him. Peter has no job here. I've heard that he gets some work here and there, but it's not right. He probably thinks he doesn't need a serious job when he has no family to support. The whole situation is disturbing."
"We don't know about Peter's work," Wilma said.
"I told you, he's focused solely on Debbie, and where's that going? Our family has been concerned for quite some time now."
His words were short and snappy. "He does work, doesn't he?" Ada gave Wilma a sideways glance.
Fritz grunted. "As I said, he has nothing permanent. It's all wishy-washy."
"I see." Wilma looked at Ada. "Would you excuse us for one moment, Fritz? We need to check something outside." Wilma stood. "You come with us, Cherish." "Sure." "We'll be back in one moment." Ada stood up and followed Wilma outside. "What's going on?" Cherish whispered as soon as they were on the porch. "You see, this is why you need a man in the house, Wilma," Ada grumbled. Wilma bit her lip. "We had a man here." "Oh, I'm sorry, Wilma. I didn't mean—" "It's okay." Wilma touched Ada's arm. "I don't want Fritz to talk to Debbie. She'll get upset if he questions her like this. He's so abrupt." Wilma looked at Cherish. "He's here to find out why Debbie and Peter aren't married yet." "I know. I heard." At that moment, Matthew walked out of the orchard toward them.
"Hey, everyone! Whose buggy is that?"
Wilma looked at the buggy that Fritz had most likely borrowed from his mother, who lived close by in their community. Ada ran over to Matthew and took him by the arm. "Matthew, Peter White's brother is in the house. He wants to question Debbie about why she and Peter haven't married yet. We need him to leave before Debbie gets home." Matthew nodded.
"And you want me to tell him to go?"
"Yeah, in a most polite way, of course. You're the closest thing we have to a man in the house now."
"What about Samuel?"
"Yeah, he's a man, that's true. But do you see him anywhere?" Ada looked up and down the driveway in an exaggerated way. Matthew shook his head.
"I don't see him."
"That's because he's not here right now." "Hurry," Wilma said. "We can't leave him alone for this long. He'll think we're talking about him." The kettle whistled, and Cherish raced inside to make the coffee. Matthew stood tall.
"I'll come up with something."
Matthew walked into the house with Ada and Wilma close behind him. Ada managed to overtake him and got to the kitchen first. "Fritz, this is my nephew, Matthew. He works around the orchard." Matthew put out his hand, and Fritz shook it as he stood up.
"Nice to meet you, Matthew." "Likewise."
Ada cleared her throat loudly and said to Matthew, "Fritz is waiting here to see Debbie."
"Oh, that's too bad. I was at the markets today and saw Debbie. She said she has a lot of work to do and won't be home until very late this evening."
Matthew blurted out the whole thing without drawing a breath. Fritz looked down at the table for a few moments.
"I understand. I won't wait around, but I will return."
"Well, that's the thing," Matthew began. "She's exhausted when she gets home from her days at the markets, so it's hard to speak to her here, and she has young Jared, who needs her attention." "Oh, yes, that one needs constant attention," Ada agreed. "Debbie's so tired that she often goes straight to bed," Wilma added. "After she puts Jared to bed, of course." She has a busy life, that one does." Ada looked down, shaking her head. Fritz looked around at all of them as he stood up.
"I will speak with her before I go. I'm here for a few days. Perhaps it's best to speak with her at the markets. Yes, that's what I'll do.
Matthew nodded and looked at Ada, who said, "Or you could talk to Peter and Debbie together. That would be best." Fritz rubbed his chin and sat down.
I wanted to get her answer on a few things.
She wouldn't want to speak without him. I'm certain of it, Ada said.
Very well, then. I might do that.
Fritz stood up again. Wait, I've made coffee, Cherish said, earning a glare from Ada and her mother.
Thank you, Cherish. Another time, maybe. I won't keep you all.
Fritz gave a nod. Wilma and Ada followed Fritz to the door. They were relieved as soon as he had gone, and they walked back into the kitchen to drink the coffee Cherish had made. "Danka, Matthew," Wilma said. "You acted like a real man."
Thanks. Hey, wait. I am a real man.
Everyone laughed. Wilma said, "I meant you behaved as a real man should. Thank you for coming to our rescue. Debbie wouldn't have wanted to face that man as soon as she got home." Cherish put 4 cups of coffee on the table. "I hope he doesn't come back. Debbie will be so upset if he starts questioning her." Cherish sat down, then she reached for a cookie and munched on it. Matthew drank his coffee, feeling dreadfully guilty about lying to the man. Fritz had only been gone for 10 minutes when Peter and Debbie walked through the door with Jared. As soon as Jared saw Matthew, he ran over and hugged his legs tightly. Matthew picked him up, swung him in a circle, and joined him at his children's table. Ada and Wilma stopped what they were doing and stared at Debbie and Peter as they entered the kitchen. Peter looked at Debbie and frowned. "Is something the matter?" Debbie asked. Ada jabbed a finger through the air, pointing at Peter. "Your brother was here."
Really?
Peter looked shocked.
Which one?
"Fritz," Wilma said. Peter's eyes grew wide.
Did he say what he wanted?
Wilma and Ada exchanged glances. "He wanted to know why you and Debbie aren't married yet, and why you don't have a proper job." Peter huffed.
Excuse me. I'm sorry about that. I'll have to speak with him. He'll be staying with my mother.
He turned around and walked out the front door. Debbie stood there, looking extremely upset. "It's okay, Debbie. Don't worry about that man. It's none of his business," Wilma said. "That's right. You tell him so if he questions you," Ada added. "You don't have to give him any answers." Debbie was surprised that Ada was defending her. She was usually pushing her to marry Peter for Jared's sake. "I feel awful about this." "Don't! It's up to you and Peter, no one else," Cherish said. "Although, I guess Fritz is just worried about the situation." "What situation?" Debbie asked. No one else spoke, so Cherish said, "He said Peter hasn't got a proper job, and you've been courting for years, and there's no marriage." "Really, Cherish, you can be so insensitive sometimes." Ada glared at her. Cherish's mouth fell open. "Me?" "Yeah, you." Cherish decided to keep her mouth shut. That was usually best. Debbie sank into the chair. "All these preparations for your marriage, Cherish, are making me think about my own single state. I don't know what's holding me back." Ada munched on a cookie. "I told you there are many kinds of love." "That's true," Wilma said. "I married 2 men, and I loved each one very differently. Perhaps you're looking for the same love you had with John." "John's my dad," Jared said. Everyone stopped and looked over at Jared. "Matthew, take him outside for a walk while we discuss things, would you?"
Sure. Come on, Jared. Let's look at Goaty and Cowie.
Jared got off his chair and headed outside with Matthew. "You told him about his father?" Ada asked. "Yes, I told him his father is in heaven with Levi. I don't want to keep anything from him. I've always talked to him about his father." Since everyone was silent, Cherish chimed in.
I think that's a good thing. He needs to know who his father is.
Debbie smiled and gave Cherish a nod.
What am I going to do about Fritz? I've never even met him, and now I'll have to defend my relationship with his brother. I don't know what to say to him.
The truth is always best, Ada told her. Matthew walked back into the room, holding Jared. I feel awful. I told Fritz you were working late, Debbie. Debbie frowned at him.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
No one works late at the farmers' markets. I guess some do, but not many of the stallholders. Just how late did you say I'd be?
Don't feel bad, Matthew. You were only protecting us. I know it simply slipped out of your mouth without too much thought. Thanks, Aunt Ada, but it was still a lie. Ada patted his shoulder. We're just glad that you showed up when you did. Will you stay for the evening meal, Matthew? Wilma asked. Matthew's face lit up. I don't mind if I do.
I want to go out and see Godey,
Jared said, kicking his legs. Okay, let's go. Matthew turned around and left with Jared. Chapter 21. Debbie stood at her market stall rearranging the teas on display the next day. It was something she often did, so the regulars would see something different. It bothered her that Peter hadn't come back last night to tell her what had happened with Fritz. Debbie was lost in her thoughts when she heard someone behind her clearing their throat. She swung around to see an Amish man standing before her. He was so tall, and she couldn't look away from his blue eyes. She felt something. It was the thing that had been missing in her life since her husband passed away years before. They stood for an instant, staring at each other. There was a connection, invisible, unspoken. Looking deep into his eyes, she knew he felt it too. She put her hand to her throat, remembering Peter. Peter, the man she was dating and considering marrying. Going by the physical resemblance to Peter, this had to be Fritz. Fritz was taller, though, and his facial features were squarer. The good thing was, he was clean-shaven, which meant he wasn't married. But if this man was Peter's brother, nothing could ever happen between them. How could it? It would break Peter's heart. Are you Debbie? His voice was deep and as rich as creamy butter. Debbie stood up straight and caught her breath.
Yes, you must be Fritz.
I am. I'm sorry to come here like this, to your place of business, but your family insisted you're not in a fit state to talk when you get home. I came to find out whether you're serious about my brother.
Debbie cleared her throat, fighting her attraction to him.
You should talk with Peter. It's a private matter.
I don't believe it is.
Debbie frowned.
Peter hasn't even asked me to marry him. Well, he hasn't mentioned it lately. Not in the last few years.
Debbie didn't mean to let that slip out. She wished she could take it back.
Is that the problem? How many times does a man need to ask you to marry him? Once wasn't enough.
He folded his arms.
It's been years and no marriage. Surely by now, one of you can make a decision. Or perhaps one of you is not certain and is holding the other up from living their best life.
Are you an expert on marriage? It seems a little strange for an unmarried man to give advice on such things. Are you married, Fritz?
His eyes widened.
No, I'm not married.
She had to ask.
Are you planning on marrying someone, then?
He shook his head. Debbie was delighted with his response. A customer interrupted them.
Excuse me, can I purchase this tea?
Debbie felt terrible that she hadn't even seen the woman.
Of course.
Fritz took a few steps back until she was done serving the customer. Once the customer was gone, Fritz moved back.
"Why are you getting involved in your brother's life?"
she asked as politely as she could.
"Perhaps you could give yourself advice before offering it to other people. Wouldn't you agree? What could you know about relationships, considering you're not even in one?"
I'm no expert. Far from it. I'm sorry if I appear harsh. I don't want my brother's time wasted when he could find a woman to marry, and maybe he'd settle down in more ways than one.
"What do you mean?"
Debbie asked.
He's got a job waiting for him with my uncle. He could have had a regular-paying job and a wife by now, yet he stays here.
She noticed a flicker of a smile hinting around his lips.
You must have some kind of hold over him.
Debbie giggled. Was he flirting with her? He made her laugh like a young girl. She never did that.
"I have no hold over him."
They stared at each other. The invisible connection was still there. Not only that, but she was also sure he glanced at her lips. If only he weren't Peter's brother.
I should go. I don't want to take up too much of your time. My family is concerned about Peter, and that's why I'm here. I just want the best for everyone in my family.
Debbie didn't know why they were so concerned, but she respected him for caring so much about his brother.
"Thanks for stopping by. I'll think about what you said. I don't want to waste anyone's time."
I'm sure Peter's been delighted to date someone like you, but...
He stopped, as though he was having trouble getting his words out.
"Go on,"
Debbie urged.
It's not important. Please think about what I said. Goodbye, Debbie.
He gave her a nod before walking away. She leaned against the stall and tried to steady her breathing. Finally, she found a man who made her heart race. This wasn't good. She lowered herself onto a chair. She'd prayed for a sign, and she wouldn't have minded if any other man had swept her away from Peter. Sure, Peter would have been upset for a while, but he would have gotten over it. She couldn't come between brothers, so there was no way on this earth that she could leave Peter for his brother.
"Why, God? Why allow me to meet him?"
Later that afternoon, Peter came by the stall with a take-out coffee for Debbie, like he so often did. She looked at him and wished she felt something. There was no spark, no invisible cord connecting them. She knew Peter, and she could only ever be friends at that moment. She'd have to let him go. Like most unpleasant things, the sooner they were done, the better. Debbie took the coffee out of his hands.
"Danke, Peter."
She took off the lid and blew on it, wondering if she should have that conversation now. "Is something wrong?" he asked.
"Your brother stopped by this morning."
Peter was shocked. "He's staying at the bishop's place. Last night, I told him to stay away from you, and I told him to keep out of my life. I'm so sorry he didn't listen." Debbie waved her hand in the air.
"It's okay."
"He wasn't rude, was he?"
"He said what he had to say. He's worried about you."
Peter shook his head. "It won't happen again. He doesn't know how to be subtle about anything. He faces everything head on."
"I could tell. He seems so opposite to you."
"Yeah, I know. The rest of my family isn't like that, though. I think he's talked to my uncle, and my uncle still wants me to work for him. But why should I? I'm so sorry you had to deal with him." Debbie smiled at him.
"Fritz wasn't that bad."
"I'll have another talk with him. Are you sure you're okay?"
"Yeah, I'm fine. Don't worry about me."
Debbie sipped her coffee. Now that Fritz had presented the marriage issue, Debbie knew it must have raised many questions for Peter. She felt guilty for keeping Peter's attention occupied and not wanting to marry him. They were friends more than anything else. Debbie looked around and knew this was not the place to break up with him. She'd do it soon, for both their sakes. Chapter 22. Jared was at the orchard for the day. It was mid-afternoon as Ada, Wilma, and Cherish started thinking about preparing the evening meal. Ada walked over to Jared as he sat at the children's table, coloring. She felt sorry for him. It was all he ever did these days. He should have been out in the fresh air with other children.
"How would you like to do something different today, Jared?"
Jared stopped scribbling and looked up at her.
"Like what?" "You can help me bake. I'll show you how to roll the pastry dough."
"Can I eat it?"
"Sure, after it's finished. Come with me."
She pulled an apron out of the drawer and spread it out. Then she folded it in two and placed it around Jared's waist.
"It's a bit long, but it'll have to do."
After that, she stood him on a chair and allowed him to help her measure out all the ingredients. Then they mixed the dough together. After that, they used a rolling pin to roll out the pastry. Wilma and Cherish sat at the table, shelling peas and peeling the vegetables. Wilma's mouth fell open at the sight of Jared in an apron.
"Ada, you said yourself that we need a man around here. Jared should be shown how to hitch buggies and mend fences, not shown how to cook."
Ada shrugged her shoulders.
"Having broad knowledge won't hurt him. If he never marries, he'll need to be able to feed himself."
Jared looked up at Ada.
"I'm not going to get married?"
Cherish said.
"Of course you are. You'll fall in love and marry someone one day."
Jared smiled before breaking off a piece of dough and putting it in his mouth. Ada was shocked, and her jaw dropped to the ground.
"No, Jared, you can't eat that."
She took hold of him and held him over the sink, trying to take out the dough stuck in his mouth.
"Ow! He bit me."
"Well, your fingers were in his mouth,"
Cherish said, stifling her laughter.
"Oh, Ada, is it a bad bite?"
Wilma asked. Ada stuck her finger in the air.
"It's not bleeding. Open your mouth, Jared. I think he swallowed all of it."
"It won't hurt him," Cherish said.
"I know, Cherish, but I'm trying to teach him what's right. Open your mouth, Jared."
Jared opened his mouth wide.
"It's all gone. Now let's get back to this pastry. Do you still want to help?" Ada asked him.
"Yeah," Jared nodded.
"Well, you must do as I say."
"Okay."
Ada carried him back to the chair and continued rolling the pastry with Jared's small hands on one end of the rolling pin. Cherish knew she'd miss moments like these when she was at the farm. There was always something going on at the orchard. Ada assembled everyone in the large dining room off from the kitchen that evening. As everyone took their seats at the long table, she placed the beef pot pie in the center. Everyone then said their silent prayers of thanks. When all eyes were open, Ada cleared her throat before speaking.
"Tonight, I am delighted to announce that we will be enjoying this delicious pie that Jared helped cook."
Jared looked over from his children's table. He was smiling from ear to ear.
"You did, Jared?"
Debbie asked. Jared nodded excitedly.
"I can cook now. Auntie Ada showed me."
Debbie's face beamed with delight.
"Danke, Ada."
"It's not a bother. He's a good helper." "When he's not eating the food," Wilma said.
Cherish laughed in agreement.
"He shoved a whole ball of dough into his mouth."
Everyone laughed as Ada's lips turned down at the corners.
"I tried to get it out, but he bit me."
"Oh, no. Are you okay, Ada?"
Crystal asked.
"I'm fine. He didn't mean to do it."
Matthew was intrigued. He placed a piece of the pie in his mouth.
It's the best pie I've ever tasted."
"Yep," Jared said proudly. "I'm a good cooker."
"You say a good cook, Jared, not cooker," Debbie told him.
"Yep, I'm a good cook as well."
Once again, there was laughter around the table. Cherish couldn't wait to have her own children, but it would be many years before she could fill a table with as many people as this.
"How was your day, Crystal?"
Matthew asked.
"Yeah, it was great."
Crystal smiled at him as she cut into her pie.
"Mine was eventful."
Debbie placed her knife and fork down. "What happened?" Wilma asked.
"Fritz came to my stall today."
Ada gasped. "He didn't."
"He did. I can't believe he showed up like that at your place of work."
Cherish was shocked. "What did he say?" Ada asked.
"I don't remember his exact words, but he told me I shouldn't waste Peter's time if I'm not going to marry him. He said he could be married with a good job by now. I feel like I'm holding him back."
She wanted someone to tell her it was okay to let Peter go. "Nonsense." Wilma put her knife and fork down and looked at Debbie. "Don't listen to that man. You do whatever you feel is right for you."
"Yes, but that might not be what is right for Peter. That's what his brother has an issue with. I feel like I'm being selfish. I mean, we have been dating for years now."
"You're not selfish, Debbie," Cherish said. Cherish looked at Crystal eating her food. She found it strange Crystal had been quiet on the matter, as she always had something to say. "My only concern is that Jared has no male figure in the house since Levi has gone." Wilma buttered a slice of bread and took a bite. Debbie put her head down. She knew Wilma was trying to help, but now she felt like she had another thing to worry about. If she broke up with Peter, there would be one less male in Jared's life. "I can take him out tomorrow, show him some things around the orchard," Samuel said. "We can do manly things. I'll find something for us to fix." Debbie's face lit up.
"You don't mind?"
"Not at all. I'm more than happy to do that."
"Did you hear that, Jared? You can spend some time with Uncle Samuel tomorrow."
"Okay."
Debbie turned to Samuel. "Thank Samuel. That would be wonderful."
Chapter 23. Later that evening, after everyone had finished dinner and the visitors had gone home, Peter arrived to speak with Debbie. She met him outside, and they sat together on the front porch. Debbie pulled her shawl over her shoulders as a cool breeze swept through the orchard. "How was your day?" Peter asked.
"It was okay. Not the best day I've ever had."
"I'm sorry again about my brother. Are you sure you're okay?" Debbie could sense the worry in Peter's voice. She'd miss him when she broke up with him.
"I'm fine. When is Fritz leaving?"
Peter was silent for a moment before replying. "He's staying for the wedding." Debbie sat up straight in her chair.
"What?"
He shrugged his shoulders. "Wilma must have mentioned Cherish's wedding to him. Or someone did." Debbie sat back in her chair.
"Maybe he heard about it at the bishop's house."
Peter seemed nervous as he scratched his neck. Debbie was overwhelmed. She hadn't had time to work out how she would break up with him, and he was already there again. "I think we should be married. What do you think about that?" Peter asked as he took hold of her hand. Debbie was shocked. She stared at Peter, not knowing what to say. She couldn't break up with him now. Or was this the perfect time to do it?
"I don't think we should marry because of pressure from your brother."
Debbie jumped to her feet.
"Thank you for stopping by. It's late. I'll walk you to your buggy."
Peter frowned as he got to his feet. "We've been dating for years, Debbie. Don't you know how you feel about me by now? Just tell me the truth about your feelings. I won't be upset if you want to end what we have." Debbie looked away, unable to give him an honest answer. After all, she didn't know if she could trust her own feelings right now. How could she be instantly attracted to Peter's brother? It didn't make sense. She also felt she owed Peter something for being there when she needed someone. Debbie turned back to him, her eyes brimming with tears.
"I'm sorry, Peter. I love you, but—"
She let the sentence trail off, unsure of how to finish. "But what?" Peter took her hand in his. "You love me, but you're having second thoughts?"
Debbie nodded. "I don't know if it's the right time for us to get married. I'm not sure if it's the right time for Jared or for me."
She paused, her eyes searching Peter's face for some sign of understanding.
"I'm not sure if I can give you everything you need right now."
Peter sighed and released her hand. "Then it doesn't look like we have a future together. You would have given me a very different answer if we did." Sudden panic rose inside her. She didn't have the heart to break up with him. He'd been her shoulder to cry on.
"Wait," she pleaded. "Just give me some time to figure things out. I want to be sure about this before we make any rash decisions."
She looked up at Peter, but his face was stoic, unreadable. He took a step back and started walking down the porch steps. Debbie followed him, but he didn't slow down. He got into his buggy without saying another word and without looking back at her. As his horse clip-clopped down the driveway, she lowered herself onto the top step. He'd never acted so cold toward her before. This was the first time he'd disregarded her feelings. She moved her shawl higher to cover her neck as an image of Fritz jumped into her mind. The instant connection she had with Fritz had only confused her more. Had Gott sent him to let her know that Peter wasn't right for her? Why else would she have these feelings for Fritz, a man she'd only just met? She couldn't go back in time to change the long courtship between her and Peter. She would have ended things when he'd started hinting at marriage, if she could. Now, she had to make sure she didn't hurt Peter more than she already had. Chapter 24. Debbie walked inside and joined Crystal and Cherish sitting in front of the fireplace. There was a pot of tea and a fresh bowl of cookies in the center of the coffee table. Cherish looked over at her.
"You okay?"
"Not really," Debbie said.
"Are you still worried about Fritz coming to see you again?"
Crystal took a bite of her cookie.
"No, I'm not worried. Fritz is going to be here until the wedding." "He's coming to my wedding?"
Cherish was surprised.
"It seems so. That's what Peter said."
Cherish frowned.
"Fritz was so abrupt. Nothing like Peter at all."
Debbie thought back to the conversation she'd had with Peter's brother.
"Fritz wasn't abrupt when he came to see me. He was nice. He was concerned, that's all. He was being a good brother. Fritz is the oldest, and I can see that he would feel a duty to watch out for his younger siblings." "I'll talk to this Fritz guy if you want," Crystal said. "I'll tell him there are better ways to go about things." "Thanks, but I can talk with him myself if I see him again. I probably will see him at the next meeting."
"Suit yourself." Crystal leaned over and picked up another cookie.
"How are things with Peter?"
Cherish blew on her tea.
"Not too good. He asked me if I think we should get married."
"He did?" Crystal stopped eating and stared at Debbie.
"Yeah."
"And what did you say?" Cherish asked.
"I said I think we should get married when it suits us, not when it suits his brother."
"Maybe you have been wasting his time. Could the brother be right?" Crystal asked.
"Crystal? Don't say that."
Cherish was worried Crystal was falling back into her old ways. She hoped it wasn't because she'd been spending more time with Eddie the beekeeper. Crystal shrugged.
"I'm just saying, it must feel horrible to be in a relationship with someone who doesn't want a future. I feel sorry for Peter."
Cherish stared at Crystal in disbelief at what she was saying. As a close friend of Debbie's, she had a duty to stick by Debbie's side, no matter what. Crystal continued.
"I'm not being mean. I'm just thinking from Peter's position."
Debbie hung her head.
"Don't worry, Crystal. All I do is put myself in Peter's position, and I feel awful all the time about it. Is he just a friend? Or do friends make good husbands? I've heard people say they marry their best friends. So, should I marry Peter?"
"Only if you love him and know you'll never love anyone else more," Crystal said. Cherish's mind drifted off, and she thought about whether to tell Debbie and Crystal about Travis. Tomorrow she planned to see Daphne about him. Cherish didn't want to worry anyone until she knew for sure, but she also wished she could talk to them and get their opinions. She decided to keep quiet for now. Debbie didn't need the extra stress, and she wasn't sure if Crystal would stay silent.
"Crystal, how's Eddie doing?" Cherish asked.
Crystal laughed.
"He's good. I mean, he's only come to the shop a few times in the last little while, but he always brings flowers. I think he has a crush on you. Don't you think so, Debbie?" Cherish asked.
"If he's bringing you flowers, then yes."
"Do you think so?"
Crystal looked at both of them.
"It's obvious. The question is, do you like him?" Cherish asked.
Crystal was silent as she thought for a moment.
"I guess. I don't know."
"If you were to marry him, you wouldn't be part of the community anymore." Debbie's mouth turned down at the corners.
"Yeah, I know, and I don't want to leave. I've come so far and found a new family. Things have been looking up for me lately. The proper thing is to talk with Eddie and tell him nothing will happen between us. I'd hate to get his hopes up."
Cherish found it draining rehashing the decision about whether Crystal should stay or leave. Crystal had been through so much to stay with them already. Perhaps she needed to stop chasing after men and focus on herself and Gott. Then things might flow a little easier for her.
"I don't want to leave. I still pray to God that my soulmate is here in the community," Crystal said. "Love is so complicated, but things can work out," Debbie said.
Crystal smiled at Cherish.
"I know. Cherish and Malachi are my inspiration. They've increased my faith."
Now Cherish felt awful for thinking Crystal was back to her old troublemaking ways. Debbie knew she had a difficult conversation ahead of her. She only hoped she wouldn't regret letting Peter go. Chapter 25. Cherish sat in the barn the next day and milked the cow before sunup. This was one of her favorite chores, since it gave her a few moments of solitude with her thoughts. Just as she'd finished milking, one of the barn cats wandered over to her. As she stroked the cat's soft fur, she thought about Malachi. She could hardly wait to see him again. Suddenly, the phone rang and yanked her from her daydreams. She jumped up and ran to pick up the receiver.
"Hello?"
"Hey," Malachi said. A huge smile came across her face.
"You don't ever call me in the morning."
"I know. I thought I'd surprise you. I knew you'd be milking the cow." Cherish laughed.
"You mean Cowie?"
"Oh, my mistake. Of course. Cowie." Cherish leaned against the wall and twirled the phone cord in her fingers.
"How are you?"
"I'm all right. Missing you."
"I miss you too. How is everything at the farm?"
"Everything's great here. Ruth did a good job. But I'm afraid I might have lost my best friend any time she comes over." Cherish laughed.
"What do you mean?"
"When she's here, Wally follows her everywhere. He forgets about me," Malachi said.
"You're joking."
"No, I think he prefers ladies." Cherish laughed again.
"So I can look forward to Wally following me everywhere?"
"I think he'll definitely forget me when you're here."
"That's sweet."
"How's everything there? How's Wilma?" Cherish took a deep breath.
"She's okay. Each day is different. She's staying positive, and her faith is strong. She's the strongest woman I know, that's for sure. For the moment, the wedding's on her mind."
"And how are you feeling about everything?" Cherish still wasn't sure about leaving Wilma alone at such a vulnerable time, but it's what her mother insisted that she wanted.
"I am so excited about our wedding day. We will be married in a few short weeks, and I will be living on the farm with you. I can hardly believe it's real."
"Me neither. Did you find out anything else about Travis yet?"
"I met with him, and he agreed to let me assist him in finding out more information about who his father might be."
"How are you going to do that?"
"I'm doing it today. I'm going to meet the woman who keeps all our community family records. She should be able to tell me something, I hope. I'll let you know what I find out.
At that moment, Cherish heard someone calling her name. She looked out the window and saw Ada waving to her from the porch. She nodded to show she'd heard her, and Ada walked back inside. She'd been taking so long talking with Malachi that Ada probably needed the milk for breakfast.
I've got to go. Ada's calling me.
She's there already? Cherish chuckled.
She is. She got here so early. Samuel is doing manly things with Jared today. Jared will love it.
I miss that kid. And I miss you a lot.
I miss you too. You'll call me soon?
I'll call you tomorrow or later tonight. Cherish smiled.
Bye, Malachi.
Bye. After Cherish hung up the phone, she picked up the bucket of milk and took it inside. Chapter 26. Cherish headed to Daphne's house with the cool morning air rushing over her face. She tried not to worry about delving into Travis's paternity issue, but her heart beat fast from worry by the time she reached her destination. The only thing to stop these nagging questions was to find out the truth. She hoped Daphne held some answers so she could put it behind her and enjoy the time leading up to her wedding. Cherish jumped out of her buggy and walked down the path to Daphne's yellow house. It stood out because of its unusual color and the bright white shutters on the windows. Cherish headed down the flower-lined path. When she reached the end, she stopped to smell a beautiful pink rose in front of the porch. Cherish hoped to have roses at her wedding. Ada and Wilma hadn't gotten around to talking about flowers yet. Cherish approached the blue door and knocked gently. Daphne opened it just as Cherish had finished knocking.
Welcome to my home, Cherish. I saw you through the window, sniffing the flowers.
Cherish smiled.
Your garden is so beautiful. Tinka, it's one of my best pastimes. Please, come in.
Cherish walked through the doorway and followed Daphne into her kitchen. She sat down while Daphne put the tea kettle on the gas stove.
This won't take long. I've already boiled it. It's already hot. I just need to bring it to the boil. It's okay. I'm not in a hurry. Congratulations again on your upcoming wedding. I'm guessing you're here with information about Malachi's family for the records?
Daphne pulled out 2 cups from the cupboard and placed them on the table. Cherish scratched her neck.
Actually, I'm here for a different reason.
You are? Cherish nodded. Daphne blinked rapidly.
I'll still need information about Malachi's parents, grandparents, siblings, and any other information.
When the kettle whistled, Daphne picked it up and poured them both a cup of tea before placing it back on the stove and taking a seat across from Cherish.
Of course, I'll get on to it. I know his uncle is the bishop of the community in Willersburg, Bishop Zachariah Schlabach.
Daphne leaned over and picked up a pen and notepad from the end of the table. Without saying a word, she wrote down the names. Then she looked up and waited for Cherish to continue. Cherish cleared her throat before speaking.
I'm here about a man named Travis Johnson.
Cherish was nervous. She took a sip of her tea.
This man, Travis, moved here a few years ago. I met him not long after he got here, and he never mentioned a thing. I saw him again recently.
Go on. What is this thing that you speak of?
He told me that he thinks his father is an Amish man from this community.
Daphne opened her eyes wide. Who is his father?
That's just it. He doesn't even know for sure.
Daphne turned the page in her book and made some notes.
Travis is 38.
Daphne looked up. Am I supposed to figure out who his father is? Cherish made a face.
I was hoping you might know.
How can I possibly? I don't have a direct line to God. Cherish licked her lips and said the thing she didn't want to say.
He said all he knows is that his father's name is Levi.
Is that so? Daphne tapped the end of the pen against her chin. Cherish nodded.
I thought that maybe you might know someone called Levi who would have been on their Rumspringa about 38 years ago. I guess that would make them about in their mid-50s now.
Do you think it might be Levi Brunner? Is that why you're here? Cherish sighed.
I'll be honest.
That's always best.
Travis thinks that his father might have been Levi, but that doesn't make sense. Levi would have been about 30 when Travis was born, since he was 68.
You stay here. I'll dig out what information I've got on Levi. Cherish sat in the room by herself. Her heart was racing so fast that she felt she'd pass out. She stood up and walked around to stop her head from spinning. A minute later, Daphne was back, so Cherish quickly sat back down. I'll need some time to look into things. I know that Levi wasn't married to his first wife 38 years ago. He was a single man.
That's what I thought.
Cherish froze, not knowing if she'd done the right thing by coming there. Daphne took a seat and leaned closer to Cherish. I won't breathe a word. You'd be surprised if you knew the things that I know. Cherish relaxed back in her chair and let out a sigh.
Dinka, Daphne. That makes me feel better.
It's okay. This is normal for me. You can't do what I do unless you are a trustworthy person. Could you imagine how many rumors and false information would have been spread around town if the wrong person had been doing my job? You can trust me. Cherish didn't know why, but she did trust her.
I appreciate that.
I'll need all the information you have on this young man.
Of course.
Cherish finished her tea as quickly as she could.
I don't think his father was my stepfather, Levi. It doesn't seem right. It would be too shocking for everyone if it were true.
We'll soon get to the bottom of things.
I hope so.
Cherish drank the last mouthful of tea.
Thank you for the tea. I should get home.
She stood up, and Daphne walked her to her front door. Cherish swung around to face Daphne.
Oh, one more thing.
Yes? Daphne asked.
I'd appreciate it if I could come back here when you have more information for me. It's only that no one knows about this except me. I'm trying not to worry Mom or Bliss until we know what's going on.
Daphne nodded. I understand completely. I'll let you know as soon as I have any other information.
Dinka, Daphne.
It's my pleasure. Now I'm curious to find out more. I'll see what I can dig up, and you see if you can find out more.
I will.
Cherish hurried down the flower-lined path back to her buggy. To take her mind off things and delay having to complete her chores back home, she took a detour into town. She loved to watch people coming and going on the main street, often making up stories about what people's lives were like. As she turned onto the main street, she saw a steady stream of pedestrians going about their business. Then her eyes were drawn to a familiar figure. A man stood outside a coffee shop. It was an Amish man, and he'd caught her eye immediately because he was different from everyone else. Then she noticed a young lady beside him. She took a better look and saw it was no one she knew. The traffic stopped for a red light, and she was able to keep watching them. When the man turned around, she saw who it was. It couldn't be. She looked away and blinked a few times, then looked back at the couple. It was Peter. He was standing in the street laughing with an Amish woman. The troubling thing was that he looked very close to the young woman. Had Peter forgotten he was dating Debbie? Then the young woman reached out and touched Peter's arm. There was something wrong here. Her first impression of them had been correct. Cherish was sure of it. The car behind her blew its horn. Cherish looked up and saw that the traffic ahead had cleared. She moved on, feeling sick to the stomach. Not able to get it out of her mind, she went around the block and returned. This time, Peter and the mysterious woman were walking into the coffee shop, together. She kept moving. Now she had another thing to worry about. Did Debbie know Peter was meeting with someone? And who was she? The way the young woman was laughing with Peter, she was not a family member. Cherish had to tell Debbie about this. If Malachi were acting like that with another woman, Cherish would want someone to tell her. Chapter 27. Cherish pulled up at home, and as soon as she unhitched the buggy and tended to the horse, she ran through the orchard to Florence's house. Florence would give her advice. She knocked on the door loudly and waited a few moments before Florence answered. "Come in. Have you come to look at the dresses?"
Sure."
Cherish walked past Florence, and Iris ran over to her. Cherish bent down and scooped her up into her arms. "Hi, little one."
"Aunt Cherish, look at this. Dad built me a fort."
Cherish looked over and saw 2 sheets dragged over chairs set up in the middle of the dining room.
"Wow, it looks great."
She put Iris down.
"Do you want to come in there with me?"
Iris pulled on her arm. "Maybe afterward, but first I need to speak with your mom. Is that okay?"
"Will you come after that?"
"Yes." Iris ran away and hid in her fort. Cherish followed Florence into the kitchen where she sat down at the table. Florence stared at her. "What is it? You seem flustered."
"I've just seen something, and I'm not sure what to do or who to tell."
Florence frowned. "What is it?" "I was driving through town, and I saw Peter with another woman." "Debbie's Peter?"
"That's right, Peter White."
Cherish bit her lip. "What do you mean when you say he was with another woman?"
"He was standing outside a coffee shop with a woman. They were laughing, and she seemed very familiar with him. She was young and Amish, but I don't know her. I'm guessing she'd be in her early 20s. She looked the same age as me."
"Are you sure it was Peter?"
"I'm positive. I had to take a second look. I sat there for a few minutes watching them talk. Well, it was a few seconds, because I was driving. This woman touched his arm, and then they walked into a coffee shop together."
Florence tilted her head. "That doesn't sound like Peter. Are you sure it wasn't a visiting family member?" Cherish thought about that.
"Fritz, his brother, is here, so it is possible he hadn't come alone." No, definitely not. I couldn't tell how Peter felt, but the woman made it obvious she liked him. Should I tell Debbie?"
Florence shook her head. "If I were you, I'd be careful what I said to anyone. You could end up ruining a relationship. Until we get to the bottom of it, I think it's best to watch him. If this woman is from out of town, she'll surely be at the Sunday meeting tomorrow."
"Yeah, you're right. Thank you, Florence. You always give the best advice. I knew you'd know what to do."
"It's my pleasure. Just don't say anything."
"I won't."
Cherish hoped she could hold it in for that long without telling anyone. She was good at keeping secrets, but it was difficult. "Have you heard from Favor lately?" Florence asked.
"Not since she left. I should probably give her a call and see how she's doing."
Florence shook her head. "I worry about her."
"Me too."
Cherish laughed.
"Did I tell you Harriet offered to make my wedding dress for me?"
Florence covered her mouth.
"She didn't." "Yeah. Then when I told her you were making it for me, she offered to make Favor's dress for her."
Florence shook her head. "I don't like to be rude, but that would have been a disaster."
"I know."
"Come and see how the dresses are coming along?"
"Oh, yes, please. I've been so focused on other things. I feel like I've hardly thought about the wedding."
Florence frowned. "That's not good. It would be best if you started focusing on yourself, Cherish. This should be the happiest time of your life. What other things are bothering you?" "No, don't tell me. It's best that I don't know. Just do what I said. Think about yourself, and don't get so involved with what's going on around you." Cherish threw her hands up in the air.
"I wish I could, but things keep happening."
Cherish followed Florence upstairs into her sewing room. The dresses were hanging up neatly next to one another, some more finished than others. Florence picked one of the attendants' dresses and laid it out on the table for Cherish to see.
"Oh, wow, Florence! It's beautiful. You were always such a good seamstress."
Cherish ran her fingers over the smooth fabric. "I'm quite pleased with how they're turning out." Florence pulled Cherish's wedding dress off the hanger in the cupboard. It was almost finished, but a few details needed to be added. Cherish clapped her hands when she saw the dress.
"Oh, Florence, it's the most beautiful dress I've ever seen. I'll be so honored to wear it."
Florence put her hand on her heart. "Thank you. I'm so glad you like it. You're going to look so beautiful in it. Would you like to try it on?"
"Can I?"
"Of course. It would be a good time to see if it fits correctly." Florence helped Cherish into her dress and stood back so Cherish could see herself in the mirror. A tear fell down Cherish's cheek.
"It's perfect."
"It looks just as I'd imagined. How does it feel?" Florence asked. "Would you like it a bit shorter?" Cherish looked down.
"It's perfect. Oh, Florence, thank you so much."
Cherish wrapped her arms around Florence and hugged her tightly. "I'm glad you like it."
"Aunt Cherish,"
Iris called out from the bottom of the stairs.
"Come and play with me." "Okay, I'm coming soon."
Florence helped Cherish get out of the dress. Then they walked downstairs into the dining room and found Iris in her fort. Cherish crawled inside and sat down next to her.
"Do you like it in here?"
Iris asked.
"I do, but it's very dark. This is where I hide from Mommy and Daddy. They can't see me in here."
Cherish laughed and was glad she'd come to Florence's house, especially after the day she'd just had. She'd been on an emotional roller coaster visiting Daphne and then seeing Peter with another woman. Chapter 28. The Sunday meeting was at Bishop Paul's house. Cherish kept a lookout for the woman she'd seen with Peter. As everyone filed into the house, she turned around and saw the young woman with the bishop's wife. They were seated together. Suddenly, Debbie walked into the room, with Peter trailing behind. As usual, Peter had been to the house to collect Debbie and Jared. Debbie walked over to Cherish and took a seat beside her, while Jared ran to Samuel and sat beside him. Cherish watched as Peter took a seat in the middle of the men's side of the room. When Peter sat down, the young woman turned around and waved to him. Peter gave her a nod and looked uncomfortable. He certainly wasn't smiling now. Cherish figured he looked guilty. At the end of the meeting, the young woman was introduced as Maisie Fuller from Waverly Falls. After the meeting was over, everyone stayed at the house for the meal afterward. The women filled 2 long tables outside with food. Then there were smaller tables set up outside for people to fellowship while they ate. Debbie sat on the same side of the table as Peter, across from Cherish, Crystal, Ada, and Wilma. Cherish watched Peter give Maisie frequent glances as she sat at the table behind him. Cherish asked, "Peter, is there something wrong with your neck?" Peter looked at Cherish and shook his head. "No." Cherish eyed him suspiciously. Peter suddenly stood up with his plate in his hand. "Excuse me, I'm going to get more food." Cherish stared at Peter. She watched as he went over to the food table and loaded it with more food. Then she watched Maisie approach him. Maisie stroked his arm as she laughed with him. But Peter's face was bright red. Cherish could tell he was uncomfortable. Fritz suddenly appeared next to them and gestured for them to approach the table. Cherish swallowed hard as she watched them all make their way to their table. When they arrived, Peter cleared his throat. "Excuse me, everyone. You've all met my brother, but I'd like to introduce you to one of our dear friends, Maisie. She came with Fritz from Waverly Falls." Maisie smiled and nodded at everyone. Debbie shook Maisie's hand. Cherish noticed Debbie looked upset. Did she know something or sense something was going on between Maisie and Peter?
"How long are you staying for, Maisie?" Cherish asked. Until Fritz leaves, I guess."
Cherish looked at Debbie again. She didn't look impressed. When Peter was finally alone, Debbie walked over and stood next to him.
"Is Maisie Fritz's girlfriend?"
No. Peter shook his head. Debbie frowned.
"Then what brings her here?"
I mean, maybe. I'm not sure. Peter shrugged his shoulders.
"Okay. Are we doing something together this afternoon? I can have someone watch Jared for me. Joy's always offering, and he can play with Joy's girls," Debbie said.
Peter shook his head. I think it's best if we have some time apart. Debbie was planning to have a talk with him today.
"What do you mean?"
I mean, while my brother is in town, I'd like to spend time with him.
"Okay, that sounds like a good idea. Has he said any more to you about us?" Debbie asked.
No, like what?
"Nothing. I'm just wondering what he thinks about us now that he's met me."
Why would you be concerned about that? Peter asked.
"No reason. Jared and I will go home with Cherish. She came by herself today."
Okay, that's best. He didn't seem to care, and that upset Debbie. She still wanted to be friends even when they broke up.
"I should find Jared now."
I saw him near the house with some other children. He turned away from her.
"Thanks, Peter. I'll see you soon."
He said a quick goodbye to her over his shoulder. As everyone began to leave, Daphne hurried over to Cherish. She leaned in close and whispered, "I've found out some information. Come to my place when you can. I'm home on Mondays and Tuesdays all day. On Wednesdays, I go visiting."
"I'll try to be there tomorrow. Thanks, Daphne."
Cherish couldn't wait to hear the news. Daphne's face gave away nothing, but if she had information, that meant she must have found out something definite. As Cherish was walking to the row of horses and buggies, she overheard Fritz asking Peter to stay behind to help them move the benches out of the house. Cherish had found out that both Fritz and Maisie were staying with the bishop while they were in town. Cherish took the opportunity to talk with Debbie on the way home, so she could tell her what she had seen. She was sure that something else was going on between Peter and Maisie. When she saw that Jared had fallen asleep, she said,
"Debbie, I have to tell you something."
"What is it?" Cherish bit her lip.
"Yesterday, I saw Peter and Maisie walk into a coffee shop together."
Debbie laughed.
"What's wrong with that?" "I mean, they looked like they were more than friends, if you know what I mean."
"I'm sure Fritz is courting her.
Peter denies it, but why else would she be here? They probably want to keep it quiet for now. She's lovely, isn't she?"
"I don't think she's Fritz's girlfriend. I think Peter and that girl have something happening between them." Debbie frowned.
"I'm sure that's not accurate. Peter's not like that." "But what about what I saw?" "You saw them catching up for coffee. She's obviously an old friend from back home. Maybe they were talking about Fritz. Fritz is so nice, don't you think? It's no wonder he's dating someone. A good-looking, tall man like that." "I'm trying to tell you what I saw, Debbie. They were flirting. Well, she was flirting with him."
Debbie rolled her eyes.
"You imagine things, Cherish. We've known Peter for years. You know what kind of person he is. He'd never do something like that. I'd say Fritz and Maisie's relationship is in the early stages. Understandably, they wouldn't want to broadcast it."
Cherish stayed silent. She had tried to tell Debbie what she had seen, and it fell on deaf ears. Why did Debbie look so upset when Peter introduced her to Maisie if she thought Maisie was Fritz's girlfriend? Cherish took a deep breath and let it out. It was all too much for her. She'd take Florence's advice and not worry so much about other people. She had a wedding to help organize. Chapter 29. A week later, Favor went from room to room, doing all the housework, while Harriet sat in the living room sewing a dress for herself to wear at Cherish's wedding. Favor wasn't happy to be left with all the chores, but she was glad that she had avoided being the object of Harriet's dressmaking skills. When Favor finished washing the kitchen floor, she walked over to look at Harriet's sewing efforts. The fabric was a beautiful blue color.
Harriet, have you had that fabric for a long time? Oh, yes, I've had it for many years.
Favor crossed her arms.
Why didn't you use that for my wedding dress?
Harriet avoided eye contact with her.
I didn't think you'd like it. It doesn't suit your complexion. It's just blue. Of course it would suit me. Blue is not your best color. How do I not suit blue? Favor asked. Everyone suits blue. It's the color of the sky. Not always. Sometimes there are gray days.
Harriet glanced up at her.
I didn't want to have to say this, but sometimes your complexion has a green shimmer. I learned an old saying from my grandmother when she taught me to paint. Blue and green should never be seen. You simply don't suit blue, dear. Trust me.
Favor's mouth fell open. She looked down at her arms and her hands.
My skin is not green. I said your complexion. It would help if you had an artist's eyes to detect the fine hint of different shades. It's more of a hue than a shade. So I suit black? The dress you made me for my wedding was nearly black. Yes, you do suit black. Thank you. And you're welcome. Everyone said you looked beautiful on your wedding day.
Favor looked over her mother-in-law's shoulder at the stitching. It was far better than the stitching on her wedding dress. Favor narrowed her eyes, wondering again if Harriet had deliberately done a terrible job of her wedding dress. No, Favor thought. She wouldn't be that horrible.
Ma, I want to call a family meeting tonight.
Harriet stopped sewing and stared at her.
What for?
Favor frowned.
Isn't that the whole point of the family meeting? To discuss it at the family meeting? Together, with everyone present?
Harriet started sewing again.
Suit yourself. We'll do it before the evening meal.
After finishing work for the day, Favor called him into the bedroom when Simon came into the house.
What is it?
Favor sat on the bed.
I've called a family meeting tonight.
Simon looked at her.
What for?
Favor crossed one leg over the other.
I want to know when our house will be done.
Do you think that's a good idea? Simon asked.
Do I think what's a good idea?
I don't want them to think you're not grateful. From what he was saying, Favor wondered whether there would ever be a house. Or was it simply said to shut her up?
What do you mean, not grateful?
They've done a lot for us, Favor, and they're going to think you want to leave. And it's going to come across as you being ungrateful. They say they're going to help us build a house on their land, and then you want it right now. Seems a little selfish and ungrateful. Favor couldn't believe what he was saying.
That's nonsense.
I'm just warning you. I know what my parents are like, and that's what they'll think. I know you're not like that.
As I was saying, I have called a meeting, and I wish to know when our house will be finished. If your mother mentions having a room fit for her in her old age, tell them that's too far ahead to plan. Please back me up this one time.
Simon sat down on the bed beside her and put his arm around her. I don't think this is a good idea. We've been away for Levi's funeral, and we're going back for Cherish's wedding. That's a long time to be away from the farm, and it's all for your family.
Your folks invited themselves to the funeral. I didn't ask them to come with us. I could have gone by myself or alone with you. They don't have to come to the wedding either. Don't you see that? I'm not selfish. They're the ones who have brought this on themselves.
He shook his head. "You know we do things together as a family, the four of us." There had to be a way to break Simon of that habit. She didn't want to be part of a foursome. She wanted to be a twosome with Simon, not a foursome with her in-laws. "All I want is to have a firm answer about our house. We're entitled to know whether it'll be 6 months, a year, or 2 years. I'm a person who likes to plan. Surely that's not too much to ask, is it?" "I guess not." "Thank you." She stood up. "Now come on, let's get this meeting started." Simon followed Favor into the living room, where Harriet and Melvin were already seated. They sat down across from them. "Now that we're all here," Favor started, "I've called this meeting tonight to find out when our house will be finished." Harriet stared at her blankly. "We don't know when. It hasn't been started. Why do you need a time?" "It would give me something to look forward to, and I'd like to start planning for it." Harriet looked at Simon. "Simon, do you feel the same way as Favor?" "What do you mean?" Simon asked. "Are you both in a hurry to leave our house? Or is it only you, Favor?" Favor could tell Simon was nervous. Even so, she stared at him, waiting for him to respond. "I agree with Favor. I'd like to know a time, too. We need something to work toward. Favor and I want to make plans for our life as a couple." Favor smiled at her husband, glad he was finally taking her side. "Well, I think this meeting is absolute nonsense," Harriet said. "What do you think, Melvin?" Melvin stroked his beard. "I agree with you. We can't give a date because we don't know the future." "We're very grateful for everything you've done for us," Favor said. "We would like our own space to start a family of our own." "You don't need your own house to start a family." Harriet folded her arms in her lap. "We even have a spare room in this house." Before Favor could stop herself, the words were already coming out of her mouth. "Cherish has invited Simon and me to live on the farm after she's married. We need to know a more specific date and whether the house will be built. Otherwise, we will have to think about moving to Cherish's farm once she moves there." Harriet's jaw dropped open. "You wouldn't!" Melvin sat up straighter in his chair. "Simon won't go. He knows we need him around here. There's too much for me to do alone." "We do everything for him and you, Favor," Harriet added. "I don't know why you can't see that. There will be a lot more work for you to do if you're going to be running your own household." "I'm sorry, but we are moving to Cherish's farm unless we get a date and a plan to move forward with the house." Harriet and Melvin stared at Simon. Simon put his arm around Favor. "I need to do everything to make Favor happy, the same way you've always put Ma first, Pa." "I understand, but I don't believe I've ever taught you to disrespect your mother. Look how upset she is now." Melvin held his hand out toward Harriet. Simon lowered his head. "I'm sorry, Ma." Favor frowned. It was one small step with Simon, then 2 steps back. Favor stood up and grabbed Simon's hand. "I think we've said all we need to say." "Sit down. We can talk about this. If it's a time you want, why don't we say a year from now?" Melvin said. Favor was pleased that she finally had a timeline. Simon nodded. "That sounds reasonable. What do you think, Favor?" "Sooner would be better. Why not 6 months?" "I'd rather say something we can manage. We have to make sure we have enough money for all the wood we need." Simon looked at Favor again. "What do you think, Favor?" "I think that a year is a whole 12 months away. That's a long time." "I'm sorry that living with us is such a chore for you, Favor. A year it is. Now, is there anything else anyone would like to talk about?" Melvin asked. Favor sat there in silence. Melvin was almost as bad as Harriet. A year might as well be a lifetime. Simon didn't realize how awful every day was for her.
Okay. If no one else has anything to say, it's the end of the meeting, Melvin said.
Harriet stood up.
Since you cooked the meal, Favor, I'll serve it.
Thank you.
It'll be ready in 10 minutes, Harriet said.
Favor and Simon went back to their room.
How do you think that went? Favor asked him.
It went okay. Now we have a time.
Favor slumped onto the bed.
It's not a priority. Of course it's not. We already have a roof over our heads. Making a living on the farm has to be the main thing in our lives if we want to eat.
Favor sighed.
I know. Why did you say that about moving in with Cherish?
I meant it.
You need to keep calm, Simon said. I love you and them, and it's hard for me to listen to you talking to them like that.
We weren't really arguing.
Favor tried not to roll her eyes.
But I see what you mean. I'll try, but don't let them guilt you into agreeing with them again. I can't take it for much longer.
Let's wait until things cool down, Simon suggested. Then we'll see what they have to say. Maybe we can move up the time for getting our house built, and I will do most of the work myself. I know how much this means to you, and I'll do everything to make you happy.
Favor agreed, but only to keep the peace for now. Chapter 30. Cherish drove her horse and buggy back to Daphne's house the next day. All the way there, she felt sick to the stomach. She told herself that no matter the outcome, it would all work out in the end. God always had a plan. If Levi was Travis's father, Levi couldn't have known about it. There's no way Levi would have turned his back on his child, no matter the circumstances. After Cherish arrived at the little yellow house, she secured her horse to the post and walked up the path. Daphne opened the front door before she got to the porch. "You don't feel like sniffing the flowers today, Cherish?" Cherish laughed.
"I'm a bit too nervous to hear what you've got to say."
"Don't be. Come in and take a seat." Cherish walked into the living room and sat down. "Would you like tea or coffee, dear?" Daphne asked.
"Just a glass of water, please."
Daphne left the room while Cherish remained in the living room. She found herself sitting on the edge of her seat. If Travis turned out to be Levi's son, it would present so many questions. She closed her eyes to pray that it wasn't true, while wondering if that was selfish to do. Besides that, the past couldn't be changed. She saw a framed embroidered scripture on the wall when she opened her eyes. "In everything give thanks," it read. The words were sewn in the most vivid blue thread. She got up and walked closer to get a better look. Then she saw the tiny pink and blue butterflies embroidered in the corners. The scripture reminded Cherish that she shouldn't be overly concerned about things. God was in control. She sat down again. Where was Daphne? Did it take this long to turn on the tap? Daphne strolled back into the room carrying a tray. She placed the tray down and handed the water to Cherish. To Cherish's delight, she had a slice of heavily frosted chocolate cake on a plate.
"Oh, this looks nice. Thank you."
As Cherish picked up the plate, Daphne picked up a book and licked her finger before turning it to a specific page. "Ah, here we are. Here's what we need." Cherish took a mouthful of cake as she looked at the piece of paper. It had 3 different names on it. Cherish's heart sank. 2 of the men she'd written down weren't even named Levi. The names were Joey Shelsby, Liam Brown, and Levi Brunner. "Given the lack of information provided, this is all I could find," Daphne said. Cherish finished her mouthful.
"There's only one Levi. My Levi."
"These are all the men with similar names that left our community about a year before Travis's birth. The only one who stayed is Levi." Cherish cut her off mid-sentence. "Yes, Levi. I'm sorry I couldn't be of more help."
How do you know one of these men might be the father?
From rumors that were going around the community at the time. Then I fit it within the time frame.
Were there any rumors about Levi Brunner?
Daphne shrugged her shoulders. None that I heard, and I hear plenty. The young man might be mistaken about which community his father resided in.
It's possible, I suppose. I will give these names to Travis. I'm sure he will be grateful. Thank you.
I could not find their new addresses, but I wrote down the towns those two men live in. Travis should visit them, perhaps, if he wants to find out more.
Thank you, Daphne. You've been a great help.
Cherish picked up her water and took a large gulp.
It's no problem. Did you bring me the information about Malachi's family?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I've been busy with wedding preparations. I forgot to ask.
Then Cherish remembered she had asked, but Malachi hadn't answered.
No rush, dear. You can tell me later.
Cherish sat there talking to Daphne until she finished her water and cake. Chapter 31. That afternoon, Debbie sat at her tea stall, lost in her thoughts about Peter and how strangely he had acted at the Sunday meeting. He'd never asked for space before. Maybe his brother had gotten into his ear. Debbie hated to admit that she was relieved at the possibility of Peter moving away to take the job with his uncle. It was around the time of day that Peter usually brought her a takeout coffee. She suddenly felt a pang of sadness and wondered if she would miss him more if they went their separate ways. Debbie shook her head to clear her thoughts. This pushing and pulling of emotions had kept her confused for so long. Did she miss him as a friend right now, or were her feelings stronger? Then she reminded herself of how cold he'd been to her lately. Her relationship with him had always been confusing. She was absorbed in her thoughts when a deep voice pulled her out of them. "Hello, Debbie." Debbie looked up to see Fritz standing at her stall. He looked so handsome, standing there with the sunlight shining on his hair. She stood up.
Hello, Fritz.
"I'd like to buy some of your tea."
Okay.
Fritz smiled, making Debbie wonder what he thought about her. "Could you show me your nicest tea?" Fritz asked.
You've come to talk about tea?
Why not? I'm sure you're an expert. Debbie moved to stand next to him. She pointed to 3 different teas.
These are my most popular. I make all these herbal blends myself.
Really? Debbie nodded.
Yes, I only source the highest quality ingredients.
I've been having trouble sleeping lately. My late grandmother used to make me this tea when I was young. I have no clue what it was, but it would make me warm and fuzzy and put me to sleep quickly. Debbie picked up a different box of tea.
Chamomile. Here, you'll enjoy this one. I made it with peppermint and sage, but the chamomile is the strongest element. I'm positive it will help.
Fritz took the box from her. I'll let you know how it works. Fritz pulled out some money.
Oh, no. Please. You're Peter's brother. I couldn't charge you anything.
Are you sure?
Of course.
Fritz took a step back and looked at her display. She turned to see what he was looking at. I like how your boxes are all black with the gold lettering. He picked up another box and examined it.
Thank you. I had quite a bit of help with that. The people who do my packaging helped me out. Peter found them for me.
Fritz put his billfold away and smiled at Debbie, sending her heart racing. She couldn't understand how everyone else found him to be abrupt. All she saw was a kind, handsome, and attractive man. You seem very passionate about your tea.
I am. I believe they're a sort of healing elixir. Herbs were mentioned so much in the Bible. I get so much joy from formulating the recipes.
Fritz rubbed his chin. So, if you and Peter are to marry, and you're so passionate about this, why don't you do it together? He could help you expand the business. It can't be easy running it yourself. Debbie sighed and then coughed to cover it up. For an instant, she'd forgotten all about Peter.
He helped me initially. He put me in touch with a large packager and supplier, as I mentioned.
Then what?
Debbie shrugged. Peter had lost interest, but she didn't wish to tell Fritz that. Without another word, Fritz seemed to know what she meant.
That sounds like him.
What do you mean?
Oh, you know, Peter. He's always jumping from one thing to the next, never able to follow anything through. He needs to come back with me and live and work with our uncle. Our uncle will hold him accountable. After all this time, Peter should already have a proper job with a decent income. Or at least start a business. Anything. Debbie had been concerned about Peter's lack of stability. He still lived with his mother, and Fritz was right. Peter didn't even have a regular job. For the first time, Debbie realized that if she married Peter, she'd be the one supporting him. Jared needed a good example, a hard-working man. Debbie looked up at Fritz.
Was that your girlfriend at the Sunday meeting?
Who, Maisie?
Debbie nodded.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought, why is she here at the same time as you?
It's not my place to say why she chose to come here.
Debbie frowned.
What do you mean?
You should ask Peter.
Debbie froze as she remembered her conversation with Cherish. No, it couldn't be. Peter wouldn't do something like that to her. She stared into Fritz's eyes, hoping for answers. He stared back, his own eyes full of questions. After a tense moment, Fritz said,
I should be getting back to my mother's place. I'm going there for a meal. Nice to see you again, Debbie.
He held up the tea.
Thanks again.
I hope it helps you sleep.
I'm sure it will.
Debbie watched Fritz leave and then moved back behind her stall. A smile spread across her face as she spotted a $20 bill stuck between the tea boxes. Fritz had left it there, but she hadn't seen him do it. It was far more than the tea had cost her, so she owed him the difference. One problem. Fritz was nowhere to be seen. She placed the money in the tin for safekeeping. Now everything was more confusing than before. She sat down on her stool again. If Peter had something going on with Maisie, she had misjudged him. She thought back to how her heart had just raced. Why did Fritz have to be related to Peter? Chapter 32. As the sun set that evening, Bliss and Wilma walked along the long rows of apple trees, taking in the beauty and enjoying the gentle breeze.
It's so peaceful here, Wilma. I miss living here. I miss it a lot.
Bliss linked arms with Wilma. I still appreciate it, even after all these years. When Florence lived here, she walked through the orchard in the afternoon, right about this time, before she helped with the evening meal. I never understood why until now. It's very calming. They walked in silence, taking in the sights and the fragrant aromas. Finally, Bliss spoke.
I'd like to ask you something. I noticed Dot's chair was gone.
Samuel took it away. It was too painful for me to see.
I understand. I wondered if there is an old Bible of Dot's I could keep.
Wilma nodded. He had two. One he kept on his nightstand, and one that remained in the living room for our nightly readings. You can choose which one you'd like. I'm still trying to work through all his belongings, deciding what to do with them.
Dinka, how have you been coping with everything?
I've been okay. The wedding preparations are keeping me busy. Ada and I have been trying lots of new recipes. Matthew is the taste tester when Cherish isn't around. Bliss laughed.
That doesn't surprise me.
I'm certain he enjoys eating it more than we do. Oh, and Annie and her mother found out along the grapevine about the wedding. They're making Cherish a special gingerbread house and bringing it with them. But don't tell her, because it's a surprise." Bliss noticed Mom perked up immediately after talking about the wedding.
Cherish will love that. I'm looking forward to the wedding so much.
"So am I." Wilma looked at the ground. "You must make sure you come and visit more when Cherish is gone. It will be very lonely here without her." Wilma wiped a tear from her cheek.
Of course. We will come over every other day. When we finally have children, we will be here even more. You will have to help me a lot. I never had younger siblings or cousins. The closest I've had are Joy and Christina's babies."
Wilma smiled. "I'll look forward to that day. You won't be able to keep me away from your babies."
I look forward to it as well. It will happen, God willing.
"Yeah, it will," Wilma agreed. Chapter 33. At Cherish's Farm. Malachi decided to paint the whole house inside and out before Cherish came to live there. If any time was left, he'd finish painting some of the fences close to the house, and then there was the old barn that needed a few repairs. Today, Annie and her husband Gus were there, helping Malachi paint. Annie was up a ladder painting the ceiling, while Gus and Malachi painted the living room walls.
Malachi, you'd be getting excited now, only a few short weeks before the wedding, Annie said.
"Yeah, I'm just looking forward to Cherish finally moving here."
It's been a long time in the making. I always thought there was something more between you two, didn't I? Annie asked her husband.
"It's true," Gus confirmed, sounding amused. "She used to tell me how she thought you were in love with Cherish."
Malachi laughed.
"Was it that obvious?"
"Yep," Annie giggled. "I was going to keep this from you, but I'm so excited, and I can't hold it in. My mother and I are making a special gingerbread house to bring for your wedding."
"You don't have to do that."
"Don't be silly," Annie said. "Ma and I love doing that kind of thing. It can be part of our wedding gift to you and Cherish."
"Thank you, Annie. I'm sure Cherish will love it."
Malachi bent over and picked up more paint on his roller. He turned to the wall and began rolling out the paint.
"It'll be very special."
She certainly showed a lot of interest in the gingerbread houses we had at my wedding. I look forward to meeting the rest of your family, Malachi. Come to think of it, I'm not certain I've ever heard you talk of them.
"You know my uncle,"
Malachi chuckled.
"but he won't be at the wedding. Neither will the rest of them."
Annie frowned.
"I'm sorry, I've said too much about your family. You don't want to talk about them?"
"It's not that. They live very far away, that's all. In Little Creek."
"They won't be making an effort for your wedding?" Gus asked.
"Nah, it's too far for 'em to go."
Malachi kept painting. "That's a shame," Gus said. Annie tried not to make eye contact with her husband, but she saw him shake his head out of the corner of her eye. She bit her lip, but again, she couldn't help herself.
"Why did you move here, Malachi?" she asked.
"I needed a change of scenery. My uncle said there was a possible job looking after a farm. I could live by myself, and it was isolated. I thought I'd told you this."
Gus stopped painting.
"You like isolation?" "Yes, for a change."
"And what did you think of Cherish when you first met her?" Annie asked.
Malachi put his roller down and straightened up. Then he chuckled.
"I thought she was a bit spoiled, but adorable at the same time.
God knows the beginning from the end. He planned it all out for you two to meet that way," Gus said.
"Yep, seems like it."
Malachi picked up his roller again, reminiscing about the day he met Cherish. When his helpers had gone home, Malachi walked down to the barn to call Cherish. They hadn't spoken in a while, and he missed her terribly. Wally pecked at things on the barn floor as Malachi dialed Cherish's number. The phone rang out, so he tried again. Finally, Matthew answered the phone. Malachi recognized his voice right away, even though he sounded puffed.
"Hey, it's Malachi." "Malachi! Good to hear from you, my friend. It's Matthew. How are you? I'm good. How's everything there? Everyone's excited. All they do is talk about the wedding. Ada and Wilma have been baking cakes and trying new dishes for the event.
Malachi laughed.
You must be loving that. I am. It's been super fun. While I've got you here, there's something I've been wondering.
Malachi frowned.
Sure. What is it?
Will there be any single women at the wedding?
Malachi laughed. I'm not sure. You know the people who'll be coming better than I do. I know. I mean, do you have any cousins or friends or something that will be coming?
Malachi held in more laughter. He didn't want to sound rude.
No. Sadly, my family can't make it. I've only got a married couple coming from my community. Oh? I'm sorry about your family not coming, Matthew said. Well, we look forward to seeing you again. Thank you, Malachi said. I just saw Cherish walking through the orchard. If you don't mind waiting, I'll go fetch her for you. That'd be great. Thanks. No worries.
Malachi waited for a while before he heard the phone rustling on the other side of the line.
Hey, how are you?
Cherish asked. Malachi smiled. It was so good to hear her voice.
I'm good. How are you?
Better now that I'm talking to you.
I miss you.
I miss you too.
How's Wilma doing? Malachi asked.
She's better. The wedding is keeping her busy. Every time I come home, she and Ada have an assortment of cakes and food laid out for me to try.
Matthew told me. I wish I were there for that.
You will be here for the final cakes. Time is going by so fast.
I know. Did you find out any more about Travis?
Cherish sighed.
I saw Daphne. She gave me 3 names of the men it could be, but there was only one Levi on the list. The only Levi in the community at the time of Travis's birth was our Levi.
That's strange. I thought the name Levi would be more common than that.
Seems not. I'll be seeing Travis soon to give him the details. Oh, and Daphne needs your family information to record. I've got a pen and paper here by the phone. Just tell me your parents' names.
Malachi paused for a moment. This was a track he didn't want to go down.
Don't worry about all of that. I'll bring all the information with me when I return.
Oh, okay.
Cherish didn't want to push him. She was confident he would open up to her when he was ready. Suddenly, Wally started flapping his wings and waddled outside the barn. Malachi looked out the window and saw Ruth walking toward the barn.
I've got to run. Ruth's here.
Okay, bye. I miss you.
Miss you too. Malachi hung up the phone's receiver and walked over to greet Ruth. She had something in her hands that looked like a pie. He watched as Wally danced in circles around her. Ruth laughed as she tried to touch him, but she couldn't because he kept moving. Wally finally slowed down so she could pat his neck with one hand while holding the object with her other hand.
Good afternoon, Ruth.
Hello, Malachi. I've brought you some pie for dinner. It's meat with potatoes on the top.
Great. I've been painting all day. I'm glad I needn't cook tonight.
Malachi took the dish from Ruth.
Will you stay and eat with me?
No, I've still got a friend staying with me. I'll have to get back home. It's getting close to the date now. When are you leaving?
I'll be heading down a few days before. I'll be sure to give you plenty of notice. I was just talking to Cherish.
Oh, how are she and her family?
They're good. Excited from what I've heard.
Of course they are. And what about your family? Will they be attending? Malachi shook his head.
They live far away.
Oh, that's a shame. Malachi shrugged his shoulders. When Ruth stopped patting Wally, he quacked and flapped his wings. Then he touched her hand with his beak until she patted him again. Malachi and Ruth looked at each other and laughed.
I think he likes you better than me.
Ruth pulled out a bag of pellets from her pocket. This is my secret. He loves them. Ruth took a handful of pellets and threw them across the lawn. Wally flapped his wings in excitement as he ran around, eating them up. "Clever," Malachi said. "I will have to get some of those for him." That evening, after Malachi had finished his chores, showered, and eaten all the pie Ruth brought for him, he lay on the couch and thought about his day. He wondered why everyone he'd talked with had mentioned his family. Why would he want anyone to meet them? Most of his brothers did anything to be the center of attention. One of them drew away from attention so much that he drew attention to himself by doing so. That in itself was probably a ruse to gain attention from his other brothers and onto himself. He didn't want to invite his brothers to his wedding because he found them to be loud and obnoxious. Would Cherish think that it was odd that he didn't want anything to do with them? She was, after all, so close with her family. Malachi closed his heavy eyelids and went to sleep, hoping word of his wedding wouldn't reach his family's ears, the ears of his brothers in particular. Chapter 34. A few days later, Cherish sat in the same coffee shop where she and Travis had met previously. She tapped a tiny sugar packet on the table as she waited for him to arrive. She was disappointed that Daphne couldn't find out more information, but she understood, given the lack of knowledge Travis had about his father. Travis entered, and she put the sugar packet back in the container with the others. He smiled at Cherish as he sat down.
"Thanks for meeting me. I ordered you the same drink you had last time. I hope that's okay,"
Cherish asked, trying not to be nervous. "Of course, thank you." Suddenly, the waiter placed a cup of coffee on the table for Travis. He thanked her as he ripped open a sugar packet, poured it in, and stirred it. "So, I'm guessing you've been to find out more information."
"Yes, from Daphne."
Cherish pulled out the paper with the 3 names and handed it to Travis.
"These men lived in the community at your time of birth. For some reason, Daphne gave me these 3 names. I'm not sure why, now I think about it."
Travis stared at the paper and frowned. "I'm positive my father's name is Levi. There is only one Levi here." He looked up at Cherish. Cherish froze for a moment before speaking.
"Yes, Levi Brunner."
Travis raised his eyebrows and folded the paper before slipping it into the inner pocket of his coat. "There's only one way to find out."
"Daphne recommended you speak to these 2 men. She wrote down the towns that they live in now. Both of them have left the community. It shouldn't be too hard to track them down and talk with them."
Travis took a long sip of his coffee. "Thanks for your help. This is great. I'll let you know what I find out."
"Please do."
But only if it's not Levi, she thought to herself. As Cherish pulled up at the orchard, she was relieved Travis would be out of the way for a while as he searched for his father. Now she could focus all her energy on her upcoming wedding. She was driving past the front door and spotted Florence down the road outside her house. She was getting mail out of her letterbox. Florence waved her down, and Cherish pulled over and stopped. "I've finished your dress. Would you like to try it on again?" Florence asked. A huge smile came across Cherish's face.
"That would be wonderful."
Cherish jumped out of the buggy and secured her horse to the fence. "Where have you been?"
"Just in town."
Cherish walked up to the house with Florence, hoping she wouldn't ask any more questions. Once they were in Florence's sewing room, she saw the dress hanging in front of her.
"Oh, Florence, it's perfect."
"Only the best for you, Cherish." Florence helped Cherish get into the dress, and then she stood back to look in the mirror. "It's even more beautiful on you," Florence said.
"I'm lost for words, and that never happens to me. Danke, Florence."
Cherish hugged Florence tight. Suddenly, Cherish was jolted forward as she felt Iris's little arms wrap around her legs. Cherish and Florence laughed as they looked down and saw Iris smiling up at them. "Careful now. We don't want to ruin Auntie Cherish's dress before her big day." Iris looked up at Cherish.
"You look beautiful, Aunt Cherish. Am I coming to your wedding?"
"Of course you are." Cherish couldn't wait to have her children with Malachi. She hoped she'd have a daughter exactly like Iris. Florence helped Cherish get out of the dress before walking over to the corner of the room where the attendants' dresses were hanging. I've still got a little to go with these, but I should have no trouble finishing them on time. When Favor arrives, I'll get her here for one final fitting, but it's unnecessary. I know her size.
Oh, Florence, they're so beautiful. Thank you again.
You're welcome. I'm so happy to do it. As Cherish left Florence's house, she walked back to her horse and buggy, giddy with delight. She'd soon be married and living in a different place and another town. When she got back home, she was still lost in her thoughts as she unhitched the buggy. She'd finished rubbing the horse down when the phone rang. She ran to the barn and picked up the receiver just in time.
Hello? Cherish, it's me. I'm here at my grandmother's.
Cherish recognized Fenella's voice. This was perfect, having Fenella at the wedding.
When did you arrive?
Yesterday, but Mommy had a lot of things she needed me to do around the place. But I'm free now.
You must come for dinner tonight.
Sure, sounds good.
Great. Bring your grandmother too, of course. Everyone will be so happy to see you.
I don't think Mommy will come, but I'll be there.
I'll let Mom and Ada know. See you soon.
Cherish placed the phone down and couldn't wipe the smile from her face. She had missed her friend. She led the horse into the paddock and then skipped to the house to tell Wilma and Ada the excellent news. Chapter 35. Crystal sat in her shop laughing with Eddie. He'd shown up not long ago to bring her some fresh honey. Crystal gathered by now that he must have stronger feelings for her than he was letting on, or why would he keep coming to see her, bringing her gifts, and staying to talk for so long?
Thank you for the honey, Eddie, but it's not necessary. You can come to visit whenever you like. You don't have to bring me anything.
You don't like the honey?
I love honey. It's not that.
Eddie laughed. Relax, I'm joking.
Oh.
Crystal laughed at him. Can I ask you a serious question, though? Eddie asked. Crystal felt herself getting lost in his big brown eyes. She was surprised that she felt this way toward him again. She'd liked him once, but now they were good friends.
Go on,
Crystal nodded. Are you happy being Amish? I mean, truly happy? Crystal swallowed hard. It was a question she often asked herself. She loved the quilt store and living with the Baker-Brunner family, but she still felt a huge part of her was missing. She still felt incomplete without a family of her own.
I feel this is my home among these people. They've become like a family to me, but I can't say I am truly happy yet.
I often think about when you came to stay with me.
You do?
Crystal leaned forward over the counter, closer to Eddie. Yes. You had only nasty things to say about everyone. Now I see you have completely changed, but I still don't see you as happy and bubbly as you used to be when we first met. Crystal sighed. She knew it was true. She wanted to marry so badly. This had weighed her down. Losing Gertie had been another awful thing she had to get over. Don't get me wrong, I am truly fond of the people here, but you were always so carefree, so spirited. You let nothing get in your way. You were the strongest woman I'd ever known. I'm sad to see you like this. What would make you satisfied? Crystal was confused by Eddie's words. He had been saying things like this to her lately, making her question her decisions. She yearned for a husband, but she didn't think she was overly unhappy. Maybe he was seeing something she wasn't.
A husband would make me happy.
She stared at Eddie, hoping the truth wouldn't turn him off her. Oh, well, Suddenly, the bell jingled as Matthew walked into the store. He took off his hat and was smiling from ear to ear. Crystal observed the smile fade when he saw Eddie with Crystal. Hello, Eddie. Matthew then looked at Crystal. Is this a bad time? I can come back. Eddie took a step toward the door.
No, it's fine. I was about to leave. Nice seeing you again, Matthew.
Eddie smiled at Crystal and gave her a little wave before he walked out the door. Crystal couldn't help but feel annoyed that Matthew had interrupted them at such a crucial moment. Was Eddie going to ask her out? She felt conflicted, and now she'd never know what he would say.
What was he doing here?
Matthew asked as he walked over and stood in front of Crystal.
He was only here for a moment.
Does he come here often?
Crystal laughed.
You're so nosy. Why all the questions?
I'm just wondering. I thought I was the only one that came to visit you.
Crystal walked past Matthew and straightened up some folded quilts on a shelf.
I'll have you know I'm more popular than you think.
Matthew rubbed the back of his neck.
I believe it.
Crystal observed Matthew acting strange. She stood up straight and faced him.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. Seems you're pretty busy straightening those quilts. I'll see you at dinner tonight.
Oh, okay. Thanks for stopping by.
Crystal laughed to herself as Matthew stormed out of the shop. She giggled to herself when she realized he must have been jealous. When Crystal got home that evening, she heard laughter from the kitchen. She walked inside to see Ada, Wilma, Cherish, and Fenella standing around cooking and talking. Then her eyes fell to Jared, who was standing next to Ada wearing a too large apron and, with his hands firmly fixed to a rolling pin, rolling out dough pinwheels. She covered her mouth and tried not to laugh. Ada looked at her and frowned.
Jared is a good boy, helping in the kitchen. Sorry, she said. Excellent job, Jared.
Hi, Crystal. Fenella put down the knife she was slicing bread with and walked over to hug her.
Fenella, I wasn't aware you were here. Cherish told me you were coming for the wedding.
I took the opportunity to take some time off work and visit my grandmother.
Oh, lovely. How is your grandmother?
She's good, thanks. She was too tired to make it tonight.
Oh, that's a shame. What's for dinner?
Crystal walked to the counter and looked at what everyone was cooking.
Beef pot pie again, Ada said. With chicken egg noodles and vegetables, Wilma added.
Oh, and we need to make garlic bread. It's Jared's favorite. Maybe you could help with that, Cherish asked Crystal.
Of course. Crystal put on an apron and walked to the gas-powered fridge.
I'm making the noodles,
Jared said as he held a noodle high above his head in the air. Suddenly, Ada slapped his hand, and Jared dropped the noodle on the table.
Remember what I said, Jared? No playing with the food.
I won't do it again, Jared said, poking at the dropped noodle.
Cherish looked at Fenella and laughed.
Oh, it is so good to have you here, Fenella.
Fenella smiled as she continued slicing the bread. I haven't been here in the longest time. I've missed out on so much. Jared's all grown up.
Did you ever end up finding any of those letters I sent? Cherish asked.
Fenella rolled her eyes. It was as I suspected. My little brother had been hiding them from me. I got it out of him, but he still won't tell me where they are. Cherish laughed. It was nice to have her friend in town. She found herself lost in the moment, enjoying everyone's company. When dinner was ready, Ada called out for the men to enter, and the women followed behind, carrying plates of food. They set everything on the table, then stood by the door and waited for everyone to enter before they sat down to eat. Matthew was the last in the room. He saw Fenella and lit up instantly, brushing past Crystal to sit next to her.
Fenella, how are you?
It's wonderful to see you, Matthew. And, wow, you've changed a lot. Fenella looked him up and down.
I feel the same, but everyone keeps telling me I finally had that growth spurt.
Fenella laughed. You look good.
Thank you,
Matthew said proudly. He leaned over and whispered, You always look good. Fenella covered her mouth and giggled. Cherish noticed Crystal watching their interaction. Was Crystal jealous that Matthew was giving someone else attention?
You okay?
Cherish asked, when a grumpy Crystal sat down beside her.
Yeah, I'm fine.
As everyone bowed their heads to give thanks for the food in silence, Crystal opened one eye and looked over at Fenella and Matthew. They were both praying with their eyes closed, and they both looked pretty happy. Crystal felt a pang of jealousy rip through her. It was a feeling she never thought she'd have where Matthew was concerned. He was one man who would marry her because he didn't care about her past. Had she lost her chance with him? Chapter 36. Time flew by for everyone in the Baker-Brunner family. It was late on a Monday afternoon, and the wedding was on Wednesday. Malachi was due to arrive back at the orchard at any moment. Cherish found it hard to contain her excitement as she sat at the kitchen counter with Ada and Wilma, preparing the vegetables for the evening meal. "How are you feeling, Cherish?" Wilma asked. Cherish smiled at Wilma.
"So excited."
"I can't believe our little Cherish is finally getting married."
Ada patted Cherish on the shoulder before she stood to move to the sink. Wilma sighed.
It seems like I was holding you in my arms only yesterday. Now you're all grown up and moving away. It's not going to be the same without you."
Wilma dabbed at her eyes with the end of her apron.
"I'm going to visit you at least twice a year."
"That's good news," Ada said. "I'd like that, but I don't want you to feel like you have to on my account. I know how crazy things become once you have a family and a house of your own to run."
Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Cherish put down the knife and ran to the door. Malachi stood there when she opened it, grinning from ear to ear. She wrapped her arms around him and held him tight.
"I didn't even hear a car."
Malachi laughed. "It's good to see you, too." Cherish stepped back and took a moment to look him up and down. He wore a pale blue shirt with a pair of dark brown suspenders and brown pants. When he took off his hat, his hair was neatly parted.
"You look great."
Malachi laughed.
"You're not so bad yourself."
Suddenly, Cherish heard honking. She looked behind Malachi and saw Wally standing on the porch steps. Cherish covered her mouth and giggled.
"I forgot you were bringing Wally."
Cherish brushed past Malachi and ran over to Wally. She patted him as he poked at the ground for food.
"It was a long trip. He's hungry."
"Oh, you must be too. The meal won't be far away. Come inside and we'll get you settled in."
"Danka." When Cherish saw Malachi carrying only one small bag, she asked,
"Where's your luggage?"
Malachi lifted his bag to his face.
"That's all you packed?" she asked.
"Yeah. We'll be leaving after the wedding. I only need one set of clothes and my suit, don't I?"
Cherish laughed.
"I hope that's all you'll need."
"It'll be fine."
Wally followed Cherish and Malachi into the kitchen. Wilma said nothing, but stared at Wally.
"Oh, I'm sorry. Is Wally allowed in the house?"
It's fine, Malachi." Wilma smiled at him.
"I'll feed him next to Caramel's bowl if that's all right. I've brought his food."
"It's fine. I just forgot for a moment that you were bringing him." Ada laughed.
"Is he going to be your attendant?" "Why not? I think that's a great idea."
Malachi smiled proudly. "Welcome back," Wilma said.
"Thank you. One more day of single life, and then we'll be married."
He turned and gave Cherish a wink.
"I know. Not long now."
After Cherish fixed Malachi a snack, she showed him to his room. The cooking was well underway, so Ada called Samuel and Matthew inside. Ada and Wilma discussed where Wally would sleep when Malachi and Cherish walked into the kitchen.
Malachi said, "He'll sleep in my room if that's okay. He's not messy, and he's toilet trained. He lets me know when he wants to go outside."
"That'll be fine," Wilma said. Debbie came in with Jared. As soon as Jared saw Malachi, he ran over to him. Malachi scooped him up in his arms before ruffling his hair. Jared laughed playfully and kicked his legs to get down. Then he ran over to his table and chairs to his coloring pencils.
I think he missed you, Debbie said to Malachi.
I missed him too. It's good to see you, Debbie.
It's good to see you as well.
When Crystal came home, the family ate dinner around the table while Wally sat by himself on an old blanket in the corner behind Malachi. Caramel sat at the door staring at Wally and did not move.
How was your trip, Malachi?
Samuel asked.
It was fine. Wally slept most of the way.
Isn't that sweet?
Debbie smiled at Malachi.
We have missed your company around here, Malachi.
I've missed being here. I understand why it's so hard for Cherish to leave.
Maybe soon you and Cherish will decide you've had enough of the farm and come to live here, Wilma suggested.
Maybe.
Malachi smiled at Wilma.
How was everyone's day today? Matthew asked. I'll go first.
Cherish looked around at everyone and laughed. It was clear Matthew had something he wanted to tell everyone.
Today, I went on a date with the most beautiful girl in the world.
There was laughter around the table. Cherish looked at Crystal and noticed she was the only one who wasn't laughing. Most beautiful girl in the world? Crystal felt uncomfortable. She couldn't believe Matthew was flaunting Fenella in front of her.
Fenella? Cherish asked.
Yes. I asked her out for coffee and she said yes. I couldn't believe it. Anyway, we went on a long walk in the park afterward. It wasn't like friends going out for coffee either. It was a real date.
Ada looked at Matthew with a smile.
Another wedding soon, perhaps?
Yeah, I can hope for it, Matthew replied with a laugh.
It seemed to Crystal like men in the community didn't care who they spent the rest of their lives with. Matthew had spent way more time with her than Fenella, yet he'd forgotten Crystal entirely when Fenella showed up. Cherish noticed Crystal's discomfort and tried to change the subject.
Favor will be arriving tomorrow, she said to Crystal.
Oh, that's right. Crystal cut into her food. I'm looking forward to it. I can't wait to see her. I've missed her so much.
Me too. I hope she's been okay.
I spoke to her last week, Crystal said. Cherish spooned some food onto her plate.
How is she?
Things seem about the same. When she sees you brought Wally, Harriet will get the fright of her life, Crystal said to Malachi. Malachi laughed.
I hope so.
So, Ada addressed the table. Tomorrow we will need help to clean out the barn. We will have the celebrations there if it rains. The house also needs a thorough cleaning from top to bottom. Matthew, if you could be a dear and trim back the tree branches that line the fence on the driveway. That way, there will be more room for the buggies to park.
Sure, I can do that,
Matthew said with his mouth half full.
I'll help,
Samuel said. Ada stared at Samuel. You'll be doing the barn.
I can do it before or after.
I can finish up at the stall a few hours early for the next couple of days, Debbie said.
Yeah, I can close the store and be home to help too, Crystal added. That would be great. Thank you, girls. Cherish looked around the table, which was set for a feast. She was so happy to be there with her favorite people. She felt nervous about leaving the orchard. It was all she had ever known. But when she looked at Malachi, she knew he was her future, and her worries faded away. The next day, Debbie sorted tea at her stall. It was always quiet around 3 in the afternoon, but today it had been unusually quiet. In times like these, she was glad she had her online orders. Crystal handled those orders from her computer at the quilt store, which the bishop had approved. She fulfilled those orders twice a week. With both the stall and the website, she made enough to support herself. She'd even had some savings for a rainy day. Today, she was eager to close her stall and head home to see Favor. Suddenly, her thoughts drifted to Peter. It had been over a week since she'd seen him, the longest they'd ever been apart. His behavior at the Sunday meeting had been strange. If Maisie wasn't Fritz's girlfriend, why did she come all the way there? The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. Things weren't adding up. She thought Peter would have come back by now, but he hadn't. Was someone else occupying his time? Why did Fritz want her to ask Peter about Maisie? There were too many questions she didn't have answers for. Debbie decided enough was enough. She would confront Peter and find out what was going on. She closed her stall early and headed over to Peter's mother's house, where he lived. When Debbie arrived, she knocked on the door and waited patiently for someone to answer. Suddenly, Peter's mother opened the front door. She seemed surprised to see her. "Oh, Debbie, what brings you here today?" Debbie frowned at the way his mother looked at her. Something wasn't right.
"I'm here to see Peter. Is he around?"
Sure. Follow me." Debbie followed Peter's mother into the living room, where she saw Peter sitting on the couch with Maisie. He immediately sprang up and walked over to Debbie as she entered the room. "Debbie, what are you doing here?"
"I haven't seen you in over a week, so I came by to find out why."
Debbie looked at Maisie. "Oh, this is so terrible, Peter," his mother said. Maisie seemed as confused as she was.
"What's going on here?"
Maisie asked as she stood to her feet.
"I'm Debbie, Peter's girlfriend. I met you at the Sunday meeting last week." "Girlfriend?"
Maisie looked at Peter.
"You didn't tell me you had a girlfriend."
Peter reached out to Maisie. "It's not like that."
"It's not?" Debbie asked. "We've been dating for years now, so you tell me what it's not."
Peter frowned at Debbie, then said to Maisie, "It's complicated. Let's talk outside." Debbie stood there in shock. She was the one who was owed an explanation. Maisie walked over to the door.
"It was nice to meet you, Mrs. White. I would like to go back to the bishop's house now."
"Of course, dear." Peter's mother frowned at Peter. "I'll drive her there. You stay and talk to Debbie." When his mother left with Maisie, Debbie stood, waiting for an explanation. Peter stood in front of her, staring at the floor.
"Just tell me the truth, Peter. What's going on?"
Peter scratched his neck. "It's been years, Debbie. I've waited for you for years."
"So?"
Debbie asked. "You can't expect me to wait around forever."
"You're supposed to wait until the relationship is over before courting another woman."
Debbie was furious. How did Peter think any of this was okay? "I know that. I'm not courting her, and I'm not sure that I'm courting you."
"We are."
Debbie placed her hands on her hips.
"It seems that Maisie thought you had some kind of relationship with her."
He shook his head. "Just a few letters exchanged between us. That's all. I met her at a wedding a few years ago."
"The one you went to when you stayed with your brother?"
Debbie asked. "Yes."
"So you've been writing to Maisie for years?"
Debbie's voice rose. "No, only for the last few months. There's nothing in it." Debbie knew he wasn't telling the complete truth.
"You're not being straight with me. I saw how upset Maisie was. She's here for a reason. That reason has got to be you."
He rubbed his forehead and said nothing. He wasn't even looking at her.
"You know, Cherish and Fritz tried to warn me, but I didn't listen to them. I honestly thought I knew who you were. I trusted you. I can't believe I was considering spending the rest of my life with you. It's over, Peter."
Debbie went to walk out the door, but Peter grabbed her by the arm. "No, Debbie. Please. I'm sorry."
"It's too late."
She walked out the door, and he followed. "Wait, let's talk about this. If you tell me you'll marry me, I'll tell Maisie to go home." Debbie turned around to face him.
"Are you serious?"
"Yes. You can't blame me for this. I'm just a man who wants to get married."
"And it seems like any woman will do."
"It's not like that, Debbie. I've been patient. I've even accepted that you've got a child." Debbie was disappointed he'd said that, as though having a son was a bad thing.
"I thought we had something special. Goodbye, Peter.
Debbie ran the last few steps to her buggy. As she drove down the driveway, she looked in the rearview mirror and saw him walking back to the house. She felt so foolish. Tears streamed down her face, and she couldn't stop them. It was the most awful thing in the world to be betrayed. When she arrived home, she parked her buggy and ran toward the house. Samuel met her at the door and saw her tears. He told her he'd unhitch the buggy for her and tend to the horse. All she could do was nod as she ran past him. She ran up to her room before anyone else saw her. Chapter 37. When Debbie looked out her bedroom window, she saw people working in the garden outside. They were mowing, cutting, weeding, but she hadn't even noticed them as she'd ran inside. She saw Melvin outside helping, so that meant the rest of the couples had arrived too. She sat on the bed, trying to pull herself together before going down and greeting everyone. Just then, there was a knock on her door, and before she could say anything, the door opened. It was Favor. Favor closed the door behind her and slumped down on her bed beside her.
What's going on? Samuel told me you're upset.
Debbie looked down.
Peter's been deceiving me with another woman behind my back. She's not from here, but I think they've been writing to each other.
Favor gasped and covered her mouth.
It can't be.
Debbie dabbed at her eyes with a tissue.
A lot has happened since you left, Favor.
You're telling me?
Favor was shocked.
Don't worry, Debbie. I never thought Peter was the one for you.
Debbie looked up at Favor.
You didn't?
No, never. You never seemed to be in love with him. Not like you were with John, anyway. Not that I ever saw you with John, but I know because of how your eyes light up when you talk about him.
John didn't do the right thing by me with the whole keeping the marriage a secret thing, so his parents wouldn't be upset. Now Peter does this? Are all men going to treat me this way?
No, it's their fault, not yours.
Favor put her arm around Debbie.
There must be something wrong with me.
A tear trickled down Debbie's cheek.
Even though I doubted my feelings were strong enough for marriage, he could have waited until we ended things before looking around for someone else. It's so disappointing.
He's a coward, that's what.
I'd prefer not to think anything bad about him. I thought we should end things, but this is an awful ending to something that...
I know what you mean. You could have stayed friends with him, and now you don't respect him.
Exactly. I'd rather not see him. He let me down. Maybe it's better to stay single.
Debbie didn't want to stay single. She wanted Jared to have a family, and she wanted that for herself as well. Favor rubbed her back.
Debbie said, Then I have Ada in my ear telling me how badly behaved Jared is, and that he needs a father. Is it bad that I mostly feel relieved that Peter has taken this decision out of my hands?
Favor laughed.
Oh my, no. There's nothing worse than being stuck in a relationship with someone you don't like. Look at me with Simon's parents. It's a nightmare.
Debbie laughed.
I've missed you a lot.
I've missed you too. You'll find someone who loves you for you and doesn't even see another woman. The only woman he'll see is you.
Debbie breathed out heavily.
Maybe. Thanks for listening, Favor.
Of course. You've always been there for me. It will take a while to get used to him not being around, but you'll do it. You've got a lot of friends here.
Favor stood up and reached out her hand to Debbie.
Now, let's go and help before Ada scolds us.
The following day, the women crowded around Florence as she spread out the finished dresses on the table of her sewing room.
Oh, they're beautiful.
Favor ran her fingertips over the plum-colored dresses. Try yours on, Florence urged. As Crystal and Favor tried on their dresses, Florence helped Cherish step into her wedding dress for a third time. Then Florence fastened the back of it. The dress fit perfectly. Cherish turned to admire herself in Florence's full-length mirror. Since mirrors weren't allowed in her house, she wasn't used to looking at herself.
"It's beautiful,"
she said, as tears welled in her eyes.
"Thank you again, Florence."
Florence laughed. I loved doing it. Ada, Mom, here are your dresses. Wilma took the dresses from Florence and held them up to inspect them. They were perfectly sewn, simple cotton dresses, one in dark green and one in blue. "Thank you, Florence. They're lovely," Wilma said. "Beautiful work, as always. I'm glad you didn't do away with your sewing skills when you left us." "Yeah, they're so beautiful." Ada put her hand on Florence's shoulder. "I won't try mine on. I'm sure it'll fit. Thank you." "You're welcome, Ada. I'm glad you like it."
"I won't try mine on either."
Wilma held it against herself.
"I can tell it'll fit."
After the girls had tried on their dresses, Florence sat down in her chair, admiring her work. She was glad everyone was delighted with their dresses. "What's everyone's plans for the rest of the day?" Florence asked.
"We've got a lot of work to do," Wilma said. "Ada and I will be baking cakes and cooking food for the rest of the day. We've assigned people to do different chores," Ada said. "Although, Favor, I don't think we've thought of something for you to do yet."
Favor rolled her eyes behind Ada and Wilma's back, and Cherish tried not to laugh. She had missed her mischievous sister.
"I can't wait till Simon and I move to Cherish's farm. You're not going to set me chores to do every day, are you, Cherish? I mean, I don't mind if I don't have to wake up before the sun comes up. There's something wrong about doing that. God makes the sun come up, and then it's time to wake."
The room fell silent, and everyone looked at Cherish.
"You're moving to Cherish's farm?" Crystal asked. "Yeah, maybe. She invited Simon and me. He hasn't said yes, but it's only a matter of time before I can convince him."
Cherish looked down at her hands. She didn't know what to say. She'd invited them to visit, not stay there or live there.
"On another subject," Favor began, "I'd like everyone to look at Harriet's dress tomorrow. She made it with a fabric she had when Simon and I got married. Also, check out the stitching if you can. It's beautiful." "So she deliberately made you an ugly dress?" Crystal asked with a grin.
Favor nodded.
"I'll leave that to your imagination."
Ada narrowed her eyes.
"That's simply not true. She would never do something as horrid as that, and I'm quite surprised you girls are suggesting such dreadful things." "Sorry, Ada," Crystal said. "I didn't mean it." "Yeah, sorry, Ada. But you saw my wedding dress, right?" Favor asked. "I shouldn't have mentioned it. It's in the past now, anyway. Forget it." "I'm sure there was a reason. Anything else you should get out of your head."
Ada pressed her lips together.
"You're right, Ada," Favor said. "Everyone should forget I mentioned it. But look at her dress tomorrow."
Cherish had to intervene.
"Florence, do you have any of those lovely muffins you made the other day?"
"I have cupcakes. Let's all move to the kitchen, and I'll make us some coffee and some hot tea for you, Ada." Ada was still glaring at Favor as they moved out of the room. Favor walked straight past her and didn't even notice. Chapter 38. The wedding day finally arrived, and Cherish woke with excitement bursting out of her. She raced to the window and opened it. Cool air rushed over her skin as she stared at the first beams of sunlight rising over the distant hills. When she heard voices coming from downstairs, she knew she wasn't the only one awake. Cherish was hoping to see Malachi, but remembered Ada insisting that he stay at their house for the night. Ada also suggested all Cherish's sisters should stay with her. That didn't work out either, mainly because Favor didn't want to leave Simon for even one night, and Honor and Mercy still hadn't arrived. After Cherish threw on an old work dress, she walked downstairs and into the kitchen. Florence was already there, sitting at the table, and Ada and Wilma hurriedly worked around her. Cherish knew they were panicking about all the work ahead of them.
Morning!
Everyone stopped and turned to greet Cherish as she entered the room.
Cherish, we've just heard that Mercy's and Honor's vehicle broke down. They were supposed to arrive at Florence's yesterday, but who knows if they will make it to the wedding now.
Wilma was flustered as she ran around the kitchen, placing sandwiches on trays and arranging the fruit salad in a bowl.
Both their vehicles broke down?
Cherish frowned. They hired a large vehicle to fit everyone, Florence said. Ada patted Wilma on the back.
They will make it. Trust in the Lord.
Wilma swallowed hard.
I wanted all my children to be back here one last time. Maybe Cherish should have gotten married before they left. That's how I wanted it. Why didn't anyone listen to me? Everyone thinks they know better than me all the time.
Am I the last to wake up?
Cherish asked. Wilma nodded.
Ada said, No surprise there. Favor and Crystal are milking Cowie and Goaty. Debbie is getting Jared ready, and I've no clue about Harriet and Melvin. They were around here before. And Samuel and Matthew are outside helping set up, Wilma added.
I'm hungry,
Cherish said as she stared at all the food. Ada opened her mouth and stared at her.
Always thinking about food. Well, I'm hungry. That's why people have breakfast when they wake up.
Cherish knew she wasn't making much sense. She never did until later in the day.
Sit down, Cherish, and I'll fix you something. It won't be a cooked breakfast, Ada said.
I'll do it, Ada, Florence said. I'll fix you coffee and cereal. How does that sound? Florence asked.
Perfect, thanks. Where's Iris?
She and Carter will be coming soon. After she ate, she thought about her groom. Where was Malachi? Just as she was walking up the stairs to change, there was a knock on the front door. Cherish ran downstairs, hoping it was Malachi. When she opened the door, 4 men stood there carrying the benches they would soon put in the house. Cherish looked past them to the sky. The apple trees looked lovely against the blue sky with their beautiful leaves. She was not sure if Ada and Wilma would agree to her being married amongst them, so she made some decisions of her own. After all, it was her wedding.
It doesn't seem like it will rain, so could you find a nice area near the trees to put the benches? I'm getting married outside now.
The first man at the door looked at the others, then looked at Cherish. We're not putting them in here now?
No, outside. The plan has changed. And if anyone tells you otherwise, you tell them the bride has made this request.
A smile broadened his weathered face. Will do, Cherish.
Danka.
He directed the men to move the wagon with the benches closer to the trees. Cherish continued up the stairs, glad she'd made that change. Meanwhile, Ada looked out the window.
Where are they going with the benches?
Wilma peered out the window, edging Ada out of the way.
I'm not sure. We told them they must go in the house. You stay here, Wilma. I'll see what's happening. No, don't. Cherish would have told them to do it. It seems the bride wants to get married outdoors.
Ada wrung her hands.
But we've not planned for that. We can make it work if it's what she wants.
Ada took off her work apron.
If you say so, I'll ask them. If Cherish wants to marry outside, I'll tell them exactly where the benches need to go. We can't have them put them where we've planned for the tables to go.
That's a good point. Ada hurried out the back door. While she was gone, someone else came to the front door. Cherish opened it to see Annie and her husband Gus. Gus held something large in his hands. Cherish knew it was a cake.
How lovely to see you both. Thank you for coming all this way.
We have something for you, Cherish, Annie said. Wait till you see it, Gus said. It's a special cake for you and Malachi.
Really? Thank you. Bring it inside. I can't wait to see it. Is it a gingerbread house?
Gus said.
That's all she makes.
Cherish showed them through to the kitchen. She cleared a corner of the table, and Gus set the cake down. Then Annie uncovered it. Cherish gasped as soon as she saw it.
It's my farm! You've made my farm a gingerbread house!
Look closer, Annie said.
Oh, that's Wally!
Yes, and there's Caramel. Look at the tree. Do you see the two birds? Malachi told me about Tommy and Timmy. Cherish saw a blue parakeet and a green one, like Timmy and Tommy.
Oh, that's wonderful! You're very talented, even more so than I thought.
Hey, look at the birds over there. Are they the famous Timmy and Tommy?
Gus asked. Cherish looked over at the birds. She felt a little guilty for not letting them out of the cage for a while, but the house had been so full of people that it hadn't been possible over the last few weeks.
Yes, and we're taking them to the farm with us.
Annie bumped Cherish's shoulder.
And see all your future children in the yard, Cherish.
Cherish laughed.
You've given me 5 of them. Oh, this cake is too delightful to eat.
Cherish felt bad, remembering how she'd snapped off one of the sugar children on the cake at Annie's wedding and ate it. She'd always been dismissive of Annie and her mother and their gingerbread cakes. She'd been awful to them. The truth was, she'd always been jealous of Annie's close friendship with Malachi. She'd always wondered if there was more to it than simply a friendship. Now she knew they were only ever friends. Annie clasped her hands to her chest.
We'll be neighbors soon. How exciting!
I can't wait, Cherish said, and she meant it.
We'll go outside. I'm sure you've got a lot to do. We won't hold you up. Let's go, Gus. Thanks again for the cake. I'm going to put it in the center of the cake table. I'll make sure that everyone sees it, and I'll say that no one is allowed to eat it.
Annie and Gus laughed, and then Cherish called Ada and Wilma over to look at the gingerbread house. Not long after Cherish went upstairs to get changed, Fenella and Favor burst into her room, along with Crystal. Then came Bliss, Joy, and Christina. They all helped her change into her wedding dress. The married women in the room didn't hold back with their marital advice. Favor kept looking out Cherish's window.
Where are Mercy and Honor? They're not even here yet. They had car trouble or something. They should be here soon.
Favor threw her head.
If they don't show up, Mom will be upset. You'll have to wait until they get here before you get married.
Cherish looked down. She'd already waited long enough.
They'll be here.
Oh, look!
Favor pointed out the window.
Malachi is arriving. Where did he stay last night?
Ada insisted he stay at her place, where you stayed.
Cherish laughed.
Didn't you notice he was there?
Favor put her hand over her mouth and giggled.
I went to bed early. I do remember he was there now.
Cherish stared out the window at Malachi. He was so handsome in his dark suit and crisp white shirt. He looked up, and their eyes met. He smiled and waved. She waved back as the bishop walked over to him. Cherish moved away from the window.
The bishop's here now,
Joy said. You'll have to talk with him before the wedding.
I know. How do I look?
She turned around in a full circle. You look lovely. Ada burst into the room, breathless, as though she'd run up the stairs. She stood in the doorway.
Oh, Cherish, we don't have flowers for you. Did you want to carry flowers?
She did, but she wasn't going to upset anyone.
It's fine. I don't need flowers to get married.
Favor giggled.
She'll be happy to carry a basket of apples or an apple branch.
Ada ignored Favor's comment.
Well, I'll tell Daphne to take them away, shall I?
Cherish recalled all the beautiful flowers she'd seen at Daphne's place. Then Ada produced a bouquet from behind her back. Cherish gasped.
For me?
Well, they're not for Malachi.
Ada's eyes twinkled.
They're perfect. Thank you, Ada.
Cherish took hold of them and saw 3 beautiful pale pink roses in the middle. It was precisely as she wanted.
"Don't thank me. Thank Daphne," Ada said.
"I certainly will." Ada looked at all the women in the room.
"Do you need this many people to help you get ready? You only wanted 2 attendants."
Christina said,
"We're sharing her joy."
Ada looked Cherish up and down.
"You look lovely, Cherish. And so do you, Favor and Crystal."
"Thank you,"
Favor and Crystal said at the same time.
"The only ones who should be here are Crystal and Favor. The rest of you can—" "Don't worry. You can stay here and have your fun."
Ada moved forward and wrapped her arms around Cherish. Cherish held the flowers in the air so she wouldn't crush them.
"We'll miss you when you go, Cherish."
"I'll miss all of you, too."
"It won't be the same."
"I hope Mom's not upset, is she?"
Wilma moved through the doorway.
"Why would I be upset when you're marrying a wonderful man and you'll have a great life? I'm happy for you."
Everyone quietly moved out of the room, leaving Wilma and Cherish alone.
"When you're ready, the bishop wants to talk with you and Malachi," Wilma said.
Cherish nodded.
"Okay."
Wilma moved over and looked out the window.
"It seems everyone's here, except for Mercy and Honor. Earl and Miriam are here with their 5 children."
Cherish looked out the window and spotted them.
"Look at Miriam! Is she pregnant again?"
"She certainly looks it."
"With the twins and the triplets, that'll make it 6 children. Or 7 if she has another set of twins."
Cherish was so happy for them.
"Remember when you and Ada were worried about Earl? You thought Miriam was too old to have children. Look at them now."
"I know," Wilma nodded. "We were wrong. I've made many mistakes over the years. I never meant to hurt anyone, least of all any of my children or stepchildren."
"You didn't. I'll have to ask Miriam if she's pregnant."
Cherish stared out the window again. "No, don't. You can't ask her that. You must wait until she tells people."
"Okay, if you say so. Shall I delay the wedding until Mercy and Honor arrive?"
Mom shook her head.
"We can't delay it for too long. Just go ahead with it."
Cherish stared at her mother.
"Thank you for letting me do this."
Mom laughed. "You don't have to thank me. It's only natural for you to get married. I am very fond of Malachi."
Cherish put her arms around her mother.
"Thank you for being the most wonderful mother."
Mom gave a little laugh as she hugged Cherish.
"Thank you for being a lovely daughter. You gave me a little trouble there for a while, but not for long." After a moment, Mom said, "You better get downstairs. The bishop will be waiting to have his talk with both you and Malachi."
The discussion with the bishop took a little over half an hour, and then it was finally time for the wedding to begin. The guests were seated on long benches underneath the trees as Malachi and Cherish walked over. Wally followed behind. As Cherish sat down, she saw Favor shake her head and point in Harriet's direction. Cherish saw Harriet wearing a beautiful blue dress. Cherish tried not to laugh. Favor was still upset that Harriet had made herself a beautiful dress and had made Favor a dreadful dress for her wedding. Wally sat beside Malachi for the ceremony. Cherish could see people pointing, and some were chuckling. She was sure everyone in the community would be talking about it for the rest of the year and beyond. Cherish turned around, looking for her 2 oldest sisters and their families. She didn't see them, but she saw her mother's troubled face. "They're still not here," Wilma whispered to Ada, as she searched the crowd for her daughters and their families.
"They'll make it. I'm sure of it."
Suddenly, Ada elbowed Wilma. Wilma turned around again and saw Honor and Mercy and their families rushing toward the ceremony. Then they quickly took their seats. Wilma sighed loudly and closed her eyes, saying a prayer of thanks. She had all her children and stepchildren back at the orchard, just as she wanted. After the bishop gave his sermon, one of the ministers read some scriptures. All the while, Cherish felt she was in a different place, a heavenly place, as she listened to God's words and watched the way the light shone down through the trees. Cherish's thoughts drifted to Levi when a man stood to sing a hymn. It had been so hard to lose Levi, but he was now in heaven. Maybe he was even looking down on her, and perhaps her father was right there next to him. She hoped they might be watching, along with Aunt Dagmar. It was Aunt Dagmar, Cherish decided, who found Malachi for her. If Aunt Dagmar hadn't left the farm to her, she never would have been looking for a farm manager and never met Malachi. Chapter 39. Cherish couldn't believe it. She looked deep into Malachi's eyes and saw he was as happy as she was. They were finally married. All her dreams had come true, and, more surprisingly, her mother had gone along with it. The guests were directed to move closer to the house where long tables were set up for the food. Smaller tables were arranged for everyone to sit and enjoy the food. The bride and groom had their own special table. Debbie looked over and saw Fritz at the buffet, but Peter and Maisie were nowhere to be seen. Even though she had come to realize Peter wasn't the man for her, she was upset that he could turn his back on her so quickly. Peter had been close to everyone in the family. It was wrong of him not to be there for Cherish's wedding. It was also unnerving that Maisie wasn't there either. The two of them were off together somewhere. Debbie got up and walked over to Fritz, who was helping himself to some food. Her nerves got worse as she came closer. "Fritz?" As Fritz spun around, he bumped into Daphne, the elderly lady who was standing beside him, filling her plate with food. Daphne wobbled on the spot as Fritz reached out his hand for her to grab onto. "I'm so sorry. I didn't see you there. Are you okay?" he asked. Daphne chuckled. "I'm fine. Don't worry about it." As Daphne continued filling her plate, Fritz turned around to face Debbie, his face bright red. He leaned in closer to her. "How are you?" "I'm good. Thanks for coming." "Of course. Thank you for having me here. It was a lovely ceremony." Debbie looked around at the tables. "Peter couldn't make it?" "I don't know." He grimaced. "And what about Maisie? Is it a coincidence she's not here either?" Fritz stared at her. "When did you find out?" "Something tells me I probably don't know everything. I know Peter has been writing to Maisie. We're no longer together." "I'm so sorry, Debbie. I hope you don't think all men are untrustworthy like my brother." "To be honest, I haven't had the best experiences," Debbie said. "Oh," she put her hands over her mouth. "I shouldn't say that at a wedding." "It is disappointing. I'm upset with him too, and I can only imagine how it is for you," Fritz said. "The awful thing is, I've known him for years, and he gave no indication that he wouldn't wait until I was ready for more." "I'm sorry," Fritz said. "The truth is, Maisie and Peter have left to go home. They're traveling together. I know it's tough to hear, but I also know you deserve to know the truth. They're dating now." Debbie's eyebrows shot up. "Peter's left? He's gone for good, and he didn't even say goodbye?" Fritz looked down as he shook his head. "I'm ashamed of his poor behavior. Is there anything I can do?" Debbie paused as she considered how to feel. How could Peter leave without saying goodbye to her family, who had treated him like a family member for so long? She stared into his blue-green eyes. All she wanted was for him to hold her. It had been so long since she'd had a man's arms around her. "No, there's nothing anyone can do." Fritz kept staring at her. "I'll be heading back home tomorrow." Debbie felt all the happiness fade from her heart. She knew nothing could ever come of their relationship, but she wondered if she would ever meet another man who made her feel this way. She looked at the ground.
"You were leaving?"
"I'll be coming back soon, though." Debbie looked up and smiled at him.
"You will?"
"Yes." Fritz paused for a moment. "Could I visit you?"
Debbie stared at Fritz. Did he like her? "You'd like to do something together? Just me and you?"
Fritz nodded, and Debbie couldn't wipe the smile from her face.
"I'd like that."
His face melted into a smile. "I'd like that, too." Suddenly, a pang of guilt hit Debbie in the stomach. Fritz was Peter's brother, Debbie reminded herself. Nothing could ever happen between them.
"I see someone I should talk to. I hope you have a lovely trip home."
"I look forward to seeing you again, Debbie." Debbie walked away from Fritz quickly. She circled around the food tables for a while to gather her thoughts before sitting back down with Wilma, Ada, and Crystal. She noticed that Crystal looked upset.
"Are you okay?"
"I'm fine." Crystal sat there with her arms crossed. Debbie noticed Crystal kept staring at Matthew and Fenella, who were both laughing and talking with each other. Wilma, who was seated on the other side of Crystal, followed Crystal's gaze and saw them too. "I'm very sorry about that," Wilma said. "It's a shame it didn't work out between you two. Love is so complicated sometimes." Crystal raised her eyebrows.
"I'm beginning to think that these men don't care who they spend the rest of their lives with. They don't even know each other that well." "I agree," Debbie said. "And it doesn't even matter how long you knew them. They can change their mind like that and not even have the decency to say goodbye. Peter and I are no longer together. Don't tell Cherish. I don't want her to find out. Not today."
Everyone at the table offered their sympathies, and Wilma said, "I worried I'd be alone forever after my first husband died, but then the Lord brought me Levi. Don't give up hope, Debbie. You'll find someone who's perfect for you and for Jared."
"Thank you, Wilma. I hope so."
She hoped it would be Fritz. She glanced over at him and caught him looking at her. He smiled and gave her a little nod, which caused her face to grow hot, so she quickly smiled back and then looked away. Crystal pouted.
"My heart can't handle men anymore. All they do is cause me heartache. I'm going to focus on the quilt store from now on."
"When the time is right, you will meet the one. I'm sure of it." Wilma patted her hand. Crystal picked up her soda and had a mouthful.
"Who knows? I might end up living at the orchard forever."
Wilma pulled her shoulders back. "That's the best news I've heard in a long time." Debbie scoffed.
"I'll probably be right there along with you. And I don't mind. After all, I have Jared. Wait, where is he?"
Debbie looked up and saw Jared was about to put his hand on one of the cakes. She jumped up from the table and ran over to him. "Oh, poor Debbie. Now she has no man to discipline Jared. What will become of the child?" Ada tisked.
"He'll be a baker,"
Crystal said, smiling. Ada's face lit up as she laughed. "Maybe he will, and it'll be all thanks to me." Wilma stared at Crystal. "Things will happen for you. I'm convinced of it. It's just a matter of waiting on God."
"It's okay, Wilma. I'll be happy without a man. I'll be fine."
Crystal felt terrible that she'd considered leaving the community again. She was fond of Eddie, but he reminded her too much of the person she used to be. She was different now, and she would be happy here with the people who had become her family, and she'd trust in God for whatever he wanted for her future. She'd never think of leaving again. It was the only true home she'd ever known. Chapter 40. Cherish saw Earl and Miriam sitting at the table with Mark and Christina. It was funny that her two half-brothers both had twins. Earl and Miriam also had a set of triplets. She recalled her mother's advice about not asking Miriam if she was pregnant, but she had to know. While Malachi was talking with someone, she headed over to the table and sat down with them. After they congratulated her, Cherish quickly got all the small talk out of the way. Then she looked around at the children.
Earl and Mark, you've got 7 children between you.
She saw the change in the adults' faces.
What?
Nothing, Earl said, avoiding eye contact.
Come on. It's like you're all keeping a secret from me or something. Miriam, you look like you're glowing.
Miriam's face broke into a smile, and she turned to Earl. We'll have to tell her now. Earl shook his head. We've never been able to keep any secrets from Cherish.
What is it? Tell me,
Cherish insisted. Earl's face beamed. Well, we didn't want to tell you or anyone until after your wedding. Cherish stared at him, holding her breath.
Go on.
Miriam spoke first. Earl and I are having another, Earl interrupted his wife, another set of twins. Cherish gasped and got up to hug them both.
That's such great news. I'm so happy for you both.
She glanced at Christina.
Did you know before me?
Christina nodded. We found out about an hour ago. Cherish sat back down. It was delightful news that they'd have 7 children after Ada and Wilma had made such a fuss before they got married.
When are you planning to tell Wilma?
We'll tell her before we go home, Earl said.
She'll be so happy. This is unbelievable news. I wish you lived closer. We'll have to visit you if we can.
Cherish turned around and saw Malachi sitting by himself at the wedding table.
Oh, I better go and be a bride for my groom. He looks so lonely sitting there. Don't leave today without saying goodbye. We're leaving for the farm in the morning.
We won't, Earl said. Go and enjoy yourself. Cherish moved to sit next to Malachi, and he held her hand under the table. I love you. Cherish looked into his eyes.
I love you, too.
This has been the best day of my life.
I hope so.
He laughed. Yours, too?
Yes, mine, too.
Even though important people in her life weren't there physically, like her father, Levi, and Aunt Dagmar, she felt they were right alongside her. Cherish's heart was so whole at that moment. She looked around the yard. Everyone was either laughing or eating. They were all having a great time. Then something made her look beyond the crowd. There, near the house, walking toward the guests, was a familiar figure. Her heart sank when she realized it was Travis. She took a deep breath and excused herself from the table. She walked quickly towards Travis and met him before he reached the barn. I didn't remember today was your wedding day, he said.
It's fine. I'm a married woman now. Come and grab something to eat. Join us.
I came to tell you I found my birth father. It's not Levi Brunner. Relief rushed over Cherish's body.
You found your father?
Yes. I remembered incorrectly. His name started with an L, but it wasn't Levi. It was Liam. Sorry for causing you so much stress. She'd never been so relieved in all her life.
So you've talked to him? Did things go well?
Travis's eyes sparkled. Yes, very well. My father told me he had searched for me for years, and he couldn't believe that I came looking for him. We're actually quite similar. He put himself through school and was studying law after he left the community. Cherish put her hand to her heart.
That's incredible!
Suddenly, Malachi walked over and placed his arm around Cherish's shoulder. She glanced up at Malachi.
Malachi, this is Travis, the lawyer I've been telling you about.
Travis stuck out his hand. Nice to meet you, and congratulations on being married. Thank you. Malachi shook his hand.
Will you stay and have something to eat? The food is amazing, Cherish said.
I'm afraid I can't stay. I'm on the way back to see my father.
I'm so happy for you.
Cherish smiled at him.
Thank you, Cherish. If it weren't for you, all this wouldn't have happened. I'd still be thinking my father was Levi Brunner. Congratulations again.
I'm glad I could help. You helped me, and I was glad I could do the same for you.
Travis smiled at them and gave them both a nod before walking away. Malachi and Cherish watched him for a moment.
He wasn't Levi's son after all? Malachi asked.
No. I'm so relieved.
That's great news. You must be feeling pretty good right now.
The best news I've heard in a long time. Although I'm sure Wilma would have welcomed him.
Malachi's eyebrows rose.
What?
Cherish asked.
Like she welcomed Carter, her son, when he turned up as an adult?
Well, she's working on it.
The two of them turned around and looked at all their wedding guests. There were hundreds of people.
You know, tomorrow we will be in the car with Wally, Caramel, and the two birds, heading home.
Malachi laughed.
It will be an adventure. You should spend as much time with your sisters and your mother today as you can.
I will.
As they returned to their table, Daphne came over to wish Malachi and Cherish congratulations. Cherish was eager to tell her the news about Travis. Daphne smiled from ear to ear as she stood in front of them both.
Congratulations, Cherish. You make the most beautiful bride.
Cherish put her hand on her heart.
Dinka, Daphne. This is Malachi.
Daphne smiled at Malachi.
Lovely to meet you.
Malachi smiled back as he shook her hand.
Nice to meet you, Daphne.
Cherish said,
Travis was just here.
He was? Daphne looked around discreetly.
Yes.
Cherish leaned in closer.
He found his father. It wasn't Levi after all.
Daphne threw her hands in the air.
That's great news. That makes up for Debbie and Peter breaking up.
She leaned in closer and whispered,
I'm shocked that he left town with another woman, and that he didn't even say goodbye.
Cherish looked at Malachi and frowned.
How do you know that? I overheard Levi's niece, Debbie, talking with Fritz, Peter's brother.
She turned around and pointed at Fritz.
And if you ask me, I think Fritz has a crush on Debbie. He asked her to go out with him the next time he's in town. What do you think about that?
Cherish raised her eyebrows. She thought Daphne said she was excellent at keeping secrets. Or perhaps she simply felt comfortable enough with Cherish to tell her these things now.
Peter left town without saying goodbye?
Oh, yes. He left with Maisie. Cherish felt sorry for Debbie. That night, Cherish and Malachi slept in Cherish's room. The following day, when the sun rose over the hills and illuminated the morning mist, Cherish and Malachi woke. They couldn't sleep in or take their time with waking up. They had to be up early to get packed, because their hire car arrived at 10. Wilma had already cooked them breakfast, and Ada and Samuel were already there, leaving their visitors at their house. As Malachi waited on the porch for her, Cherish said goodbye to Crystal and Debbie in the kitchen.
I'm going to miss you both so much. It won't be the same without you, Crystal said,
as she wiped a tear from her cheek.
So, Debbie, you and Peter are over for good?
Cherish asked. Debbie nodded.
It took a while, but it feels good to know that I would have made a big mistake if I married him.
Debbie was putting on a brave front, and Cherish knew she was more upset than she was letting on.
And he left without saying goodbye or telling anyone he was leaving?
Debbie nodded.
There's always his brother,
Crystal said with a cheeky grin. Debbie gave her a playful slap.
Oh, stop it. What about you, Crystal? Cherish asked. I'm going to work hard in my quilt store.
Cherish nodded.
Good idea. I'm upset about Matthew.
Crystal sighed. Cherish had hardly talked to Fenella at the wedding. Every time she had looked up, she saw Fenella and Matthew talking. They'd really hit it off. Fenella would tell her everything about it in her letters. She was sure of that. Cherish leaned in and said to Crystal,
I know you're upset, but look on the bright side. If you married Matthew, it would make you related to Ada."
Crystal burst out laughing. "You're right. I didn't even think about that." Both girls leaned in and gave Cherish a hug. Then Cherish left them to say goodbye to her mother, Ada, and Samuel, who were already on the porch. As soon as she stepped through the doorway, she saw tears streaming down Wilma's face. She put her arms around her mother.
"Don't cry. Everything will be fine."
Ada stood on the other side of Wilma, along with Samuel, while Malachi waited patiently.
"I love you, Cherish," Mom said.
"I love you too, Mom."
Cherish pulled back and looked at her mother. She hated seeing her cry and hoped she would be okay.
"I'm going to miss you so much. We will come back soon."
Wilma didn't say anything. She simply nodded in appreciation as she hugged Malachi.
"Bye, Malachi. Look after Cherish."
"I will." Ada moved in front of Cherish.
"All the best. I will miss you. Who will I pick on?"
She grabbed Cherish and pulled her in for a hug. Cherish laughed.
"You'll have Debbie and Crystal to harass."
"Don't worry about Wilma," Ada whispered. "You know Samuel and I will always be here for her."
"Dinka,"
Cherish said, as Ada released her.
Malachi said, "The car's packed and we're ready to go. We just need to get the animals in the car."
They said goodbye to Samuel, and then Cherish took Malachi's hand, and he led her down the front steps of the porch. Cherish turned to look at the house one last time. A lump formed in her throat as she waved goodbye to Ada, Samuel, and Wilma. Malachi loaded Wally and the birds into the car as Cherish opened the door for Caramel. Caramel jumped in, and Cherish sat down. Then Malachi got into the car beside her. Jared ran out of the house and ran to the car, escaping Ada's outstretched arms as she tried to catch him.
"Don't go!"
he cried. Cherish and Malachi got out of the car.
"You were asleep, Jared. We didn't want to wake you," Malachi said.
"Can't you stay here?"
He looked up at them both and wrapped his arms around their legs. Cherish crouched down.
"We do have to go. We both live at the farm now. You remember the farm, don't you?"
He nodded.
"I want to go too." "You can come when your mom brings you. You can come for vacations. How does that sound?"
Debbie came outside.
"I'm sorry. I told him he could wave. I didn't know he'd do this."
"It's all right," Malachi told her.
Jared turned around and asked his mother,
"Can we go for vacations to the farm?" "Of course we can."
Jared hugged them again. Wilma stepped forward.
"Jared, I think we need to milk Cowie and Goaty now."
Jared looked up at her.
"Can I help?"
"Of course. Now come over here and we can wave to Cherish and Malachi, and then we'll do the milking." He waved at them both.
"Goodbye."
Malachi chuckled. "Goodbye, Jared." Cherish gave him a big hug before she stood.
"Bye, Jared."
They both got back into the car. As they drove away, she looked back to see them all on the porch, waving. Florence jumped into the car, hoping to catch Cherish before she left. As the garage door opened, she willed it to open faster. Come on, so slow. She wanted to say goodbye to Cherish. It would be a long time before she saw her again. If she wasn't so late, she could have walked through the orchard, but then she might have missed the car. As she drew closer to the orchard, she saw a black car turning onto the road. She accelerated and blew the car's horn.
"Stop, please. That's my sister,"
Cherish said to the driver. The driver pulled the car over to the side, and Florence pulled up behind it. She jumped out of the car, and as she did so, Cherish got out. They ran to each other and hugged. "Goodbye, Cherish." Cherish blinked back tears.
"Goodbye, Florence. You must come and visit me. Iris would love the farm."
She heard Florence sniffling as she kept hugging her. "I'm going to miss you so much."
"Then you must visit. It's not far, not in your fast car."
Cherish laughed. "We will visit." Florence kissed Cherish's cheek as they parted. "Have a great life. I know you will. I won't hold you up. I just wanted to say goodbye before you left." Malachi got out of the car, and Florence walked over and hugged him. "Look after Cherish."
"I will. I'll spend all my waking hours looking after her."
"I hope so." Malachi put his arm around Cherish, and they walked back to the car. Florence watched the car move away. Tears filled her eyes as she stood there, remembering how she helped raise her 6 stepsisters. She was just as much a mother to them as Wilma was. Those days had been hard, but they also had some fun times. Now all her siblings were married. Life was changing. She put her hand over her stomach, wondering when it would be the right time to tell everyone she was expecting her 2nd child. Malachi held Cherish's hand as tears fell down her cheeks. She would miss all of them so much, but she had her family here in the car. The birds were in their cage in the front seat, covered with a sheet and secured with a seat belt. Wally was under their legs in between them, and Caramel was on the other side of Cherish, looking out the window. She closed her eyes tightly and imagined a perfect future for each of the people she loved. Debbie would marry an amazing man and be very happy, and he'd also be a loving father to Jared. Matthew would marry Fenella, and Crystal would marry someone who loved her and didn't care that she wasn't born into the community. Bliss would have a baby. Mom would marry again. She was a nice-looking woman for her age, and she seemed to believe that love would happen again. If she had a 3rd husband, she wouldn't be so lonely. He had to be a man who would live at the orchard, because she didn't think Mom would ever leave it. It held far too many memories. Malachi whispered, "We can visit them as much as you want."
"Thank you."
She knew Wilma would be lonely before that 3rd husband arrived, and until Debbie married, Jared would be there to keep them all on their toes. Wilma would be more friendly with Florence and Carter. Cherish had already seen signs of that happening. Malachi stared at her.
"What are you smiling at?"
"I'm just figuring out a perfect future for everyone."
Caramel got comfortable and put his head on her lap. Malachi smiled.
"That's good, because now we've got our perfect future. We're living it right now."
"I know."
He kissed her forehead, and Cherish closed her eyes and silently thanked God for Malachi. Now she had a new home and a new life as a wife, and eventually, God willing, as a mother. Life couldn't be more perfect. This has been The Last Wedding, The Amish Bonnet Sisters, Book 30. Written by Samantha Price. Narrated by Stephanie Dillard. Copyright 2022 by Samantha Price. Production copyright 2022 by Samantha Price.